Hello, everyone. Welcome to the show tonight. Thank you so much for making time from Itumbi'S TV as we bring you again your favorite program, the Open Forum, looking at the current development in our politics. And things are hot out there. There is allegations, counter-allegations, accusations, counter-accusation on the saga at play right now of one blogger, Itumbi, claiming to have been kidnapped. And now his kidnap is coming into question. Was he really kidnapped, or it was stage managed? That is what I want us to look at. Was it stage managed? Was it real? And what is the end game with all this at play? And then Speaker MUTURI recalls special sitting on 29th. Will UDA numbers attend? That also is something that we would want us to ventilate over, even as we go down to the bottom line, finding out the truth behind all that is being said and done. Welcome to the show, wherever you are around the world. Thank you so much for making time for us. Please, let's all gang in and make the difference. The link is right now into the comments. You can use it to get into the studio and let us begin talking. Who is fooling who? Who is at work here? Whose hand is behind the current happenings? From morning, we have seen so many things, so many pictures, so many claims. We want to find out who is telling us the truth, who is lying to us, who is diverting us from following what we need to follow. Please, let's get in and do the necessary. I want to appreciate those of you that are joining. Akengo Omwangu on board. Merry Christmas in advance, bro. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas to you all. And we really appreciate your commitment and continued support to Itumbi'S TV. Please don't relent. Even as we get to the close of this year, to the beginning of the real year, that you're going to have things happening so fast. Tanki Shah, thank you very much. Unasema kwenda huko. The word Denilson, no need. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. We have Edux Kipungeno. Thank you so much. Stage managed. Olesi. Thank you so much, David Masha. We appreciate you, Mohammed Kulundu. Thank you, Locked from Lukoye. Asante sana. The Lukoye, I know the Lukoye that is elsewhere. All the same. Karibu kwa show sana. Gerard Joram Wangila. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas too. Tunashukuru wote ambao mnajumuika nasi. Naomba wote tukakusanyike, tukazungumze, tukaelewane, tusiwe na mori. Hakuna haja ya kutusi mtu. Tumekutana hapa kwa platform. Unijui, hata kama unanijua. Tofauti ya kisiasa isiwe sababu ya kutusiana. Naomba tu tukue na nidhamu na tuhakikishe kwamba tunafanya mjadala unakuwa bora kwa kutoa maoni ambayo yana msimamo na yanaeleweka. Kusingizia watu na kusema hiki kimefanyika bila kutoa sababu zinazokufanya ufikirie hivyo, hiyo sio haki na haitakiwi. Kwa hivyo huu ni mjadala ambao kila mmoja atatoa maoni yake na yote tutayadadisi, kisha tutaamua nani anasema nini wapi. Kwa hivyo si eti kile tunachosema ndio mwisho. Haya ni masuala ambayo bado yanafanyiwa uchunguzi. Kwa hivyo tusije tukaja hapa kasema tumesema hivi ama Itumbi'S TV imesema hivi. Ni maoni tu kila Mkenya anapeana kulingana na vile story imedevelop. Na story vile imeanza ikaonekana, tumekuwa na semi mingi. Tutakuwa na hizo video pia, clips za kuonyesha nani amesema nini wapi, kisha tutajua mbivu na mbichi. Kwa hivyo asante sana Princess Ziana Mpole, karibu sana. Duncan Midumbi, thank you very much. Elito Molo, asante sana. Elizabeth Akinyi, karibu sana. Tuendelee kujumuika pamoja, na link iko hapo kwa comments ambayo unatumia kuingia kwa studio, kisha tutaongea mbivu na mbiji. Isaac Keronimo, umejaribu kuingia studio, your gadget is not well connected, so you can't be added to the studio. I advise you get out first, and then when you get in, please allow StreamYard to control your camera as well as your audio. That's the only way you'll be able to be added to the studio. That way you can't be added because your device is not well connected. So I get you out of the studio. Please get back and make sure that you give StreamYard the control of your camera as well as your audio. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are here again. Omar Odero, hali vipi leo?
Hello.
Yes. Karibu. Merry Christmas.
Isipokuwa mimi sisherekei, lakini nawapongeza.
Asante basi.
Unajua yangu ni Idi.
Oh, ya kwako ni Idi. Hawa watu wote baba yao mmoja, kwa hivyo tusisumbuane kwa hilo. Mkisherekea last born pia msherekee first born.
Nawatakia mazuri.
Asante sana. So karibu kwa show. Haya, mambo unayonaje? Itumbi asema amekuwa kidnapped.
Hii story ya Itumbi kwa saa hii sina hakika kama alikidnapiwa ama kuna mchezo inaendelea hapa, lakini mimi nikiangalia kuna mchezo nyingi between upande ya serikali na upande ya DP, kwa sababu wote wanajuana vilemba, na hivyo vile wamefanya, wale wamemfanyia hivyo hawajafanya vizuri, wamefanya kitu mbaya sana. Ile pia nimeshock sana, katika macho yake ilikuwa ana bleed, kama walimuumiza macho. Vile wale wamefanya hivyo si vizuri, lakini bado serikali inachunguza hiyo. Na hii mchezo katika Kenya haijaanza sasa. Hii mchezo ilianza wakati wa 2013, wakati Uhuru Ruto waliingia kwa power. Ikakuja 2017 Uhuru Ruto wakati waliingia kwa power. Hizi game wanacheza saa hii ndio walikuwa wanachezea mzee. Hii game ya 2013 walikuwa wanacheza saa hii ndio walikuwa wanachezea mzee. 2017 hii game walikuwa wanachezea mzee. Sasa baada wakaona ile walikuwa wamegojea sana between mdosi wao aunge huyu mdogo wake haijamake, mdosi wao amepatia Wakenya direction ya kumuunga ule yuko nje na yeye. I think hiyo shida ndio imetokezea, na wenyewe wanajuana, kwa sababu ukiangalia kisa ya huyu mzee, wale watu wake wengi wamepotezwa kwa sababu ya election. Tukiongea mambo ya huyu Musando, I think wa IDC, wakati huyu jamaa alipatikana sijui wapi ameuliwa, hawakuwa wanazungumzia kwanza DP. Hata tusiblame serikali, DP mwenyewe alikuwa deputy president. Hiyo mambo ya Musando, yeye mwenyewe angekuja mbele, angezungumzia vile mambo imehappen, lakini yeye mwenyewe alikuwa kwa hiyo system, apate ile anapata, wamdhalilishe huyu mzee. Sasa kwa saa hii, kwa sababu hakuna kitu inamfavor deputy president, sasa wenyewe wamekosana wenyewe wawili. Sasa anaanza kurushia mwenzake lawama, kwa sababu hii game vile unajua Wakenya wanachukuliwa yani wajinga sana. Wakati hivi tuko yote walikuwa wanafanyia mzee, walikuwa wamenyamaza. Tukiongea upande ya deputy president, sasa saa hii mdoso wake hayuko na yeye, anaanza watu wake wanaanza kumrushia lawama. Haingii kwa akili. Okay, hii Kenya pali imefikia saa hii, unaambiwa hauwezi ukawabit wale wana mamlaka, wale wana system, wale wanashikilia economy ya hii nchi, wale wana control government. Hauwezi ukabishana nao. Hii kitu ilionyesha wakati wa mzee, alikuwa na watu zaidi ya mlima mara mbili. Kwanza tukianza 2007 wakati wa ile election violence, alikuwa na watu zaidi ya mlima. 2017 alikuwa zaidi ya watu kama mlima, yani watu walikuwa ground wanamsupport. Tukiingia 2017 ni hivyo nasa. Kila mtu ukimuuliza saa hii anakuambia hiyo election yote huyu mzee alikuwa anashinda, lakini system ilikuwa inakataa. Yani system ina wenyewe, wale wana control hii nchi. Sasa ile kitu imekuja saa hii, DP alikuwa ndani hiyo system, saa hiyo system imemgeuka, haiko na yeye, anaanza kupanic. Yani sasa yeye ni mzuri, yani anajionyesha yeye ni mzuri, alikuwa alikuwa hayuko hapo. Yani ni kama lawama sasa anarushia mdosi wake, yani sasa mimi ni msafi, na yeye alikuwa kwa hiyo mkebe hiyo. Sasa watu wa DP waache kukua hypocrite. Tunajua Wakenya yani tusifanywe washenzi. Tunajua pale tunatoka na pale tunaenda. DP akuwe na learn, watu wake pia wakuwa wana learn ile kitu walikuwa wanafanyia mzee, ndio inawarudia, ndio inawageukia. Waswahili husema ukichimba kisima unadhani mwenzako ataingia, wewe ndio utaingia. Mara ya kwanza DP alikuwa anakula mnofu, anacheka, meno iko nje, system. Huyu mzee mtu wa vitandawili anasema anaibiwa na sisi ndio tumeshinda. Sasa saa hii mambo imemgeuka, anaanza kupanic. Tunasema watu wasipanic, watu wajue ni nini walikuwa wanafanyia mzee, wa feel hiyo pain, ndio wajue vile mambo inaenda. Lakini sasa hii kwanza kublame serikali, sijui serikali imefanya, serikali wewe uko ndani ya serikali, kwanza wewe uko ndani ya serikali, kwa sababu muone wa serikali haijakufeva ndio unaanza kurukaruka. Watu DP tunawaambia DP aende polepole, alan kwa mzee vile alikuwa na haraka. Saa hii mzee amerelax, anaenda vile watu wanataka. Sasa DP asiende haraka, alan vile mzee.
Kabla utamatishe, naomba swali jibu la straightforward. UDA wana claim ni kazi ya serikali. Wewe unaona Itumbi kuwa kidnapped ni serikali ama ni mambo ya kujipanga?
Hiyo katika hiyo speech ya between watu wa deputy na kublame serikali, kwa saa hii siwezi nikazungumzia hiyo, kwa sababu wenyewe wanajuana vilemba. Sasa waache wenyewe wanyoroshane, ndio sasa ndio hapo sasa sisi hatuingilili. Wenyewe waache wanyoroshane, wanajuana vilemba. Hapo hiyo tu ndio ilikuwa maoni yangu.
Sawa, thank you Omar, tuendelee kuzungumza. Nashukuru wote ambao mnajumuika nasi katika comment section. Naomba tuchunge lugha yetu. You have no business insulting anybody, calling watu wa Jaluo and all that. It is not Kenyan and it is not valid. It is important that we all appreciate our diversity. We don't weaponize it against one another. You are free to support the abduction or deny the same. All we're having is allegations. Nobody has confirmed anything. Whatever that the politicians said, they were also telling us their observation. The only thing we can use as an official documentation is the doctor's report or the DCI's findings. Those are official documentation. But what the politicians say on camera and what the other people saw cannot be used as valid, concrete information that can be relied upon. So wacha pressure, relax, show iko mapema sana. Ukianza pressure saa hii sana utafanya nini? Relax. Karibuni kila mmoja. Then let's remain factual. Don't go far-fetching things. But these things are not new. Stage managing people, there was an MP who stage managed his death. So stage managing kidnap is simple. Somebody declared himself dead, disappeared, and showed up on the day for voting. So these things happen in Kenya. Those of you who seem not to be relating to history will find it unimaginable that somebody can stage manage kidnap. In fact, recently, Moses Kuria in the, was it Juja election or something? There was something like that about either was it the candidate disappearing, or he has been kidnapped, or what? All that happens. And then somebody resurfaces on the election day. So all these are political tactics. We can't rule them out, even if there are other things that are taking place behind the scenes.
Bernard,
thank you, everybody.
Bernard,
hold on. Yes.
Is it only me I can hear that kind of sound, or everyone can hear that disturbing sounds from Bernard? Because it's not clear. It's this kind of scratching noise comes when you're trying to address it. So let me hear from other panelists. Is it only me, or everyone can hear Bernard the same disturbing sound?
I think it's only you.
No, sorry. I think Omar's mic was on. How about that? RMJ confirm? RMJ, are you there?
I still kind of, you're not clear.
Sorry. I think your connection must have a problem. Get out and then get back. It will readjust. If you're on phone, restart your phone. It will reset itself so that it becomes more clearer. Thank you very much. If everybody, you can get me clearly, especially those in the comment section, please confirm so that we don't proceed when there is an issue. Otherwise, I really appreciate everybody for continuing to support Mtembei TV and continuing to share your views. Be at liberty to share your views. Just don't segregate against anybody. Don't victimize anybody. Let us share facts for the betterment of our great country. Austin Collins, na hao watu wanaendelea kusema hii channel ni ya Wajaluo. Wewe umeogopa kuja, tumia link, ingia ndani. Hakuna mtu hapa anakuwa vetted kama ni Mjaluo, Mluya, Mgiriama, Mdigo. Kila mtu ana ruhusa ya kuingia hapa, bora tu click kwa link na umepata nafasi. Usipopata nafasi, endelea kujaribu mpaka upate nafasi, kwa sababu studio inaweza beba watu 10 tu at a time. So when somebody leaves, there is a room left for another person to come in. And you're free. And you are also free to express yourself on the comment section. Just don't turn into insulting anybody. Don't go personal on any matter. Thank you very much. Austin Collins, endelea tafadhali.
Yes, Mr. Bernard, good evening.
Good evening to you.
And I salute my fellow panelists. I hope they have a Merry Christmas for the
Merry
Christians.
To you for those that celebrate.
Well, thank you. Okay, let me try and check on the headline, the topic, whether the abduction of the Nani is either me. I think this thing is a scam. That's my own opinion. Itumbi'S Kidnap allegation, that's a scam, because if you check, I've watched the statements from the Uda brigade. Say like Oscar Sudi, if you watch the Nini of Oscar Sudi, the introduction of Oscar Sudi, somebody, if you watch, whoever watched, and if you listen to Oscar, the statement itself, and then I listened to the other group again who addressed the media, to me, it is a scam. Because number one, it was straight for, it was not right for Oscar Sudi to point finger direct to the, he linked the kidnapping to the son of the IG for the incident that happened of late. So it is not right. Before something is investigated, just you come out and point finger that the kidnap, the government is aware, or Matiang'i, he mentioned names. So to me, I think that Itumbi kidnap, that's a scam, because the government cannot plot to kidnap somebody and then you are alive all of a sudden that you are in the hospital. Maybe he was kidnapped, but not by the government. That is my own opinion. Maybe he was kidnapped, but not by the IG. Maybe he was kidnapped, beaten, fine. But with another, it is not political. It might not be political. Not that everything that happens during the reign of politics, it is political. Maybe hata mtu wameng'ang'ana wasichana huko nje, alafu wamepigwa huko, alafu wanakuja anasema it is political. That is useless. Or maybe hakuna deni la mtu. We can just name everything that happens during politics that it is political. Because if at all they were genuine enough, why did they not get the government time to investigate? They could have addressed the media that let the government chip in, investigate. Not that they were just bitter. It is like they planned so that they call names of things. They were guilty. I can say the likes of Oscar Sud, they were guilty of what has happened, or maybe disappointed or something. Maybe they said they plotted it themselves. You know, if it is political, for instance, let's take for example, how many people have been killed in Kenya during politics? Can you remember the time of Mugabe? Mugabe was shot dead in the morning, broad daylight. What happened? It was during politics. Remember, like my friend who had just talked has mentioned, Chris Musando. In fact, before Chris Musando was found, I can remember this guy who is currently in the hospital, Moses Kuria, saying that maybe Chris Musando is enjoying himself with a lady somewhere when the car was found somewhere. Later, he was found dead. So, to me, this thing is a scam, and we should not point fingers as early as this before we know what and where.
Okay, Austin ni kama tupwa nje. When he comes back, he will continue. I appreciate everybody for continuing to chat. Please let us chat with decorum. It is important that we respect one another and each other's opinion. I keep saying that because some of us at times we get so much carried away that we begin to call people names. It is not a good thing to do so. Let's listen to Bantu Warriors first before we go to a chair.
So thank you, Mr. Bernard. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all panels and Mr. Bernard. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. Karibu.
Hii nikiangalia sana nikiongezea na hawa panels wenzangu, naona ni kama timing is very important. Na fact is very important. Na huyu jamaa alichukuliwa in a short time alafu amerudi. Mimi niko huku nje, ninapojua historia ya miaka mingi sana, mtu akichukuliwa hawezi rudi kwa within few hours alafu anakimbia barabarani. Unajua ni kama scenario, kama vile Hollywood script, well script in a high standard, ambayo hata sasa imefanya pia inazidi hawa jamaa kuwarudisha nyuma, kwa sababu utaona kwa au hiyo grupu within a short time walikuwa tayari wanaanza kutupa maneno na kuongea na kusema ni nani without even giving a chance watu wa serikali waangalie, wafanye upelelezi, wajue kulitokea kitu gani, na huyu jamaa naye atoe information yake kikamilifu, sio tuna jump straight away kuanza kuname names. Sasa niko na tashwishi sana kwa sababu mara nyingi mtu akichukuliwa kama huyu, hata sidhani kama angekuwa amerudi. Sijui yeye ana bahati gani kushinda wengine. Yeye yuko na bahati gani? Ameenda boom, amerudi saa hiyo yuko tayari saa hiyo, watu wako hospitali, watu wanaanza kumeki video, wanaanza kutupia maneno watu wengine. Iko na tashwishi sana. Hakuna watu wajinga, sisi si wajinga, watu si wajinga kabisa. Kwa hivyo na sisi pia tusianze kutupia maneno ama kutaja majina, kama vile Bernard mara nyingi sana huwa anatukumbusha tuwe na heshima. Hata hii situation ambayo imetokea pia tuheshimu na tuifuatilie, lakini tufuatilie kwa facts, sio hearsay, this say, that one say. Hapana, wale ile grupu nyingine pia wameanza kutoka wote, utaona grupu nzima Malcolm sijui nani, wote wameanza kupiga kelele. Hapana, hatuwezi kufuata vitu kama hiyo. Hii ni scenario ambayo sisi tukae tungojee facts zitoke, na pia tujue kitu gani kiliendelea, na yeye mwenyewe aeleze vile vile kulitokea kitu gani na kina nani, what really happened. Tusijump gani tu. Ni hiyo tu kwa sasa. Nitatoa nafasi watu wengine watoe maoni yao. Asante sana Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you very much Bantu Warrior. Nashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naamini kila mmoja anafuata mahala popote ulipo. Kabla tuendelee, naomba tuangalie hii video kisha tutaendelea ili tusipoteze direction. I want us to be as concise as possible so that whatever that is being said is within the framework of our understanding.
Director General, and the military for this country must not accept to come and play political games on people of Kenya, because Mr. Itumbi was being asked about some questions regarding an officer, as we've written in this statement, working with KRA, why he exposed the team that is working with KRA to punish people who support the DP William Ruto and the Hustler Nation and take them to court. These are things that we are saying they are not good today, they were not good yesterday, they are not good tomorrow. And it's important for public officers to know. And for avoidance of doubt, I want to tell Mr. Fred Matiang'i, Mr. Kibicho, Mr. Mutiambai, Mr. Mushemi, yeah, and Mr. Kinoti, and all these other Kenyans who are being misused today, that when President Uhuru Kenyatta goes home on September 9th, on August 9, 2022, you will be left alone to answer questions before competent court of law. The last thing is that we have agreed we are going to write to the Special Rapporteur of the United Nations on torture, on the situations, forced disappearance, torture, and political persecution that is going on in the country. And we believe that the international community must concern itself with what's happening in Kenya, because what is unjust here is unjust all over the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just add two things. And first, received greetings from Dennis Itumbi. I was with him until 4:30 a.m. this morning. And he asked me if I get an opportunity to relay a message to Kenyans of goodwill and wish them a Merry Christmas, as much as he'll be spending his in hospital. But he's thankful that at least he is alive. Further from the machinations and the plans of those who planned to assassinate him the night preceding today. He also asked me to tell Kenyans that his spirit is unbroken, and the Hustler Nation remains as strong as it were before his abduction. And to his abductors, he prays for them, he wishes them well, and prays for their salvation, but has a message to them that if they thought they are breaking him, or if they thought they will stop him from doing what he does best, then they're in for a very rude shock. He is unbroken, and he will not stop what he does. He will continue.
Well, those are members of Parliament allied to Deputy President William Ruto. They are condemning the alleged abduction of Dennis Itumbi. Moving away from that.
Well, thank you, everybody. I believe you're following that discussion and that their side of the story. I would want us to ventilate on the same and be able to make conclusions based on what is happening. So there is the lawyer there, Murkomen, giving names and statements that they have given to the police on what Itumbi was asked when he was kidnapped, allegedly kidnapped, and things like that. And we have every reason to check out everything before we run into any conclusion. Otherwise, let the flow continue. Ni time ya Ochieng Owor kwanza. Pato nilimwona hapa, yuko wapi? Okay, Ochieng Owor, endelea tafadhali. Dakika zako.
Niko.
Good evening, everyone.
Niko Bernard.
Sawa Pato, tunakuja kwako. Wewe naona wewe ndio uko na evidence.
Hello.
It's okay, Pato, relax. Let's listen from Ochieng first. Ochieng Owor.
Yes, Bwana Bernard, thank you so very much for the opportunity, and I'd love to pass my regards to fellow panelists. We are on a Christmas Eve, and we are very optimistic. Tomorrow, hata kama mnapiga sherehe, weka akiba bwana, wajua Januari ni ndefu, inakaa kama miezi miwili. I was back to our topic of today. We are heading to interesting times ahead. This is Kenya, and we've been seeing a lot of this over the past few years, especially from 2013, 2017. But it did happen even to one Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta when he ran for a member of parliament, Gatundu. There is a guy called Muya who ran on a DP ticket, and Uhuru, I think, was on the Kanu ticket. Muya actually hid himself, akaenda akachinja ng'ombe, akapeleka gari kwa mto na akapaka damu. And in fact, let me say he kidnapped himself. And the word out there was, Uhuru has cleared Muya so that he can make it to parliament. And actually, when the voting, when people voted, they voted Muya, even in his deathbed, imaginary deathbed. These things have been there, and we need to be very critical about them. But what actually, what has caught my eyes or under attention is the in terms of lip reading and the body language, a lot is at stake. These people are running from something. They are not telling us what they are running from. They are running from something that is coming from the side of the government. And I think they know that something was is yet to happen. So they were trying to, we call it, washing your hands in the pilot's water, and sympathy from the public, and get yourself, how you can, defend yourself when the things become hot. Yeah, the other day I touched something here which I said I need not to touch on the watershed, about some illegal businesses that have been going on in the country. There is a reason as to why the DP was denied, going to Uganda. There is a lot, and we need just to give Uhuru Muigai space. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta of today is different from Uhuru we knew 2013, 2017. Personally, I loved Uhuru the politician, despite the fact that I was voting Baba. I loved Uhuru the politician because he was real, he was genuine. But when he came to a level whereby, he was with his DP, the guy was somewhat, it's like he was tied, and he actually changed. He became an enemy of the people, and he couldn't even listen to the people. Then came the handshake. everything took a bow turn. And, you know, Uhuru is now more appealing to the public. Is very easy, is very presidential. Is that symbol of unity. So, Ben, there is a lot that is being hidden, and in the fullness of time, we'll actually place our fingers on the real issue. Thank you so very much. God bless.
Okay, thank you, Ochieng. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep talking. Where's Pato? Pato, karibu, nataka kusikia version yako.
Okay, asante sana Ben, na asante kwa wote wenye tuko kwa bench. Nashukuru sana, waja niwawishie kwanza Merry Christmas. Niko kwa safari na travel naenda nyumbani. That's why amunioni kwa kamera. So kwa mjadala leo Itumbi ame stage manage maneno ya hiyo kutekwa nyara na 29 kumeitwa special sitting. UDA wako na namba ama hawana. I think that is the topic of today. Wacha nianze na Itumbi ya. As far as I check you people, nilikuwa na
Bwana Pato, network yako sio nzuri. Fika mahali poa kwanza ndio utaongea. Sasa hivi unakatika.
Na sheria. Today I'm very surprised. You can give
Pato, you're not clear. Just ngoja ufike mahali pametulia alafu utaongea. We can't get you clearly.
Munanisikiza?
The network is not good where you are.
Bernard.
Sasa hivi tutakusikia lakini yes.
Bernard.
Yes, that's okay now. Endelea.
Unanisikiza vizuri?
Endelea.
Yes, ndio nasema the least I can get from you ni hata mteme hata pole kwa Dennis Itumbi, lakini I'm surprised you people you are just celebrating. You are just celebrating, meaning you cannot even muna support that kind of behavior. Muna support that kind of meaning hata you people, when the baby Pendo was killed and Juma, inaonekana nyinyi pia mlikuwa mnashabikia, which is very bad So mimi nakemea hiyo kitendo, na sisi watu ya UDA tunasema hiyo kitendo, those people will be brought to the book one day one time. Na we are surprised amujatoa hata ile pole, yani mnaona tu is like you are celebrating. About 29, waja niwaambie tuko imara. Our numbers are there. In fact, tulikuwa tunajua hakuna penye mnaenda. That's why the rest of the people, even the Aden Duale was in Karisa welcoming DP. So definitely alikuwa anajua hakuna hiyo mjadala, hiyo reading, hakuna place ilikuwa inaenda. In fact, we had tulikuwa na in-house tulikuwa tunajua Chepo yako hapo, which is a UDA member. Tulikuwa tunajua tutawapeleka tu sababu we were buying time. So come 29, we will come in full swing and we will show you the numbers. The numbers we have, that's why we win in the first round. You cannot celebrate mulikuwa na number 113. Number 113 was just to naweza sema it was just kuwafurahisha, sababu sisi tulikuwa tunajua hakuna penye inaenda, na we are very strong In fact after hii kitendo yenye inaendelea saa hizi tunaendelea kuona it is all about Azimio. Azimio ni kukuja kuterrorize Kenya, na sisi tunaungana na Wakenya wengine tuseme Azimio haina nafasi hii Kenya. Hii Kenya ni ya watu yote. Hii Kenya si ya state, si ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta afunge virago aende kwao Katundu. Hata Amtola kuna shamba ingine pale Salga, akuje huko aishi, akuwe karibu na Moi. So sisi tukiwa wazalendo wa Kenya tunasema wacha watu waamue, kura iamue. Maneno ya kuleta deep state, kuintimidate watu, kuletea watu KRA, kuleta watu DCI, those are the things of the past. We are in tuko na constitution which is a working constitution which is 2010, ambapo kuna freedom uende chama yoyote yenye unapenda. Anybody seen with deputy president analetewa DCI, KRA. I'm telling you people, hiyo time imeisha. It is now less than 7 months. You back and go. Sisi hatutaki kutishiwa. We are very strong. Milima tumepanda milima, that's why tunaambia baba, hii milima hautapanda, hii inateleza.
Pato, yes. You're not listening to me.
Thank you.
So is it that you don't listen or you don't want to hear? Pato.
Yes.
Is it that you can't hear me or you don't care what I said?
Hello, pardon.
Okay, safiri salama, salamia watu nyumbani, uniletee murisiki ukirudi Nairobi. Thank you.
Nitawaletea mursiki, lakini mukwe roho safi bwana. Sasa zile mtu hata ameumia, hata mtuma hata rambi bwana. You are just celebrating here. You are just celebrating.
What is an allegation?
You are just celebrating.
An allegation. Do you understand what an
na
allegation
kama ingekuwa mtoto wako, na kama ingekuwa mtoto wako ungekuwa una celebrate.
It makes no difference. You people are here to whip people's emotions.
It is overboard. It is overboard, man. It is overboard.
Allegations remain allegations until they are confirmed.
But why you people, why you shouting? It is a stage manage. Why you shouting? Stage manage. And somebody is in hospital. Itumbi akona watoto, akona majirani, akona familia. You people, you just have a moral bwana. You just have a moral.
Patos, exchange na wewe tafadhali. We are talking about allegations. Allegations are neither here or there. They can be real, they can be true or not true. And that's where we are. So nobody's wishing anybody death or kidnap. And every news house is talking about Itumbi abduction allegations. That means nobody has confirmed that. The officers that are supposed to make official communication have not given us official communication. So we cannot say conclusively that Itumbi was kidnapped or abducted. It is him who is saying. You can't claim a matter by yourself and you want it to become an authority.
Which investigation body are you waiting to give us the report? And the very
they are the ones you people are accusing. So I don't know. You have accused the IG, you have accused the DCI, you have accused the president, you have accused the government. So when they come to give information, who is going to believe?
Overrun people.
So only the DP's office is credible. Then let's wait for the DP's office.
The Raraka thief is the one to be
kuwa na safari njema Pato, tutaonana ukirudi. Saa hii
huyo jamaa tutakuja kumfunga yeye, kwa ile serikali inakuja. Waraka thief
wapeleki kokote. Tafuteni kura mshinde. Hii vitisho haiendi yote.
Huyo Matiang'i atavaa kinyasa, wacha tukwambie.
Ladies and gentlemen, on a lighter note, please, don't misinterpret me. Nobody's celebrating Itumbi'S case. We are only looking at the presentation of the same. Na sisi ni wadadisi ni we weigh the matter, we judge it according to the available evidence. Hakuna mtu tunachukia hapa na usituingize katika box la ku...
Bernard.
Who is talking?
Oworo chengo oworo hapa.
Sasa wakati naongea wewe unaongea alafu itakuwa ni kelele.
Just an interruption kidogo. Nilikuwa tu nataka kukumbusha Pato ya kwamba we are still looking for one Bogonko Bosire to date, 8 years down the line. We are not celebrating anything. Baby Pendo, likes of Musando, nobody celebrating. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let that rest there. Thank you, Pato, for your contribution. Naomba tuende kwa RMJ. Now, let's restrict ourselves to the 2 to 3 minutes. And let's be objective. Tusianze kuzozana, ni mapema. Hii show inaenda mpaka saa 8 usiku. Kwa hivyo, ni mapema sana, wewe kwanza kuchemka. Thank you.
Hey, salam alaikum. Merry Christmas, everyone, guys.
Merry Christmas. Naona wewe ndio Baba Christmas. Zawadi tuwapokea.
The family has decided to crown me as a Father Christmas. Okay. Thanks very much for the panelists. I know it's a bit tough discussion in terms of the the topic for today, but as the matter, we are Africans. We have to discuss these things. As your neighbor from Tanzania, I love to discuss these things as well. One thing is the background of African politics. African politicians ni watoto, let's say all Africans ni watoto wa baba mmoja na mama mmoja. There's no difference at all. Kwa hiyo nikiangalia haya mambo, especially the topic for today, in terms of Speaker MUTURI being called for the second, for the 29th, is it 29th? Something like that. And for this incidence of the blogger for UDA, and if they have the numbers as well, what I would like to say is the timing of all these kind of things where they're happening now. It brings a couple of things which we have to question ourselves. 2 days ago, let's say, is it 2 days ago or 1 day ago, when they had the last sitting for the political parties, and then second reading, and then the Kieleweke team, okay, the Azimio team, second reading, Azimio team came as the win in terms of numbers, and then over suddenly you hear there's going to be another recall to go for 29th sitting.
One moment, please, RMJ. Rono, mute your mic. The mic is the one bringing feedback. Keep it mute until it's your turn to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so
RMJ,
I was talking
continue.
I was talking in terms of the trending of this. The incidents keep happening. Okay, the sitting of 2 days ago, and then Kieleweke, there's a team coming out as a winner in terms of the number on the second reading, and then you get Justin MUTURI recalling the National Assembly to come again to finish the business, and then you get Itumbi adopted. So I think there's no one is new in Jerusalem. There's a lot of things happening when it comes to African politics. That I'm saying, African politicians ni watoto wa baba mmoja na mama mmoja. Ukisikia unaanza kukabwa kwenye koo, you have to find another means. Okay? So Let me start talking in terms of Itumbi's. No one is celebrating in terms of adopting someone and then torturing and then come with that kind of injuries or wounds. No one is celebrating in terms of that at all. I'm afraid to say that Mr. Pato came here with emotion. He has already prepared things in mind. He didn't even read the topics. Here is the topic was about. Is it managed or real? It's a question. So you come out with your finding, but he just erupted as the emotionally. So for me, I can try to say there's three scenarios in terms of this adoption of Itumbi's. One of the scenarios could be, yeah, it can be himself kidnapping himself or adopting himself. That is one scenario. The second scenario is people, they need the top seat. Big time. So they can use any means. So the second scenario is you can be used as a scapegoat without you knowing it. Because you were on the front page most of the time, talking, criticizing people that can use you without you even knowing it. So who can use him? It depends. It could be what they are claiming as the UDA team claiming as a government, or it could be themselves. So he can be used for him without even knowing, because people, they want to gain mileage. When you know that couple of 2 days I was hammered with something, so I need to gain mileage again. Let me get back to the front pages that I'm doing well. So that's another scenario. The third scenario could be outside. It could be something unrelating to politics at all. At all. One person has pointed out it could be wanagombea huko wabibi huko umekolofishana huko akachukua. So those are the kind of three scenarios I can point out for me. Okay? So the only thing I'm trying to talk about it is the UDA when in terms of their press conferences. These things, I don't know why they're coming to conclusion of coming and condemning serikali, naming people, president. That's where they're going wrong. And another thing, if you listen to their press yesterday and their press today, there's a couple of things contradicting. And where they're missing a lot of things is, instead of making one person speak, they keep giving a chance everyone speaks. When you give a chance everyone speaking, hey, you can pick a lot of some kind of, there's nothing connecting at all. So everyone comes with their own emotions. Okay, this comes with all because of this one comes because of this or this. So it's kind of they're trying to relate these things into political, which is not a good picture. They should have left it to the authorities to carry on the investigation and come out with what they have found out. But when you come straight away and start condemning and say, Matiang'i, sijui natembea, somebody natembea, is naming everybody. I don't think that's a good picture. Leave for the right authority to deal with it. Okay, that's the way I can see it. And the final point out, if it's political, let's ask ourselves: if the thing has been done in political, who's gaining mileage? Let's ask ourselves in the panel here: who's gaining the mileage? Who's gonna get the credits? They are kweli kwamba Itumbi. Sorry guys. That Itumbi has been it has been used as a politically, and who is gaining the mileage? Okay, is it the Azimio team or is it the Tanga team? Who is gonna gain the mileage in terms of that? So that's the question I'm trying to put around everyone on the panel here, so we can discuss it. Okay, that's in terms of adoption of Itumbi. In terms of the 29th recall, I don't see the chance, because if you didn't have a number on the previous sitting, it looks like there's no chance you're gonna go through again because you're almost halfway of the other. And the previous, both sides they didn't have all the members in there. But the way I can see it, there's a new team, they've got more numbers. I don't think you can beat there. You can get to the point where you're gonna end up beating that number. So the way I can see it, yeah, as I said, people, they need the top seat. There's some business that needs to be finished. People, they've been called to come and finish the business. But when ukisikia hiyo unaitwa kwa tarehe 29, lazima tumbo kiume, lazima tujitafute njia ya kujitafutia sympathy. Kwa hiyo wewe moja ongeza moja, jibu ni 2, usiniambia jibu ni 3. You have to find the way to get the sympathy. Okay? Kwa hiyo I can't see the numbers. So if the deputy speaker didn't finish the business, I can see MUTURI has been recalled, has to come and finish the business. That's the only way I can see it. That's all I can talk it now. If anyone has got a question, mje Father Christmas yuko hapa na wasubiri.
Asante Baba Christmas, tunashukuru sana kwa maoni yako. Asante kwa kutupatia mwelekeo ambao kila mmoja anahitaji katika masuala haya ya kisiasa. Kenya ni nchi ya ajabu sana ambapo mambo mengi hufanyika kwa minajili ya kujitafutia. Binafsi ikianza kutawala, mambo mengi yanaenda mrama, lakini kuna wale ambao haoni kwamba hili ni kosa. Naomba tuendelee mbele katika mchango wetu, tuende kwa Jackman. Jackman yupo?
Yes, Mr. Bernard.
Yes, alafu kabla ya Jackman, hao watu wote wamejificha nyuma ya curtain. Mnafanya screen inakuwa black. Shida iko wapi? Unless lazima ujifiche, tafadhali usijifiche. Endelea okay. Jackman, tupatie udadisi wako.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Bernard kunipatia nafasi. Okay, mimi nikitoa maoni yangu kulingana na mambo ya Itumbi. Itumbi nimekuwa nikifuatilia post zake, videos, tweets. Ni yule mtu mwenye mchokozi kwanza. Ni yule mtu mwenye anaweza kuwa na adui wengi sana. So mimi leo asubuhi nikiangalia ile macho ilikuwa inatoa damu, hiyo macho haiko fura. So sijui ilitobolewa ama ni hivyo tu, sababu macho huwa inatakana ikuwe na scratch. Kulingana vile ile macho ilikuwa naona inatoa damu, inafaa hiyo macho ingekuwa imefura. But sitaki kuingilia hiyo mambo sana, ni vile tu nataka kusema mtu anaweza kidnap. Hiyo ni kitu iko tena imeshafanyika, tumeshaona. Na mtu anaweza chukua hiyo kidnapping kwa advantage yake. So mimi kulingana vile jamaa alikidnapiwa jana na asubuhi tayari ameshapatikana, yeye mwenyewe inafaa tuambie ni nini watu walikuwa wanataka kwake. Sababu mtu hawezi kukidnap tu akuweke mahali alafu akutoe tu atienda. Kuna sababu, kuna watu lazima wakuongeleshe. Na mwenyewe inamaanisha sasa ile unaulizwa swali wanakujua wewe umekuwa responsible kwa hizo maneno zingine. So mwenyewe inatakana kuwe wazi, atuambie maneno ya ukweli. Atuambie nini na kwa nini hao watu walimkidnap. But nikirudi kwa mambo ya bill. Mambo ya bill, mimi naweza kuambia hata hao watu wasongeze hiyo kitu mpaka August. Hawezi pita sababu wabunge ni wale wale. Na kufikia sasa kila mtu amechukua mrengo wake. Yaani kama kuna favor kwa floor itaonekana kama muujiza. Na sidhani kama hao watu wa tangatanga peke yao walipiga absent kwa hao wabunge wako kwa bunge. But nataka nikuambie tu hiyo tactic yao hiyo ni vitu hizo ni jokes ndogo ndogo. Sasa mimi nataka niwaambie tu, mimi najua vile parliament wameitwa kwa tarehe 29. Hiyo mambo itatatuliwa na mambo itakuwa sawa tu. Hiyo mambo imewashinda. Hiyo ni Azimio wako juu. Hiyo naweza sema kwa sasa. Asante.
Okay, thank you Jackman, na tuokoe muda twende moja kwa moja kwa inawezekana kabla Mkenya Imara and then Jex.
Yes, thank you Bernard and fellow panelists. Good evening, good afternoon and good morning. Yeah, ningependa kuongelelea hii mambo ya Itumbi na mambo ya bunge venye imebadilishwa maneno yake kutoka 25th January mpaka 29th this December. Kuhusu mambo ya Itumbi, kulingana na mimi, I think this was just a short time business. I believe mtu akikidnapiwa in this country, wengi wenye wamekidnapiwa na kupotea hawajapatikana hivyo haraka sana, within 24, hata it was not even 24 hours, it was a very short time. I'm sorry to say, but venye tu the way other guys have been behaving, wanakaa ni watu wa short time, they don't seem to be realistic people. Wanakaa tu watu wa kucheza na emotions za wananchi to just gain some votes, to gain some mileage. I don't know why they always want to do these things, but kwa sababu hata ukiangalia hiyo macho ya Itumbi and the way other guys were taking pictures, the way they were socializing with Itumbi, the way they responded, the way they came to visit him, and the way Mr. Itumbi mwenyewe alipatikana, this thing inaleta tu a lot of questions. No matter how much we try to look at it, you know. Unaona tu watu wana smile as if it was not such a big deal, you know. Okay, wacha niache hapo. There was someone on Twitter who reminded us of a Dennis Itumbi tweet. Alipost kitambo sana when he said that, okay, let me not misquote, but somehow alisema, let me paraphrase, alisema ya kwamba hii kushika watu na kufanya nini, it also makes sense, na pia si kitu mbaya pia if police they wanachapa mtu kidogo kidogo. I'm just paraphrasing, but if you go to that tweet, you will see him supporting this kind of injustice happening. So if it's true that he was attacked, that he was kidnapped, he has to be reminded that he supported the same thing that has been done to him. Going away from this acting, tukienda kwa mambo ya 29th, other guys, we clearly saw that they did not have numbers. They had around 68, which is including Mudavadi's MPs and Wetangula's MPs. They only had those 68. That is the number that we are talking about. So it has come out that walikuwa wanataka tu to derail the process. Ndio maana ukasikia the deputy speaker, when he postponed it to February 25th, they just wanted to derail it, to delay it ndio isipite, because deadline inafaa kukua 25th, inafaa kukua February ya kubadilisha hii mambo ya hiyo mambo na chama. So they wanted to delay it because they did not have numbers. The other thing that they wanted to do was to change the question. You know, the original question that was there, they wanted to paraphrase it and bring in a new question so that isikuwe ni the original question that had already been there. So that is what they wanted to do, but the president, I believe, has told the speaker to do again this parliament thing, and wamesema haifai kupospondiwa until they do away with the whole thing before end break. So the UDA guys, they are full of side actions and mashow times mingi, but I believe chuma chao kimotoni. And yeah, that's just what I wanted to say. And thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Inawezekana. Naomba tuende moja kwa moja kwa Mkenya Imara, and then watu wa comment huko. Kuna huyu Bahati Joshua anasema mmekosa akili, unaweza pretend uvunjwe miguu na mikono mkwende huko. As at now, I don't have any information about the injuries that Itumbi has suffered. An official communication either by the doctor or by or the authorities involved. So whatever that is being shared by politicians and the rest of the people are still treated as allegations until they are proven otherwise. That is why we are talking that way. Na matusi tuache. Mkenya Imara, endelea.
Asante sana Bernard, habari ya leo?
Karibu. And Merry Christmas.
Ulikataa kutuma namba ya Wekesa tumwekee token. Unaona leo hapatikani.
Sasa nitaiweka hapa sasa hivi mtume token mara moja.
Habari za kila mtu. Merry Christmas to everyone. It's good to have you again guys. Na nimekuwa nikisikiza and I want to acknowledge that the platform is maturing and the debate is very sober these days, unlike those times when we joined with Bernard when he was still new. There used to be a lot of emotions here. Bernard, the platform is getting mature. People are ready to wait. Kitambo, people used to raise their hands all over the place. And so I think that is something to acknowledge. I would want to speak on a few aspects. And one, I want to begin by saying that even as we debate, let's remember that politicians will always be politicians. And politicians behave like the devil. They can use anything to achieve a means. I would begin by Itumbi'S kidnapping, and I would not wish kidnap and torture even on my worst enemy. But as you already appreciate is that Itumbi set the precedent, and his tweets, internet never forgets. A while back, he tweeted and said that brutality and police force is legal and acceptable in jurisdiction worldwide, and the employment of the same is not out of order. And so for such, I think he has felt and he has tasted he has had a taste of his own medicine. However, if he was kidnapped for political reasons, I don't think I will support that. That needs to be condemned. However, up to now, there's still no official communications on whether he had bruises, on how he's injured, any medical report. Whatever is being spoken by politicians, treat as politics. They can never be any better. I saw the picture of Itumbi, how the pictures were taken very selectively, and the guy looked like he came from a massage parlor. His face that was being shown with a blood stain, he sounded like he came from a massage parlor. His face was very clean. He didn't look like somebody who had been thrown out of a car near Kasarani. I stay in Kasarani, and I know where Lakisama is. That guy should have been a little bit roughed up, maybe angekuwa mchafu kidogo. And those are the things that are bringing questions. How can you say you've been abducted, roughed up and beaten, and they are saying the guy was dumped naked? And when you look at you look like the guy has just gotten from a kinyozi. and has been massaged. Those are the things that raise questions. However, I must come very clear that any abductions and torture cannot be acceptable. And for now, we cannot comment so much because we've not had any official communication. Now, but connecting politics to Itumbi's kidnap is the big question is, always the big question is, who is gaining from this kidnapping? That is the big question. Who stands to gain? And let's dissect it this way. Both sides will stand to gain, but let me begin by saying it is Uda that stands to gain from this kidnap, because we have known these people to be people who are professionals in whipping the emotions of the nation and in seeking for sympathy for everything. They can never let any small thing go by without turning it to their advantage. They are good in doing that. We know Itumbi is a major propagandist. He's a guy who is in-depth in propaganda. He manufactures propaganda and he whips emotions. He's a guy who can do anything. He has even been accused for hacking the ICC website and exposing the witnesses. He was accused that he was the brain behind the exposure of the witnesses of the ICC cases. And so he's a guy who is capable of doing anything. So my thought on this is, one, probably Itumbi used himself as a lamp for some end, and we are going to check those ends according to my own script. Secondly, Itumbi might have been used without his knowledge because he's the most visible man and is the one with many enemies. Third, we could say that Itumbi was having personal score settled. It could have even been a love triangle or a business deal. You know, politics and the circles of politics, people like Itumbi are people who eat from political coffers. And probably a deal went wrong somewhere and he had to pay with some rough up and some stuff like that. And fourth, it could have been politics. It might not have been the state, but the way Itumbi has been arousing emotions, you saw the way that guy was traveling, talked as if he was the one who had been kidnapped. Politics is about persuasion and emotions, and people take these things so personally. That's why supporters of both camps sometimes fight. It could have even been supporters of the other camp and returning a favor to Itumbi for the mess he's creating in the other camp. So theories are many, but the big question is, who stands to gain from Itumbi's kidnap? From where I sit, I want to say the following. I don't think the government, if they wanted to eliminate Itumbi, they would kidnap him for a few hours. The government is not so stupid. Why kidnap him for a few hours and beat him up and leave him? If the government wants to finish and kill you, even if the government wants to kill the DP, they would have done that so long. If the government wants to finish someone, they can do it in a very clean way. Even up to now, we're still not sure who killed Musando. We are not sure who killed Jacob Juma, despite issues coming up. You will never find it. If the government is keen to finish a business, they don't do it halfway. And so someone trying to say government picked Itumbi, it could have been yes, but I don't think government would stand to gain so much from abducting Itumbi. After all, Itumbi is a very small fish to them. He's a very small person to deal with. Now, why do you think Uda would want Itumbi abducted? One, they would want to gain sympathy. And most likely, I think they would want to divert attention from the flop they had in parliament. Most likely, they just want, you know what government does? When there's a scandal, they do something to divert attention. When there's a major thing and a conversation going around, they want to divert attention. And so UDA could have sponsored the abduction of Itumbi to simply cover face for the embarrassment they had, because everybody was asking for the numbers. They cannot account for the numbers. How do you account? How do you give reasons? You have been probably in the payroll and you've been getting support from this outfit, and you could not show up in parliament because you are in Diani having some good time while the numbers were missing in parliament. How do you come and convince the master that, master, my personal time in Diani was more important than the business in the house? And so probably they could go this direction to cover face so that Kenyans can momentarily forget about the flop of numbers in parliament by pursuing the Itumbi case. And that is how politics work. Secondly, they can do it again. They can
Kenya Imara, time.
Yes, I'm finishing.
Please conclude. Conclude.
Yes.
Time is gone.
Thank you. They can do it to probably raise emotions and make people more angry as we head to the 29th when we are meeting the president. And so those could be the reasons. Finally, I want to finish by commenting on the special sitting. If genuinely the president, or maybe probably the government, has an agenda with this motion going through, then I want to you rest assured that it will go through. And having the president in the chambers while this bill is being read for a third and final time would be the best opportunity, because everyone would want to save face. Even the Azimio people who would not be there would want to show their solidarity. The Tanga people who are still not decided whether they are in UDA or they are in Azimio will have a hard time making a vote that day. And so I think having the president around would be to fix this thing once and for all. And so I don't think UDA is going to raise numbers on 29th. If sincerely the government has an end to this, they have an agenda with this bill, then you can be prepared that it will go through and it will sail. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Mkenya Imara. Twende kwa Jakes. Jakes, after that Sylvester. Jakes, are you there? Bwana Jakes?
Jakes amelala.
No, he was unmuting. Jakes, mitambo yako yuko sawa ama kuna nini? Tutume tokens. Inaonekana Jakes ako na mitambo problems. Sylvester ametoweka.
Bernard, post your number as well.
Sylvester is around.
Okay, Sylvester, go ahead.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to be part of this discussion. And my concern is, as a healthcare worker, I'm concerned. I saw some funny things that are not adding up. For example, how do you have bandages all over? Then a few minutes after they are removed, I questioned in a different forum how a person could be having some eye injury. There is no edema, there's no swelling. Then the eye is bleeding. 2 minutes later, you're having a pass through the same eye. in my view, that the guy could be severely compromised otherwise, that he could produce pass within 2 minutes or 2 hours. This seems to me like a very seriously fabricated issue, and wants to taint the government and maybe put people into situations they are not in, implicate people and blackmail people to be doing what they are not doing. I think it's a campaign strategy, and as guys, I think we need to be alert, and we need to incorporate like all sectors to be discussing this, because how do we buy this honestly? Who buys this? Who buys this honestly? Back to you, coordinator.
Okay, thank you, Sylvester. Jakes, you are back. Try out. How are you?
Can you hear me now? Sorry, I had some challenge with what I was logged in with.
Yes, you
Can
are.
you-
You are now clear. Go ahead. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, bro. How are you?
We are good. You are good. Thank you.
And to everyone else, Demba, Ochieng, and the many joining us live and all. Merry Christmas to you people, and blessed Happy New Year. Now, the topic today ni mrefu, so I don't know which part I need to go into and discuss. But I wouldn't want to cast aspersions to what happened to Itumbi, whether it's believable or not. It's for anyone to decide and either believe it or not. Because by the end of the day, a lot there's a lot that has been left to be desired. As someone in the panel asked, who stands to gain? Equally, who also stands to lose? And then is it stage managed or is it real? That is the big question the elephant in the room. But whatever it is, I don't wish to dwell so much on it, because I tend to believe by the end of the day, the objective, if it was stage managed, was attained. If it wasn't, the purpose of the abduction was attained by the abductees. Now, I also wish to fail not to I wish to ask the medic who has just spoken before me. I didn't see pus in his eyes, maybe, but after someone has cried and all, tears have a way of clogging in someone's eyes. That is what I kind of saw. It's synonymous. For example, when you wake up in the morning, watu huita matongo kwa macho, That's what that was there. It wasn't really pus, and then the blood wasn't really convincing enough. But anyway, as I've said, I'm not here to support Itumbi, neither am I here to crucify him. I wish him well. It is sad to have a Christmas on a hospital bed. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. Christmas is a time of us being with family and friends. So that he will have it in a different way, I wish him a quick recovery, and I hope all goes well. On the special sitting on the 29th, to me, it's not who wins. By the end of the day, this law, once it's passed, I hope will not come back to say it wasn't a good law in the future, because as Kenyans, we have a way of passing things or implementing things because of the spur of the moment or the heat of the moment, only for us to say, oh, we were coerced and all. So I tend to ask, it doesn't really matter which way it goes. Is this law beneficial? Does it help us? And above all, how do the common mwananchi stand to gain from it? So that is, to me, is the most important thing. Whether it fails or not, what is more important is how that bill will affect us. Because as I've always opined before, the constitution should never be changed for one individual's advantage. neither should it not be changed for any group's disadvantage. So by the end of the day, it should serve all of us, because as I've always stated, at times you may make laws, as one time Morengo said, thinking it will benefit you, only for it to benefit your opponent. Case in point, the 2010 Constitution, the one man who strongly opposed it and led the No campaign is actually the sitting deputy president. So you may make laws, maybe think, we have won, but what matters is who has the last laugh. That at times really speaks volume, because Ruto might have opposed it. He's now enjoying, in fact, getting a salary as a DP, actually doing nothing. His office is accumulating some nice cobwebs. But he seriously opposed the 2010 constitution that secured his office. Despite him running up and down, he cannot be dethroned like previous vice presidents. His office is well secured. Hence, he's benefiting from something he vehemently opposed. So to me, I tend to think whatever laws we come up with, whatever regulations that we make, also ask yourself, what if the shoe was changed to the other leg? Would I still enjoy it? So it's not about UDA guys, neither is it about the Azimio guys. Eventually, the Mwananchi should be the one to ask the question, how does this law affect me? Because by the end of the day, we are the guys who give these people the mandate to lead and to be in the offices that they occupy. Whether they serve us or not, the choices that we make are eventually what we suffer from for the 5 years. So I look forward to next year as I make my final submission, that next year will change some of these leaders, so that we don't just want leaders who dance to the one who pays the piper. We want leaders who will look at the interest of all the people they serve, their electorate, so that by the end of the day, my leader should give services to me, not because it's a privilege, but because it's my right. Because we pay our taxes so that we get good roads. We pay our taxes so that we can have good hospitals. We pay our taxes so that we can enjoy all that appertains to a good nation that is served by good and noble leaders. So to me, next year should be a good year. I hope there'll be no violence. Whatever party wins, Kenya will have won. Whatever remains will be, I'll still have Bernard as my brother to joke with, to laugh with, to share such debates. And these politicians, even if you die for them, they'll not come to your funeral. We will mourn you for just a few hours, and then you'll be a forgotten case. So let's value our lives. It doesn't need to be a bloodshedding context or it is not a do or die. We don't need to lose anyone. Whether Baba wins, Ruto wins, Musalia wins, whoever will win next year, he will serve all of us. I remember in 2013, we were told actions have consequences. So much was raised against Uhuru. Many opposed him. But today we are saying he turns out to be a good president, depending from which side you look at him. But by the end of the day, we cannot know someone until that someone occupies an office. So by the end of the day, Kenyans, I wish to beseech you that don't just be taken by the heat of the moment, by the hatred that these politicians really try to spin in our hearts. But let's try to look at them as they're just mortal beings. They are human like you and me. They are born to make mistakes and all. But by the end of the day, when we shall elect them, let's look for someone who is better, someone who in his hands we are safe, as the clarion call has now been, and someone who is able to take our country forward, someone who is able to make us feel proud to be Kenyans, and someone who is able to make this nation greater. So I wish to say that by the end of the day, whatever happens on the 29th, Kenya will still be the winner. Whatever happens on the 9th of August, Kenya should be the winner. We are one, and in this country, our interests should come first, regardless of who is in power. Thank you so much, Bernard. I wish everyone a happy, merry, and joyous Christmas tomorrow, and above all, a very fruitful and prosperous 2022. Probably I might not join in till the very end of the year, but to them, to all my friends in the WhatsApp group, to those who join us live in the panel, God bless you so much. You have made 21 a remarkable year. I've made friends through Bernard, through Themba. At times we take each other off the rail, but we are friends, we are brothers, we are Kenyans. Far and away, we are people who represent this great republic. May God bless you, people. Have a fantastic one. Love you, people. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Jax. Have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We trust to link up again as we continue the conversation. Even as we may take off holiday, the conversation continues because Kenya is our business, and charting the way forward for this country must remain our priority, regardless of our political persuasion. Thank you very much for your contribution. I want us to move forward. Themba, you must be ready by now.
Yeah, good evening, good afternoon, and good morning from wherever you are. You can hear me, Bernard?
Very clearly. Welcome to the show. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas to everyone, and Merry Christmas to the world. Now, to the topic on Itumbi'S kidnap allegations. Number one, I think that is in my view, that is the Niger movie actors. I think tried. They should have come for him as an actor. So I want to start by that because can you imagine? Just sit next to someone next to you, and they try hitting your eye here, giving you a blow. The first thing you'll see is the whole of this part will swell. So can you imagine that blow has hit you and the eye is not swollen? It's blood that is coming out. That means the pressure was too hard, but this bone is not swollen. Then someone has hit your mouth so badly, and then the whole of your mouth is not swollen. Then he must be a kind of a magic kind of a person. If that is happening to you, that the fluid inside is actually coming out, but the mouth is not swollen. I think I need that kind of if it is a special kind of magic they're using that side, I think I need it. On the other note, where was he found? Who found him? Because the story is you are kidnapped, the next time you are in hospital. That must be a very interesting kind of a journey. You know, you are from kidnapping to the hospital. The last I can say about that is, yeah, that's a very nice Niger movie. I think we need to wait for season 2 and season 3. Then even the people who came in and started commenting all over, you know, it was kind of scripted. That immediately you do this, we are the ones who are going to share it. It was shared, you know, the way Sudi is talking. It was shared all over. They would have killed him. Where were they? If they knew, they would have killed him. Itumbi is such a small person to the government. So I think that the thing that they're trying to create that is such a big person. He's not the government. There's nowhere you can the government is the government, you know. And what has been proven today is that I mean, I think his propaganda backfired. in my view, propaganda backfired, because I don't know what they'll be saying again when they put Itumbi as the head of HNIB. How can you have intelligence of every other thing, but you can't have intelligence of when you'll be abducted? So you are a fake intelligence. So that is propaganda gone bad, and it has backfired. So they'll have to spend the next few days to save face. They'll have to try and manage that process, because now how does he post again about, we have intelligence that this is what is going to happen? Before that, he had tweeted and said, I think he had posted and said that they're planning to reduce Raila's whatever, according to him. So he has intelligence about every other person apart from his abduction. That is hogwash. So they're going to try for this week to try and undo the propaganda that has gone bad. Which is the safest way to do that? Try saying the government abducted Itumbi. For what reason? If the government had reasons to abduct, or even the police to abduct Itumbi, now Sudi is coming up saying he was abducted because Itumbi was tweeting about Mutiamba's son. What does that have to do with Itumbi being abducted? I mean, those are things. There are so many bloggers tweeting everything. You will not want to abduct to concern yourself with Itumbi. The other thing they wanted to see is what will be the reaction of Kenyans. They haven't seen the reaction they were looking for. Say they are the only ones, the politicians are the ones who are reacting. But we want to ask them, how many abductions, how many Kenyans are killed every single day? And they don't come out to talk. I think those are the questions. Are there better Kenyans than others? That's the question we want to ask them, even those MPs who are speaking. Today, even today, in their constituencies, there are people who have been probably abducted, who have been arrested, who have been killed. What have they done? Have they come to the social media to start telling us that you need to release so and so? They are pretenders, and that is what we need to call them for. They are no better Kenyans than others, and I think Kenyans need to wake up and stop us, taking us. These politicians should stop taking us for fools. This pretense that they keep coming to show us here. Itumbi is one person. How many politicians have come out there just saying, oh, release Itumbi? How many Kenyans have been abducted today? Is there a better life than other? I think those are the questions we need to ask them. We need to see them even right now going, who elected them? Their constituents are suffering. Their constituents are being killed. Their constituents are coming out every day. I mean, some of them are suffering. Instead of coming here to start telling us about Itumbi, they should tell us. They keep saying they wanatetea mtu wa kawaida. One person. We don't mind, yes, it's a single life. But if you are doing that for Itumbi, do it for other Kenyans. How many of them have come out to say that today you want so and so released? So that propaganda has gone bad. And I'm sure for the next few days, this weekend, they're trying to map out how they are going to save face. But one thing, they have been gotten for who they are. We have gotten them for who they are. One, there's nothing like HNIB. There's nothing like Hustler Nation Intelligence Bureau, because if there was, they would have known what was there today. So if it cannot even see that, then there's a problem with it. So there's nothing they tell us. Number two, the drama that has come out of that is so fake. That means there's the person who was even stage managing it has a lot of fakeness. You can't even follow the story. If you are abducted today and these people want you not seen, and you are a Dennis Itumbi, they will not get you today, then release you tomorrow immediately. They won't. There is someone from Meru, Mbijiwe, who was abducted. He has not been seen to date. Those MPs are not coming out to talk about it, or that one is not alive. The Itumbi one is what they are talking about. I think those people even those politicians need to style up. So Itumbi is abducted. We are not sure where was he gotten, how bad was he. If you're going to be, if you are dumped somewhere, if people will not abduct you from here and then dump you along Thika Road. They'll go dump you The other guys who escaped from the jail were they are gotten in Kitui, who abducts you, a serious abductor, then releases you at the stage so that people can get you. They should stop playing with our mind. And those are the things that we want to see. I mean, right now, I think, as someone has said here, they are sensing that there's something that is happening by them. And in fact, they're even following an interesting script. Immediately, Murkomen comes and says, we are going to write to the UN about a drama. Kenyans have died because of other things. You want to write to them because of drama. Write to them about other things. Tuko na madeni na tusumbua. Some of us are dying because of corona. Write to the UN because of other serious matters, not because of a drama. I mean, these politicians, I don't know what they take Kenyans for. And we need to tell them out, tell them off. Finally, I suspect, in my view, that a lot is happening, and the UDA side is sensing that because it came immediately after the numbers in parliament that didn't show up. So immediately after the numbers, then you stage manage this so that you can start coming up with a narrative that you see the state is going back to, to the years of KANU. Someone tweeted and said years of KANU. Ruto was in KANU, single party system. They were the ones who were actually torturing people. Ruto was part of that. So when you're telling that it's going back to KANU, then UDA is not the alternative. And this is what one of them tweeted. This is what one of them tweeted. I think I need to read it so that you can see it. Sometime back when people were being tortured, this was one Ndindi Nyoro, and I think it was on Twitter. It was Facebook. 2017, 13th October. The internet doesn't forget. This is what he wrote. It is that time when the NASA guys have already refused, the issues of elections, and so what are they doing? They are trying to fight for justice, and Matiang'i is so tough. Matiang'i is making everybody, Matiang'i is a darling that time. Matiang'i is a darling that time. Matiang'i is the real guy, the OG, So this is what Ndindi Nyoro wrote on Facebook. And these are the kind of people who are now, and in fact, they went back to parliament and voted in the security laws. The time they were telling us, wachana na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. This is what Ndindi Nyoro said. Those people who are torturers and persecutors of yesterday, pretending to be, saviors of today. This is what Ndindi Nyoro said. I congratulate our security men. This time, live bullets were being shot at demonstrators. It is constitutional for people to protest. It is constitutional. It's within the constitution. If you don't picketing, if you don't like what you're seeing, it's something that is a constitution. If you don't like what the government is giving, it's a constitutional right. But now this is what he said. I congratulate our security men for protecting innocent Kenyans from hooligans. So he's calling protesters hooligans, goons, thugs, and barbarians. A Kenyan calling other Kenyans who are protesting for their rights barbarians in the name of NASA supporters. Their diabolical attempts must be met with strong force of the law. That is someone who is now pretending to care about other Kenyans. We passed enough billions in the supplementary budget to cater for tear gas. I actually proposed that the Interior Ministry leases the Kenya pipeline facilities to have enough tear gas in Kisumu, Migori, and specifically 1-6 pipe for Kondele. You see, this is someone who has no remorse for Kenyans who are fighting for their rights, suggesting that they should be hit more. In fact, Moses Kuria is saying that they wonder why they're not using live bullets. Itumbi was in that, and Itumbi tweeted, even said that this is what I think my brother Inawezekana was trying to find out, where he said, let me read it so that you can get what he said. You know, is Itumbi tweeting? You know, this is what Itumbi said. The kind of people that we're having right now is an interesting lot. You know, this is what Itumbi said. The law allows police to use force in several circumstances, and the courts all over the world have upheld that fact. That's a private account. Nobody's forcing you to post things in your private account. You know, you cannot wake up. And then the other day, these are the kind of people surrounding the deputy president. The other day, Gachagua was asked in a Kikuyu FM that why, as a DO, he was able to torture people in Limuru. He said, I was just doing my job. You know, I was just doing my job. The government of the day, that was Moi's government, is the one to blame. This is the kind of reasoning of the people we have. So these are people who can be told, go torture, and they'll torture. They'll happily do it. They'll happily engage in it. We need to reject this particular group of people, goons, you know, people who can easily kill, easily torture, and then appreciate and be happy about it. Torturers of today are pretending to be saviors of tomorrow. We do not agree. Everybody's constitutional right must be respected. Even if Itumbi was to be tortured, if it was true, this one is drama. We wouldn't agree with it because Itumbi is a citizen. Itumbi is protected within the constitution. And I cannot wake up and tweet that if people are protesting and they are being clobbered, I tweet that I say that it's okay for the government to do that. No, it's wrong. It's their constitutional right. Respect it. I stop there for now, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Themba. I believe that is clear enough. Na tumai hakuna maswali yanaibuka kwa hiyo yote. Tuweze kujadiliana hii nchi yetu. And then Mtembei TV appreciates all of you for your support for 2021. And if you can read the sticker on the screen, that is one way of getting your support to us. There are details on especially on the YouTube channel on how you can make a contribution, and you will get that sticker on all your comments. So those of you that are happy with the channel and you want to make a contribution, please attend to that sticker. And when you make your contribution, it will turn your wherever it will turn your comments using that particular sticker. That's one way of celebrating Christmas with us all at Mtembei TV. I appreciate all of you for your continued support. Please let us not relent. The game is just beginning. Barry, Edwin, your gadget is not well connected. Please, you will not be able to get to the studio and contribute until you allow StreamYard to control your camera and your audio. So please, we are getting you out of the studio. When you get back, restart your phone if you're using your phone. And then when you click on the link, make sure that you allow StreamYard to control your audio and video. That's the only way you'll be able to get to the studio and be able to contribute. Otherwise, you keep buffering for the rest of the show, which we don't advocate for. Community ancestor, ngoja kwanza kabla community ancestor, kuna Stone PK. Stone PK, naomba mchango wako, alafu community ancestor, and then tuende kwa Jakindube.
Unmute bwana.
Stone PK, umehang nini? Inaonekana Stone PK, unmute. Alafu unasema jambo. Stone PK akona itilafu ya mitambo. community answers to come in as he keeps trying.
Yeah, asante sana Mr. Bernard and my fellow panelists. Yeah, in fact, nimeona hii topic ya leo kuhusu mambo ya Itumbi. By the way, who is Itumbi yani? Naona kila mahali ni Itumbi manzi. Maybe Wakenya waniambie who is Itumbi because inaonekana ni mtu mkubwa sana serikalini manzi. Wacha tu hayo yaishe. So Itumbi na mambo ya hii mambo ya kidnapping hii mimi naweza sema it is just only mambo ya state managing sasa I will agree with Mr. Tempa. Itumbi yeye ndio he always say that is a hustler investigative bureau guru. Now when these kidnappers were coming to kidnap him, where were those informers who gives him this intelligence information? Were they asleep at that day? And then if they were asleep, after he gets out of Nairobi West Hospital, he should fire all of them. Maybe abaki kuwa yeye mwenyewe ndio investigator, ndio kila kitu manze. Sasa angalia, wamemwacha manze mpaka anataka kufa. So au walifanya kazi shodi sana. Hata Mr. Itumbi, kama unanipata vizuri, in fact inastahili mshahara wa huu mwezi wasipata kabisa. Usiangalia walikuacha kwa mataa. Alafu jambo lingine, ndugu yake ambaye anaitwa David Itumbi, niliona alituupdate kuwa we keep our gadgets charged for he will be updating us, ama they will be updating us. Hapo in fact kuna question mark ambayo ninaweka hapo. Kuna dots ambazo zinastahili ziletwa kwa pamoja. We keep our gadget charged. Nani alimwambia kuwa gadget zetu zilikuwa zinafanya nini? Zilikuwa zinaenda off. Na when somebody ako kwa mikononi mwa abductors ama kidnappers, in fact ndugu yake ile kitu angetuambia ni kuhusu mambo ya maombi, because in fact it is a few people who have managed to get themselves out of kidnappers or abductors, because in fact chances of surviving after you've been abducted, they are very very small, very very small. So wakati ndugu yake anatuambia kuwa tuweke gadgets on au anatuupdate nini? Ile kitu angetuambia it just only endelea kuombea ndugu yangu because we don't know what will happen. So hata nyinyi chichazie, just only hii ni mambo ya side shows tu za watu wa UDA. Alafu niki-add kwa hii mambo ya Itumbi, when 2017 things zilikuwa zimekuwa mbaya kabisa, wakati watu ODM tulikuwa tunakula marisasi left right and center, huyu Itumbi tu ndiye alisema kuwa police are allowed to use force. Vile Mr. Tempa nimesikia amemquote hapo, police are allowed to use force. So mimi kama security naomba tu niulize, police are allowed to use force on who? On people, okay? Itumbi inclusive. So hawa watu wa UDA wakati wanasema kuwa it is police ambao, cause in fact wanadai kuwa it is police ndio huenda walimkidnap. So mbona ile wakati Itumbi akisema kuwa police are allowed to use force, so wakati police sasa hivi ambao in quote kuwa wao ndio walimabduct, so kama walimabduct maybe waka use force, why are they crying? Kwa sasa unajua sasa tusije tukaangalia wengine kuwa wao maybe wanatumia maji ya watumii damu, lakini wakati sasa au police wana land on you, tunaona kuwa police wanafanya vibaya. In fact Itumbi kama at all ni police walifanya hivyo, tunalaumu, but hata hawa Kenya wenzetu ambao wamepitia mikononi mwa police hapo nyuma, watu wa UDA walitulet down kwa sababu hawaku condemn this police, waseme kuwa police mnafanya vibaya kwa sababu these people ambao mna use force on them, they are human being like us. Ndio unaona kuwa in fact hii mambo ya mkuki kwa nguruwe tunaona kuwa ni mtamu, lakini kwa mwanadamu unakuwa mchungu. It is wrong. So kufinish hiyo mambo ya Itumbi, mimi naweza sema kuwa in fact hii ni mambo ya stage managing. Angalia zile selfies zenye Kimani Ichung'wah alikuwa anachukua pale, mtu ameumia, wewe unachukua selfies na una smile baadaye ulie, tuone kabisa ukitoa koti, hata ukiangusha chini tuone yenyewe umesikia uchungu, but he was smiling. Una smile na mtu anaaga dunia. It is very wrong, but hii ime backfire. Wacha tungoje kesho tuone wanaleta mambo yapi. Ikimalizia about political parties bill, hii bill inakuwa sponsored na nani by the way? Hii bill inakuwa sponsored na gava. Who is government? Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, William Samoei Ruto. These are the very people ambao wana sponsor hii bill ya political parties. Wanataka sanity iwe kwa political parties. So mimi nashangaa wakati ninaona ya kina Alice Waome, kwa sababu ni watu wa Jubilee na they are part of government, eti wanapinga kitu ambayo wao wenyewe ndio wanaleta kwa floor of the house. Ninashangaa sana. Alafu na jambo lingine, Musalia Mudavadi, yeye ndiye amekuwa akilia eti watu wa ODM waliwapatia pesa kidogo hizi za mgago, hizi zenye waligawia na political parties. Bas last time wakati hii bill ilikuwa read the second time, Musalia Mudavadi na Wetangula walivote kwa opposition. So mimi nashanga, yani mbona hiyo wakati walikuwa analia, wakati at that time they were crying that wamenyimwa mgao sawa, but now wakati hii bill imekuja so that it is political party registrar ndio atakuwa na distribute hizi pesa kwa parties ambazo maybe zinaunda coalition ama what. sasa hivi wanataka kujitenga. So this time on 29th, ile kitu naomba Musalia Mudavadi na Wetangula wavotie hii bill so that next round pesa zikitoka kwa registrar ziwafikie, wasianze kulia vile walilia last time eti ODM tuliwakanyagia. Asante sana Mr. Bernard.
Thank you, community ancestor. We appreciate your contribution. Before we hear from Jakindube, I just want to say that it is important that we all sober up when it comes to legislation. Legislations are usually personalized in, or rather, you fight something that you can benefit from as you turn it into a weapon that that may not necessarily be the case. And so what difference does it make if the political party amendment is going to help Azimio and not UDA? What is Azimio doing that UDA is not doing? And what is illegal about what Azimio is doing that UDA doesn't want to support? So some of the debates that and the excuses that are being raised is just a matter of trying to say because you have to say something. But it's important that as legislators, as people charged with responsibility to legislate for the future of the country, we become sober and become bipartisan in making laws that are going to be there for posterity. Because like the matter community is bringing up, political party, ODM was doing a favor to the other NASA partners. They were not entitled to the money. And even Kalonzo is a member of WIPA, but he ran on ODM ticket. And so, because the law was not clear on the same, now they want to make the law clear that if you are going to run as a coalition, you can run as a coalition. All of you are entitled to what that coalition stands for. Now, when that needs to be made clear, and then somebody jumps up and says it is meant to help Azimio la Umoja, what is wrong with helping Azimio la Umoja? Tunapaswa kukubali kama kama wazo letu si bora, tukubaliane na wazo ambalo ni bora, sio kupinga tu wazo kwa sababu halijatoka katika mrengo wenu. If something is good for Kenya, let us support it. That's what makes you a proper legislature. But if you are in there to fight, to support the status quo simply because that's what your party leader told you to do, this business of people going to parliament to parrot what their party leader told them to do needs to stop. The reason why they vote for you is because you have brains that can help contribute to developing the agenda of the country to move to the next level. Not for you to go there and become a parrot of saying what you're told to say. Support what helps Kenya. That is the reason why you're in parliament. If not, 2022 is not far from the corner. It's not far. We will soon recall you. And this time round, let every Kenyan sober up and be able to place your vote on somebody who is going to represent you and be able to legislate laws that will help the country move forward, not laws that will help the country go backward. That is very, very important. Mzee Jakindube, uko tayari?
Nipatie dakika moja. Nipatie dakika moja.
Aya, subiri hapo tumsikie Ayaga. Ayaga vipi?
Niko poa Bernard, how are you?
I'm very fine. Christmas nakuja kesho asubuhi kuchukua mzinga wangu.
Sawa, umekaribishwa.
Asante.
Sawa, community ancestor sasa.
Sorry, niko fiti sana baba, long time.
Long time, umepotea sana Niko. Asanteni sana Pemba, Ochieng na Jakindu. Bernard, mimi nina jambo like tatu tu I want to talk about. Number one, the so-called kidnapping is coming just when the breaking news of Speaker recalling the Parliament, or maybe they had intelligence about that earlier before it was posted, and then the guy is disappearing. Number one, that will help them with the propaganda that the government is forcing even MPs will not go to Parliament. On their side, will not go to Parliament because the government is intimidating them. So because the numbers are less, they want to oppress it further to justify that it is the intimidation. That's why they cannot leave their homes. That's number one. Number two, I listened to Murkomen's statement, Bernard. The Murkomen statement was very well organized, and it could tells you where all things started and where it's ended. Even went further and talk about some people have forgotten
just 1 minute, Ayaga. 1 minute, please. I want to address myself on the issue of Rob Hillary. Rob Hillary, you are crossing the line. If you are here to profile people, we will not tolerate you. The issue of laws and laws, I've been trying to get you to reason, and you seem not to be budging. So please, you cannot eliminate laws from Kenya. There's no Kenya without laws. So that's not your job. And please, if you have a problem with laws, there is a Luo Council of Elders. There is the Kenya government. The DP is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. You can use those channels to address on why laws are supposed to be profiled. Please don't do that on this channel. If you insist on it, we are kicking you out. Thank you. Ayaga, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bernard. I was just going exactly there because that guy is not talking by mistake. That was a very well planned. Because look at where Dennis, if you listen to Murkomen's statement, he profiling Luos by saying that it is now the leaders from Luo Nyanza are not talking about Msandos, are not talking about Baby Pendo, are not talking about Ouko. And yet we had somebody, a police, Yebe Kemei, was killed the other day from his community, and they forgot to mention that. So these people, and look where Itumbi was found, Lakisama. Bernard, I'm born and raised in those areas. I'm still staying around that place up to today. Look where Dennis Itumbi was found, in Lakisama. And if you took that road coming up, you are in Gomongo, and then a dump site, a small bridge there, then you reach Dandora Phase 4. And you can see that those are Luo dominated areas. So they want to bring a picture that it is a government. Luos are now in a coalition with the government to kill William Ruto supporters, mostly from Kikuyu. I know those places, Bernard. If that guy could have been found, even at 1 p.m. at night, it is not only by 2 people. That road is a very busy road with motorbikes because there is no vehicle connecting the 3 places, Gomongo, Lakisama, and Dandora. That road only uses motorcycle, and motorcycle are many. You can get like 50 or something. Wamepark hapo wanangoja customer wa kuvuka. So you cannot tell me 2 people, even you, Bernard, at night, a guy who is naked amekuja kukuliza usaidizi, ungejua tu vizuri this thing can turn against me. And those 2 guys, coincidentally, they are kisses. And those 2 guys never reported that issue to the police until police maybe was informed at 10 a.m. in the morning. Bernard, whoever planned this thing, it has failed. It has backfired. Nothing will be done. But I'm sorry for them. I'm sorry for them because such things they are putting the life of that guy in danger. And now lying, even by seeing the pictures in the morning, how ladies were going there to do what? Pictures were speaking volumes. And finally, look at the people who read the statement, like around 16. Don't get shocked if the exact number is the one you will see in Parliament on 29. Others will have a reason that they fear for their lives, so they cannot move away from their houses. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Okay, thank you Ayaga. We appreciate your contribution. Kama kuna swali, there is somebody. How do you join the panel? You use the link being shared on the comment. You click on the link, allow StreamYard to control your camera and audio. You will find yourself into the studio. We still have got chances. We are less than 5. We are 5 people in the studio right now. That means you can get in if you try to come in now. After we get to 10 people, you find it difficult, but as soon as somebody leaves, you can get in. Let us get going. Where's Jakindu Bay? Okay. Jakindu Bay, natumai sasa hivi uko ready.
Asanteni sana asanteni sana na wasalimia kwa Krismasi njema na natumaini mtakuwa na Krismasi njema na mwaka mpya wenye ufanisi.
Thank you. Karibu.
Nilikuwa nafanya kitu sijamaliza, lakini nilikuwa tangu jana nilikuwa nataka nipate nafasi ya kuwatakia Krismasi njema na mwaka mpya uliojaa na furaha na maendeleo mazuri, lakini nilipopata nafasi ya niliona kwamba mko online leo, kasema lakini nikitaka kuchangia juu ya hiyo kwanza nataka kusema kwamba nasema asante sana hasa kwa hii nafasi, kwa sababu nimejifunza mambo mengi sana katika wakati wa majadiliano. Nimesikia maoni tofauti na nimejifunza mambo mengi. Nashukuru sana kwa sababu kujifunza huwa haina mwisho. Najifunza wakati wote, lakini kuchangia nania leo naweza kusema kwamba huyu bwana Itumbi mimi namtakia kila laheri, apone mapema, lakini naweza kusema kwamba unajua wanasemaga kwamba yale ambayo hutendeka huwa yanaenda round, what comes around goes wherever. Wanasema kile ambacho kinafanyika huwa mara nyingine narudi, kwa sababu wakati huyu Itumbi alikuwa kule State House alikuwa na matamshi mabaya sana. Kitu ikitokea kwa Mkenya mwingine alikuwa na matamshi mabaya lakini hii ambayo imempata leo, mimi sijui kama ni ukweli ama ni uongo, lakini kama ni ukweli mimi singependelea madhara kama hayo itokee kwa mtu, lakini kitu ambacho mimi naweza kusema ni kwamba haya madhara lazima tujifunze kwa mambo kama haya, kwamba wakati fulani unapokuwa sehemu fulani usifikirie kwamba wale wengine si binadamu kama wewe, kwa sababu hata Moses Kuria watu wamemtaja hapa, lakini Moses Kuria siku nani alikufa, yule jamaa alipatikana, huyu jamaa anaitwa Msando. Moses Kuria matamshi yake yalikuwa mabaya sana. Bado nakumbuka hata picha yake vile alikuwa pale. Hizi vitu ni vibaya sana kusherekea wakati mwenzako ana shida. Wewe unasherekea ukifikiria kwamba wewe utafika wakati huo. Ni kama tu vile wanasemaga ile nani ile miti imekauka, na mimi ile miti haijakauka bado, nafikiri inacheka ile imekauka kwa sababu iko motoni, lakini hata yenyewe inasahau kwamba hata yenyewe itakauka tu na iwekwe motoni. So tusifurahie vitu kama hizi, kutaka kufurahia mtu ambaye ni kama sio Mkenya mwenzako. Bernard, nataka kumwambia huyo mtu ambaye ulikuwa unamsomea, kama anatusikiliza, nataka kumwambia hivi: sisi wote ni Wakenya. Kama unachukia Wajaluo, unachukia Wakikuyu, Wakisii, wa Meru, wa nani, tafadhali wachana na hiyo. Jifunze kuishi nao. Hakuna kitu utawafanya, huwezi kuwaua wote, hakuna kitu itabadilika. Kwa hiyo jifunze kuishi na hawa watu, jifunze kuwa na adabu. Ujifunze kwamba wewe ni Mkenya. Hawa Kenya ambao huwapendi utakaa nao maishani mwako yote. As long as uko mzima utakaa nao. Upende usipende. Kwa hiyo ukitaka kuwa na furaha, tafuta njia ya kuweza kuishi na hawa watu, tafuta njia ya kusikilizana nao, tafuta njia namna ya kuishi nao. Usianze matusi, ni hizo zote hazitakusaidia. Hazitamsaidia mtu yoyote, au mtu yoyote ambaye anakuja hapa na kuanza kutamka maneno mabaya. Haisaidii chochote hata kidogo. Mambo ile sehemu ambayo inataka kurekebishwa bungeni, mimi nataka kusema hivi: hiyo sehemu itarekebishwa, na mimi napenda sana irekebishwe, kwa sababu watu ambao wanataka kurekebisha hiyo ni watu ambao wanapenda progressive, watu ambao wanapenda maendeleo. Mimi uliza hawa watu ambao hawapendi maendeleo, mimi nawauliza, wanaonaga hata gari au wewe mwenyewe binafsi, unafikiri wewe ni mtu, wewe ni yule alikuwa mwaka jana na mwaka huu? Uko tofauti. Lazima tujifunze mabadiliko, na mabadiliko ni maendeleo, sio mabadiliko ati kila kitu hawa wote hiyo kwenye hiyo group, kila badiliko likitaka kuwa wanapinga. Na wao ukiwaambia walete mabadiliko, walete kitu chochote tu cha kuweza kama wanataka tu walete, hawaleti, hawana chochote. Sasa kama hawana, wanataka tukae tukingojea kwamba ndio watuletee kitu. Kama hawana kitu ya kuleta, kama hawana mpango yoyote wa kuboresha Kenya, ndio kusema kweli ni watu ambao hawafai kwa uongozi. Kwa sababu hii kitu ambacho inataka kurekebishwa na bunge ni jambo la muhimu kabisa, ndio ifanye hizi party ziwe na haki zao na kila kitu, na hiyo italeta utulivu. Sasa wao kitu kinacholeta utulivu hawataki. Ya mwisho nataka kusema hivi: mimi nashangaa sana wenzangu wana Kenya. Mimi nashangaa sana. Sijui kama mimi ndio nina akili pungufu kuliko ninyi, au labda mimi ni mzee sielewi haya mambo, lakini nashindwa. Watu hawafanyi kazi, tunakubali kabisa hawa watu tuwalipe na tuwashangilie, na tunakubali waje watuambie uongo, na hawa watu hawafanyi kazi ile walipewa, ile kazi ambao walichaguliwa kufanya, ambao tuliwapatia waende wafanye, wameshindwa kufanya kazi. Na ndio hawa watu tunawashangilia. Jamani, mimi nashangaa sana kwa kushangilia, kwa kuona mtu kama Dr. Ruto, msomi ambaye anajiita dokta, hafanyi kazi na anapokea mshahara, na kazi yake ni kwenda kuwadanganya Wakenya, kwa sababu anawadanganya Wakenya. Amepewa kazi afanye na ameshindwa. Kila kitu Wakenya wanapotaka kurekebisha anakataa. Kwa historia yake yote, kama wakileta kila kitu ambayo tumetaka ya kuendeleza Kenya amepinga, zote amepinga. Sasa mimi jambo la mwisho nauliza Wakenya, najaribu kuambia Wakenya, jaribuni kuamka. Wakenya wenzangu, tuamkeni. Hawa watu ni watu ambao hawawezi kutusaidia. Hawa watu wote ni watapeli. Mtanisamehe niseme moja juu ya nani. Mimi mtu alitaja juu ya Mudavadi. Mimi nilisema siku ile ya kwanza nikitoa maoni yangu hapa, nilisema hawa Mudavadi, Kalonzo na Wetangula, hawa watu hawana tofauti na Ruto hata kidogo, kwa sababu wao kitu wanachotaka ni president. Hawataki kurekebisha kitu kwa sababu hawana. Lazima tujenge nchi yetu kwa misingi fulani. Wao hawataki, wao wanataka tu kuwa president. Hawana uaminifu wowote. Manake wao vita hawajamaliza, lakini wanasema wanataka president. Unamwambia huyu, wewe toka, hatukutaki. Hiyo uliona wapi? Jamani, Wakenya tuamkeni, tuangalie ni viongozi gani wanatufaa. Tusichague tu kiholela. Angalieni umoja, azimio la umoja inajenga msingi kamili ambao tukikaa kwa hiyo msingi hatutazozana. Kila mtu atakuwa na nafasi ya kuweza kusikizwa, ya kuweza kupata nafasi hata ya uongozi, wote tukiwa katika azimio la umoja. Lazima mjue jamani, hii demokrasia, kuna zingine watu wana negotiate. Katika nchi ya Uingereza hakuna hata hizi tunasema hizi preliminary uchaguzi kama sisi tunaenda kuchaguana wabunge, watu wanapigana sijui nini. Hawa hawafanyi hivyo. Waingereza wabunge wanachaguliwa na chama, wanateuliwa na hakuna mzozo, kwa sababu ni demokrasia ambao wamenegotiate. Lazima tujifunze kwamba demokrasia sio holela tu tunabugia kila kitu. Saa zingine demokrasia ni lazima tunegotiate. Vile saa zingine unaona kama siku hizi tunataka kina mama tuwaingize katika sehemu fulani. Saa zingine tunafanya upendeleo ndio mama apate nafasi. Hata sisi demokrasia yetu lazima tujifunze kwamba kuna wakati mwingine lazima tunegotiate. Asanteni sana.
Thank you Jakindu Bey, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na tunashukuru wale ambao wanaendelea kucontribute towards Mtembei TV. Tafadhali ukiguzwa send something to Mtembei TV in support as we close the year to begin the new year. Tunashukuru wote ambao umetusupport mwaka mzima. Naomba tuendelee hivyo, tuhakikishe kwamba hii station itakuwa hapa. Maoni yenu mtayatoa mkiwa hapa, hata 2022 mambo yakianza kupanda, vile campaigns zinakuwa launched after February, watu ndio wataresign, alafu kila mtu atajitupa kwa uwanja. Tutaona yale ambayo tumekuwa tukiyafikiria tu. So it is important that we do our best and don't be just wherever a spectator, be a participator in what is happening. Thank you those that are making their contribution. The details of how to contribute is on the YouTube channel, just Mtembei TV. You will get the details of the Lipa na M-Pesa, or I think also on the Facebook page. Please, let's do something even before this program runs out. God bless you all. Well, tunaendelea na majadiliano yetu. Nani huyu? Kuna Murunga kwanza, alafu Davis, ndio tumsikilize Patriot. Community iko nini?
Yeah, maybe ningependa kuguzia jambo moja. Kuna mahali nilisikia Ayaga akisema kuwa mambo ya next week on Wednesday maybe tuangalie hii kitu, maybe watu wa UDA members of parliament ni kama wanataka kutumia hii kiegezo kuwa they feel insecure so that wazije parliament kupasi hiyo bill, waache tu watu Azimio wapasi hiyo bill, then they go to court na court unaona siku hizi kwa pande moja uwanga inawaveva. So maybe wakati Patriot atakuja ningeomba aangalie hilo jambo. Je, are these people want to boycott wazije parliament so that waache tu Azimio wapitishe hiyo bill alafu wakimbie court na court isimamishe? Patriot akija ataguzia.
Okay, thank you. That is a good observation. But going to court is not a problem. Proving to the court that you have there is a violation in amending the law or strengthening the law, hapo ndio kazi ipo. But boycotting is not, because I think the really deal here is UDA being exposed. They have been vocal about having numbers, and this is the first test for them to prove they have numbers. And so we are putting them at their defense. Is either they produce the numbers and defeat the law because they are against it, or support the law and enjoy the benefits from the same. Nobody should be against strengthening political parties and securing all political parties at all levels. Who would want to kill political parties because he wants to build his big political party? The big political parties build by investing in the parties, not by killing other small parties. Uwezi kusema kwamba wewe ni Aguku Danger, uko na mabibi zako 40 ama 50, alafu familia yako ni kubwa, kwa hivyo unataka kumeza hizi zingine kwa sababu yako ni kubwa. That's not a proper way of reasoning. And so we wait for them on Wednesday. Let them either bring up the numbers. And the issue of kidnapping. Who is going to kidnap you from parliament? Parliament is the most secure place. You cannot even be arrested from there, leave alone kidnap. So anybody using that as an excuse, ni atafute kitu nyingine. That will not hold water. Let them come from their holiday, wakuje tuwahesabu 160, sisi tutakuwa na 200, alafu hiyo kesi imalizike, tusonge mbele. Wakienda kotini hakuna shida. Let them prove the case. But I believe they just want to buy time because the law needs to be changed 6 months before the elections. 6 months before the election. So they would want to get into maybe get a prolonged hearing so that it gets passed with events the same way the BBI was passed with events. But all in all, I think we have seen them from position 18. Watazimwa kabla waanze matatizo ya. Hiyo ni maoni yangu. Ukitaka kupiga mawe uyalenge huku. Naomba tuende kwa Murunga moja kwa moja. Tukitoka kwa Murunga tuende kwa Davis, alafu tumsikilize Patriot. Kisha watu wa comments, please, let's desist from profiling communities. You don't need that. We all need one another. This country is made of us, and like somebody correctly put it, nobody applied to be part of this country in terms of being a Luo or being a Luya or being a Giriama. We all were born and we were told wewe ni Mluya, wewe ni Mjaluo, hata tukujua. So usianze kutuletea ati Wajaluo hivi Wajaluo kile. In the whatever Museveni said, Museveni is not Kenyan, number one. Number two, he has no investment in Kenya, not the one that I know of. So we can't use his standards. His problem with Kenya is that Kenya at least is ahead of Uganda, so he will have something to complain about. And I don't want to talk much. Murunga, upo? Okay, Murunga, kama hayupo. Davis?
Nipo.
Endelea, toa maoni yako. Murunga, umechelewa, utarudi baadaye.
Habari zenu nyote hapo?
Salama, namna gani?
Niko salama kabisa. Kwanza tuanze na hii. Let us start with the Itumbi story.
Carry
For
on.
me, first of all, I can say is I'm sorry and I wish him quick recovery. No one wishes for bad thing for anyone, but in Kenya you have to learn how to keep border. Yeye anavuka mpaka sana. Serikali iko, najua serikali pia kuna mahali inafaa tufike, pengine na simamia kando. Yeye kuingilia serikali hapo ni kujichimbia kaburi. Haya, tuende kwa mambo ya siasa. Oka inapotea. Wangekuwa pamoja, wasaidie mzee amalize tamu yake, kama ni tamu moja ama tamu mbili, then wajipange vizuri. Lakini wenye alienda kando, hapo ndio walipotea kabisa. Sasa ni kungojea tu kuwazika. Wasiporudi upande wa baba, ni kuzika, tutawazika. Kwa hayo tu machache, nashukuru hii kwa kuleta hii msaada hapa. Tutaendelea kuchangia polepole. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you Davis, na kushukuru. Tuendelee kujadiliana. Murunga, unmute.
Good evening, good morning, Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Endelea.
Yes, anyway, sasa acha mimi niko na mambo mawili ya kuongea. La kwanza ni mambo ya Dennis Itumbi. Anyway, kama ni kweli kulikuwa na kidnap, ama tuseme hiyo, mimi nitasema hakuna mtu angetakia mwenzake mabaya, lakini historia inatuonyesha ya kwamba Itumbi amekuwa mtu wa kutoa matamshi mabaya. Ninakumbuka kuna tweet ambayo alituma wakati muda miaka kadhaa iliyopita kuhusu mambo ya polisi kutumia nguvu kiholela, na akasema ya kwamba kuna uwezekano wa polisi kutumia na hata koti inaruhusu hiyo. Niseme hivi, iwapo ilifanyika kwa kweli, mimi mwenyewe ningeshutumu hiyo, na si jambo bora, manake sisi wote ni wanadamu na tuko na hatungependa kuweza kuona wenzetu wakiwa katika hiyo hali, na ila tu na yeye mwenyewe atakapopona ajue achunge mdomo wake, manake huwezi jua litakalo kufanyikia ni lipi. Na upande mwingine nitasema hivi, sina uhakika kweli alipata hiyo, maana hata ukiona kweli hata hizo injuries na hiyo hakuna bruises, hakuna chochote. Hao watu basi walikuwa ni experts sana, sema walikuwa ni experts ambao wanajua kumiminya tu, kutoa damu kwa jicho, kutoa damu tu sehemu ambazo nimeona Nimeona watu wamepata kweli kichapo, na unaweza unaona vile mtu amefinywa ya ukweli, na sisi wale tumefinywa hapo nyuma tunajua ukikutana na ni kama umegongana na lori. Lakini hii yake ni kama kuna mtu alikuwa tu expert anadunga kashindano, damu inatokea mahali fulani. Hiyo bado niko na tashwishi kweli, kama walifanya hiyo kazi ni watu ambao kweli ni experts wa kuweza yaani walikuwa kuna kitu walikuwa wanatafuta kweli. Upande wa Itumbi, yeye ajifunze kuongea, maanake haiwezi jua yale atakayokumba kesho. Hakutarajia kupata haya. Yeye amekuwa ni mtu wa kejeli watu, na pia kitu kingine ni kwamba ajifunze kuweza kuelewa ya kwamba mambo yanayohusu serikali, and especially mambo ya serikali ya kindani, si mambo ya kupayuka popote pale. Na kuna kitu kingine nimekuja kusikia wakati wa jioni ya leo ni kwamba wana claim tuseme watu wa Tangatanga, na mimi nitasema namna hii, watu wa Tangatanga wanaweka, kwa ukweli wanaweka watu wao kwenye hali hatari. Sisi watu tuanze hapo nyuma, wakati wa code, tukatoka kwenye code tukaingia NASA. Raila Odinga alikuwa mwenyewe anatetea watu wake. Yeye mwenyewe, iwapo kuna jambo ambalo linahitaji yeye mwenyewe aweze kuongea kulihusu, ni yeye mwenyewe atatamka. Manake yeye mwenyewe atajua vile atajidefend, atajidefend hilo. Manake kuna mambo ninasikia ambayo yanapayuka na Itumbi, ambayo amekiwa kwa kweli kabisa anakiuka. Si mambo ambayo unaweza acha yanenwe tu hivyo, no. And especially touching on national security. Utapata Itumbi amemtukana Matiang'i, ametukana mambo mazito, hata head of state. Si mambo ya kuvumilia, na niseme okay, sijafurahia kufinywa kwake, lakini pia upande mwingine nitasema yaliyompata ni mambo yale yeye alikuwa anajitafuta. Msiba wa kujitakia hauna nini ilio. Na mimi nitasema namna hii, iwapo anataka kuishi maisha mazuri, ajitenge na hii vituko anafanya. Sisi hatutakuwa tunakuja hapa kuweza complain vile mtu amefinywa, mtu amefanywa kitu fulani. Sisi baba ametutetea miaka yake yote, na kwa ukweli kama kulikuwa na jambo ambalo lilikuwa linahusu baba atutetee kabisa, alifanya hivyo. Na tunasema hivi, sisi kwa vile sasa tumejipanga, hayo masaibu yao ya watu wa UDA na wale mambo tunasikia wananena na kuropoka, and especially on national security matters. Like today I heard they're even dragging the internal, that is the military in, roping the military in things that are not even, they don't concern them. I think that is the most disciplined area. That one should not even be touched. Kuna watu ambao wanatafuta mambo ambayo hayako. Na hiyo kwa ukweli, hiyo kwanza tunafaa tukondem sisi wote kama Wakenya wale wanapenda amani. Bringing in the military, talking about the military, saying that the military participated in this whole thing. And we are not even sure if Dennis Itumbi for real was kidnapped or anybody attacked him. Hiyo mambo ajiondoe kabisa, manake hiyo ni kuleta uhasama baina ya watu na jeshi, which is very wrong. We don't want to be linked to that. Pana. Now, Christmas ndio hii. Tunapata messages kutoka kwa viongozi. Nimeona my fellow Luya man from Lulu has also sent us a Christmas message. This is what I want to say to my fellow citizens, that the bill that has been the bill is awaiting the third reading, and this bill is going to sail through. Once it sails through, we are expecting Kalonzo Musyoka and Gideon Moi to team up with Baba. As my brother Bernard said the other day, that we let the Luya community is organized. I agree with him totally, because from the look of things, I see that the western part of the country is going to be united and will be voting for Raila Amolo Odinga. Yes, I'm seeing from the commentary watu wanasema ya kwamba this forum is for watu wa Raila Odinga ama watu wani. Sisi wale watu wenye tunaunga Raila Odinga hatuwezi ficha, kwa tutaficha uso namna gani? Na tumekuwa na yeye miaka yote. We don't pretend. We are not pretenders. So let them buy that. And I think the most painful thing is that they should be told hakuna mbinu ingine, sisi tumejipanga na Mungu, wakati ni huu, and wakati wa Mungu. Sasa Mungu ametuonekania, wacha sisi tuweze kushikana mikono tuhakikishe ya kwamba tunapeleka baba Ikulu. Kwa hayo machache, Bernard, I'll be waiting to be given the next chance possibly, but thank you very much. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Murunga. I appreciate you. We all appreciate your contribution. We are glad that you are out there and following our show and making your contribution. Let's keep doing what we are required to do. This country is ours, and we must take responsibility. Nikiendelea kuwahimiza hiyo mnaona that green what is it called? This sticker here, you make your contribution, and then Google will reward you by giving you this sticker, so that anytime you make a comment, it will be highlighted with this sticker. So as you make your contribution to support Mtembei TV, Google will reward you with this sticker so that your comment will stand out. Kwa hivyo jitahidini, hakikisha kwamba unahusika kwa yale yanayoendelea. Na kabla nimlete anaitwa Patriot, naomba nicheze hii video kwanza, alafu tutarespond katika masuala haya yanayohusu nchi yetu. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is the video. One moment, let me just find the video. Okay, let's play this and then we'll get back. We'll interrupt it.
Najua wengi wenu labda wengine wameenda Christmas. Nimewaita kwa sababu nilikuwa kwanza nimesema nataka niende chini ya maji kidogo, lakini kwa sababu ya maofu hatuwezi tukanyamaza na tukiangalia maofu yakiendelea. Wiki 3 ama mwezi mmoja iliyopita, nafikiri wa Kenya sio wajinga sana, na tulikuwa tunadhani ile era ya Nyayo iliisha, ile era ya ujinga. Unakumbuka mwezi mmoja iliyopita ama wiki 3 iliyopita, hatusemi kwa sababu kuna mtu anataka mabaya ama kuna mtu anatakia mtu mabaya. Ule kijana ya IG Mtiambai, unajua aligonga watu wa bodaboda, na aligonga watu wa bodaboda akitumia gari ya serikali ya polisi, wenye wametoa number plate, wameweka number plate ya kawaida. Na ukisikia story yake vizuri, sio mara ya kwanza kugonga watu ama kufanya uhalifu. Na vile nyinyi mnajua hii Kenya siku hizi, sijui uongozi ndio tabu, sijui mwenyewe ndiye aoni, ama sijui shida iko pande gani. Ukisikia vizuri sana vile Matiang'i anaongea, na yeye ni waziri mwenye anafaa kuelekeza wa Kenya. Kuwa waziri wa usalama sio kitu ya msaa. Lakini ukisikia vile Matiang'i anaongea, hata mtoto wangu wa standard 3 ni afadhali. Tukiambianga watu hii Kenya inaongozwa na Mungu, watu wanafikiri ni mchezo. Kwa sababu wajinga wengi wote ndio wanatuongoza kwa kukalia hiyo fiketi ama hiyo fio. Unajua mimi mwenyewe nikiwa mjumbe hapa wa Kapseret, kuna vitu havistoka kwa mdomo wangu, sasa nikatamuka vitu zingine. So ukisikia vile Matiang'i anaongea, ukisikia Kibijo vile anaongea, usikie huyu mtu ambaye aongei ni kama bubu, haelewi chochote ama sijui ni nini. So jana walienda wakashika Dennis. Na wale watu walienda wakashika Dennis wali-identify kama polisi. Na mimi najua walishika Dennis kwa sababu ya hiyo maneno ya kijana Mchambai. Hiyo kushikwa kwa Dennis ni watoto wetu, maaskari wetu wenye wanatumika vibaya. Na mkikumbuka hapo nyuma kidogo, nilikuwa nimewaambia watu walikuwa wamepanga kutuua. Sasa nafikiri wamesunguka kwa sababu tunashare hii serikali. Wale watu wanapanga na wao kufanya mawalibu, hawa ndio wanatupatia information. Ndio unaona jana walienda wakashika Dennis. Na mimi nataka niseme Mungu ni mzuri sana. Hiyo kushika kwa Dennis ya jana haikuwa mchezo. Wangemuua ule Dennis. Kama sio hii mtandao tu na wenye waliona pale kwamba amechukuliwa na watu, ndio tukaweka kwa mtandao ikasungushwa, wewe mtu ambaye ulikuwa unataka kuua Dennis. Na mimi nataka nikwambie, asiyefunzwa na mamaye afunzwe na ulimwengu. Kama ulishindwa kufunza kijana yako tabia, msidhani nyinyi mtakuwa na hiyo power hiyo muda yote. Mungu yuko. Mungu yuko.
Oh, Patriot, you can come in and make your contribution. You can make response to those allegations by Sudi. Interesting times indeed in Kenya. Patriot, unmute.
Yes, good morning, Kenyans. It's a Merry Christmas for all of you, and I want to take this opportunity to thank God to have brought us this far. A year is not just a short time. 2021 has been a very interesting year. We have seen many things that probably we will not have been able to see. And I think it's courtesy of God's grace that we've been able to have all this. And the twists and turns, the Jubilee, disintegration, the inception of Oka, the beginning of Azimio la Umoja, all this has happened, before the full glare of cameras and our eyes in 2021. So I want to thank God that He has brought us this far. Now that we are on the last month of the year, I want to pray that may the grace of God take care of you as we celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ and as we prepare to enter into the most competitive year in terms of politics. So I want to take this opportunity to ask God that He may bless every one of you, your families, and as we think about tomorrow, I want to give you the voice of hope that tomorrow will be a greater, experience than today. Good. So, in as far as today's topic is concerned, before I comment on what Bernard you've just asked me to do, I want to be very civil on some of the matters that are before us. And I think with the wisdom God has always given us, we will always know when to say what and when to keep away from some things that are not very clear. It is not really in my place to speak on behalf of Sudi. I can only speculate in as far as the knowledge of what transpired. I think I'll say Sudi has his own political rights as a Kenyan and as a member of parliament to say what he said. But the truth and the lies between his words, I might not be really in a position to bring it out. I can only speculate. But allow me to go straight to the story of Itumbi and the way it unfolded.
Patriot, are you okay? Your gadget has changed.
I think it's that somebody's calling me at the wrong time. So I'll say it was a bit unfortunate as a Kenyan to see what happened to our brother Itumbi, regardless of how it happened and the reason behind it. It is not one of the things that I would wish to happen to any brother or sister in a modern country, Kenya. We are living in a very, very, interesting times as a country. And Kenya being a democratic nation, I want to believe that it is the desire of each and every one of us, that we have a peaceful coexistence in the platform of politics, so that we have the free expression of the opinion that is diverse, that depicts a country that has all the, divergency in opinion. And in a nutshell, I want to believe that a country can be built better if the society will make use of its divergent opinion that will come from its members as communities or as tribes, if you may like it, to call it that way. So I think it's an enrichment that every country should be able to yearn and propagate that coexistence without intimidation, without having people to fear. So Itumbi's case is a unique case, Bernard, if you might say so. I don't have much details on this matter, but as a Kenyan, I think I have the moral authority and obligation to say that we need peace. You cannot be able to lead a country if you are going to propagate hatred among its citizenry. Then the question that will be glaring on your face is, who are these people you want to lead if you are going to disintegrate the very society that you want to be called a leader for? So to me, it is my standpoint that as we argue, as we give our opinion, in as far as our country future is concerned, we bear and keep in mind that we must respect the position, we must respect the democratic space for each and every Kenyan to air their views without intimidation. Of course, there is a limitation on the way we put that, as much as democracy accepts that. So those boundaries are easily, they will easily be observed with the laws of the day, and if one finds himself on the wrong side of the law, I think the law should follow. So generally, what I'm trying to say is on the issue of Itumbi is a bit unfortunate. That's not the way we want to settle our scores. And I wouldn't, pray for anybody to go through that. It was unfortunate. I also want to end by saying I wish him quick recovery wherever he is. I'm sure he has a family, he has children, he has friends. We want Itumbi to recover so that whatever he is able to tell us, we will be able to understand our opponents, how they reason. Because if you cannot participate with your opponent, then you will end up running the show alone. It will not be competition. You'll be running against yourself. So you must defeat somebody, for you to say, I was in Alliance High School, I was number 2. It means you are the other people behind you. But if you can be number 2 and you are the only one, so how did you become number 2? So in a nutshell, it's important that we coexist, and that differences is what makes the beauty of a country, Kenya. So I want to use that this is a Christian opportunity and season to say for sure we don't need to antagonize our coexistence for us to succeed in politics. There are so many ways of letting somebody lose in politics without necessarily putting them in jeopardy in as far as their health is concerned. So for me, Bernard, I think that's what I would say. And probably as I conclude later, I'll be on behalf of myself and those who think like me, I will be understood clearer than the way it is. But I think my message is, Kenyans, we must be a bit controlling. We must get to control the way we relate. We want to meet on the table when the UDA will lose. I hope you will invite them to State House to come and celebrate the winning of Baba. So we want them to be alive. We want them to be available. And their cards will be there for them to come in. So this is a country that must have both the opposition and the government of the day to come. So I wish you well, Bernard. That's what I would say for now.
Thank you, Patriot. And probably before I let you go, I just need to seek clarification. If you are in a position to confirm the allegations of what actually has happened to Itumbi, because since morning and since these things began to happen yesterday, we are only receiving allegations and counter allegations. We don't have doctor's report. At least I don't. We don't have official communication from the police. I have no idea if that information has been shared. So it is left for everybody to speculate and conclude. And the only person to confirm are the politicians that went to see him, who are all pulling in the same direction, creating a narrative that it is the state that has kidnapped, okay? The state has not said anything on the matter because the people who are supposed to speak are being implicated by the politicians who are rooting for the kidnap saga. So in that scenario, where do we stand as Kenyans? Is somebody not trying to fool us or take us for a ride? Patriot.
Bernard, on that one, Bernard, I'll say that we need to exercise a bit of patience, Bernard, because the agencies that are mandated to carry out investigation, I am sure they're on top of the job. Bernard, it's like somebody has come to your church and he's come to seek for prayers. So before you even conclude whether God will forgive him or not, or whether he's a true sinner or not, people are wondering what kind of decision that you are going. to give. So let them give you opportunity. Give you opportunity for you to finish what you want to do in as far as the sinner is concerned. Then they will be able to know, because in a manner, in a way, they are interfering with their duties. So my take is this, Bernard. Can we be a bit patient? Because there are many topics that we can deal as we wait for Itumbi's report to come out before we weigh into it. Otherwise, we will be casting aspersions and playing into the public bombardment that doesn't add value other than bringing confusion and becoming much commercial, hyping with vast interest. So my take is, Bernard, it is not too late to wait. A week is not long. A month is not long. We will be able to know. And I think by that time, Itumbi will have healed. He will tell us much of this that we are speculating. That's where I would say, Bernard.
So, Patriot, it seems today you are determined to play the devil's advocate, but no problem. I would want, using your analogy, just for the sake of understanding. If somebody came to me for prayers, and then the first person he accuses is God for his problem. So how do I start to pray? To whom do I pray? The God who has been accused? How do I refer this person? Don't you see this person is putting me in a position whereby I have to either agree with him against God or agree with God against him? And so that's the kind of scenario that UDA is creating here. It wants us to look at the government as bad, okay? Then it wants that same government to investigate, and then that government that is bad should also offer them protection. And you know, this kind of confusion, of which Sudi is on record here saying they have chairs in that same government. So what is happening? I just choose to look at it as an ordinary Kenyan, okay? Because you cannot be accusing the people in charge of security, then you want the people in charge of security also to come and secure you.
Bernard, your example is a bit skewed, Bernard, and and you're doing it deliberately. Listen, you are an agency of the balance between humanity and God as a man of God. That's why you run a church. I'm using that as an example. A church is the arbitrator. But we have speculators who are not church members. You know, they are not church members. They are just villagers, okay, and members of the society. They know you have a church. They also know that there is a sinner who has somehow come out to say that God, yes, has been very unfair to him. And the only person who can tell us about the relationship of God and humanity is you, who is the priest. So the priesthood of the day is the only one mandated spiritually to give us this diagnosis, to tell us exactly from the prayers, I think this sinner is the one who has been wrong. What he needs to do is to ask for forgiveness. So what I'm trying to say is this: between the sinner and God, do we let this be a matter to be discussed with the speculators who are just villagers who know the sinner? I think the best thing from what I'm trying to say, if you had me, Bernard, which I think you did, let's allow the sinner be put into a diagnosis spiritually with a spiritual leader. Then he will bring out a prescription to say, wewe shida yako ni lifestyle, hata sio Mungu, ni chang'au na kunywanga nyingi. Ama aseme, God punished you because sometime you ate all his sadaka, you did not give the tithe. That is where there is a problem. So in my view, it is not in our place to speculate. When we have a priest, when God is there, and the person who is a victim of this is available, let's allow him to go through the journey to the priest, and the priest will give us the report, which we should not be in a hurry. As we are farmers, we do other things. Let's wait this process to move on, because we are just speculators. So that is what I'm trying to say, Bernard. For you, do your work, and we are not going to hurry you, because your work is to interrogate, define, carry out diagnosis and prescription when matters of spiritual concern have become this weighty. So we can only speculate. It is too heavy for us, Bernard. And the work is let the priest who understands this finish the work. In other words, the security network, the security agencies, they'll carry out investigation and they'll bring out the report, which will be agreed upon or not. Then we can pick it up from there. That is my true position, Bernard. I'm not trying to be a Christian today, but I'm trying to say the right thing that should be able to happen, Bernard. Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you. Twende kwa Kevin. Kevin, go ahead. We you have issues with your audio. We can't hear you. Unmute fast, and probably you try to remove the headphones so that maybe your mic can pick. We can't hear you. Unmute now and then speak.
Nanisikia?
Yeah, that's better now. Go ahead.
Habari zenu?
Habari yote.
Mimi pia niko salama, nashukuru. Yes, it's my first time being here and I'm really happy today that I've been able to make it through. Mimi nashukuru sana leo Bernard, leo nimekupata leo live kabisa leo. Kwanza kabisa nataka nishughulikie historia ya Itumbi. Kwanza kabisa niguzie mambo ya Itumbi. My friend bana, si bana. Kila mtu bana Kenya bana, mtu mzima bana, tumeenda shule bana, tumesoma. These things being stage managed. And everybody can see this. Ule mtu ukimwangalia vizuri Bernard, ule mtu amepigwa wapi? Kama ni nyundo, ule mtu hajafura, ako mzima. But okay, let's not go there because wanasema sijui amepigwa na nyundo, sijui kwa magoti. Ukimwangalia magoti, miguu iko sawa, hajafura. Uso iko sawa. Ndio. But let's do this. Let's just wish him a quick recovery. Sikupenda kwake, but wanabali hivyo wanasema hawajui kama ni not even sure if it is Itumbi. So kama ni wish him a quick recovery, Mungu amjalie apone. But if you listen to the statement ya watu wa UDA wanaongea, someone like Sudi, seriously, unajua vitu zingine hata mtu akiongea binadamu, you must think first before you talk. Someone like Sudi speaks as if yani this is the first thing to happen in Kenya, ni mara kwanza. He even calls someone like Matiang'i tia wajinga, and the terms he is using, it's as if yani yes in Kenya. Seriously, it is not good for the country. Yeah, imehappen, lakini kuna lugha mtu kuongea kusema kitu imehappen. Kuna lugha mtu unaweza ongea ukasikika, but ukisikia maneno ya Sudi vyenye naongea Sudi is really worrying. It's alarming by the way. Then sasa ndio umesikiza leo kila mtu UDA kila saa kuna meeting, everybody now wants to talk about Itumbi. Let me ask you something. Who is gaining? Mambo ya Itumbi kupigwa na kuumizwa. Who is gaining? Just yourself that question. Who is gaining? Is it Uhuru Kenyatta? Is it Raila Odinga? Who is gaining in this question? Itumbi, because I know this okay, but this is about sympathy. Watu wanataka sympathy hapa. Itumbi akiumizwa, Raila will never gain anything. Uhuru won't gain anything. So, wanaongea by the way, it's okay, but let's wait for the fact. The fact will come out. The truth will come out by the way, very soon. That's for now, just okay, we are speculating. Whatever has happened has happened. About the numbers in parliament, hapa napo danganyane. UDA nini kupanga virago, mwanze kuingia kwa vyama za coalition thing. this one will sail to the end. When napinga kitu, it's up to you, but this tsunami it will carry you through. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. We appreciate your contribution. Let's keep talking. Davis, you had something to say before we go to Stone PK.
How are you all? I'm back again.
We are good. You are good. Go ahead.
We want to, first of all, I want to talk about UDA. This party was formed. You know, they are speculating around that is a countrywide party. But if you go vivid and look at it, it was formed by a few groups of people. Not all 42 tribes were involved. So how does it qualify to be nationwide party? And calling other parties small parties, and so which makes us feel like that we feel like they own Kenya, which is not good. When it comes to the motion that was in Parliament yesterday, you find that they were rejoicing because it didn't say through, but it was a failure on their side. What they were trying to prove here, they want us to go back to one party state in terms of KANU, the way KANU used to operate. That's why they want us to go back. But we can't allow that. They want us to control each and everyone that is in the parliament. So if they come with a motion, just sail through because they're in control, and we can't allow that. Small parties, they should be inclusive and feel part of the movement, not to be directed how to run things around within the parliament. Now, when it comes to OCA, yes, we agree Kenya is a multi-party nation, but before you come up with a party, you should look how things are running. You know, OCA, they are pushing for the thing that we should end up with a rerun, which will not happen. It's upon them to realize earlier and merge up together and join the party that they feel like they can suit them. Be the one for Raila or the one for Ruto, depending whichever, because we can't decide for them. But for us, we can. If they ask us for advice, we can tell them join Raila because Raila is the winning side, and we are with the Raila. For me, I'm speaking. I won't shy. I'm a lawyer, but I can't lag behind because Musala belongs to my tribe. No, I'm following Raila because I'm a Kenyan and I know what I want at the end of it all. So it's upon them now to follow suit. Otherwise, because now they are campaigning in Western. When they come to other part, they go to Central. I've never had them in Mombasa. I've never had them in Rift Valley or anywhere else. How will they win presidential if they rely on two areas, Western and Central? So for them, they are failing. If the earlier they realize, the better. And for them being outside, they are giving other opponents limelight to come into shining, like in terms of Joho or Paranya, Matiangi. When it comes after 2027, those are the people we shall be looking at, because now this is now the platform we are seeing who will be our leaders in the future. If they are undecided now, we can't rely on them tomorrow. We need strong people from now that we can rely on them. After Baba is done, whom are we going to? We are planning for future, not for today. We need strong leaders from now henceforth. The moment we realize that Kenya is moving on and stick to one area, that's the moment we shall move as a mass, not as per individual, the way they want us to move. So I think that's the way we should move. And about Oscar Sudi. Oscar Sudi, I think, is one person that belongs to Madare Hospital, just because that people have never realized. Because you can't say anything that you don't have proof. For me to come with allegations that Matiangi did this, Matiangi does that, I should have strong evidence to support whatever I'm saying. And because, you know, he's a parliamentarian, and, you know, those being an MP, you can say anything and walk away with it without any kind of conviction. Unlike me, if I say the same, I'm sure by the morning the police will be knocking on my door to go and do whatever I say. But for him, whatever he says, let him say, because now that's what they are paid for. But you know, so apart from just speaking, the Haryang, everything that you think of, there's nothing constructive you have done in the parliament. Even in one motion, standing up and contributing, I've never heard of Sudi speaking in parliament. When it comes to its counterpart, Mukrumen, during 2007, they were on the government. Whatever is happening to Itumbi, they were supporting. When ODM were being tear gas in Nairobi. But now the ball has turned, they are on the receiving end, now they are complaining of the same government. Remember whatever the senator, one of the senators of Kisumu said, that whatever the government they are supporting now is the same government that will eat them in future, and it's what's happening now. So it should be in forefront to bring the changes that can favor them. They favor them today and their children in the future. But for them, they were supporting whatever favor at that time, not forgetting that whatever they are favoring may end up haunting them in future. For them, they are regretting, but they can't accept it. They are playing like the victims. So in those few remarks, say thank you, and we can proceed.
Okay, thank you, Davis. We appreciate your input. I want us to go straight to Stony PK. Stony PK, and I hope you have sorted out the Stony PK. You are unlucky today. Jaribu tarudi. Okay. All right. Let's hear from Dikim, then Joe.
Okay, habari ya wananchi.
Salama, vipi?
Poa poa, nimekuwa nikisikiliza for a long time nikiwa kazini, lakini today I think was a very interesting day for most of us. We all know the trending issue about this Itumbi guy. This one I haven't met in person, but it's quite an interesting character. Every day I wake up, I always see on my Twitter, Itumbi this, Itumbi that. So when we see what is happening with him, we sympathize. Everybody sympathizes. Hatutaki mtu aone mabaya. But at the same time, ni vizuri sana, even as we politic every day, tunajichunga. Kwa sababu, I was asking myself, I was listening to all these guys from they had a very long press conference, and I think you covered the whole thing. And there's one guy that was talked there, Jini Patriot, and when you are reporting about something, it's always good to remember there's a lot of variables when you see something that has already happened, especially a case kama hii. It's a big case ya kidnapping na nini. But even the followers and everybody, wakati unaenda pale, now you are accusing some very senior government officials, including the president himself. This one begs the question, if you have all this evidence, you know, we have channels, you can always go, maybe lodge a complaint. Watu wote wakiitwa na DCI, I don't know if they would believe in it, waende wa record all those statements. Some of them are very heavy allegations, and these people are the ones we are actually trusting to take care of us. They are commanding the people who are guarding them at night. They are the ones that are, you know, calling all the shots in the country. We are dealing with international countries, international borders, and then we have, you know, this Itumbi guy. I don't think he's not senior anyway. I mean, I don't think the government should stop and address that issue, because ni watu wangapi wameuliwa kama jana ama leo. And there's a lot of things happening. The police is dealing with a lot of issues. So I just believe that when these politicians go out there, and some of you guys listening are politicians, we are all looking for some, you know, some substance, you know. They just come there and spew a lot of information that actually it's not even uncalled for. ukiuliza hawa jamaa wote akina sijui wanajiita nani hao, this some of the central leaders na wengine wako hapo, ukiwauliza these guys are actually closer to the president than we are. You might think they are too far away. They have direct lines. They can actually make a call, or they have access to some of the privileges za kuambiwa country iko namna gani. But they are the guys that are now on the first line kuambia kina mama mboga, sijui mambo ya Matiang'i, sijui mambo ya nani, sijui mambo ya nani. And all of us have our mouths wide open, and we are wondering, what exactly are you talking about? You know, what you are telling us, so we can do what? Can you go to the DCI and report those issues? Can you write something like, you know, have something in writing about this incident? Because I'm sure the family of Itumbi, the wife and the children, the brothers, everybody is looking for concrete information. To me, what has been happening the whole day during all those press conferences, including another funny character in Nakuru, Kimani, somebody, they speak like they are, you know, like they just hear information and they spew it out of there so they can cause hate and a lot of things. Some of us come from Rift Valley, you know, and we've gone through hell. When you talk about people going through hell, we've gone through it. We know, you know, a lot of people wanasema sijui nini mjaluo nini kurusha mawe, hujaona mshale bwana, unakuta mtu ako na aerial kwa kichwa. There's a lot of issues that have happened to most of our people, more crazier than what people talk there. And when you see, and I hear, I think Bernard, you are a pastor or something, when I was looking through the videos, there's a lot of, we've seen a leader like Uhuru, they came with Ruto, they shook hands, you know, and we thought some of these issues that were happening would maybe go away so that finally we can live in peace in the Rift Valley. We can own land wherever we come from. My dad was born in Rift Valley. Actually, to be honest, he was born in Marioshoni. Marioshoni is part of Elbagon, deep in the forest, the squatters there. And when we were being beaten, we were being told, you guys need to go back to Central. And sometimes you wonder, what part of Central would I go back? While I know my grandfather used to live in the forest, in deep in the Rift Valley. They came there in the early 1900s. So when you see all these people talking a lot of things, they don't know what they are talking about. And then we see our leader, our president. I would not have voted for him, actually, to be honest with you. Last time I wouldn't. But because of the way they came with Baba and they said, I forgive you and you forgive me. They shook hands. You know, we are looking for forgiveness. We are looking for people who can bring people together. I'm not trying to campaign for anyone, but I wish we as Kenyans should, even those on the comment side, should embrace that attitude of coming together. Let us reason together. Ukiona mambo kama ya Itumbi, even myself, I'm not a follower of the guy, lakini I sympathize with him. I wouldn't like anybody being abducted, hata kama ni wa mlengo wherever. But at the same time, hao watu upande huu, they should not come and start accusing everybody, the people we are all looking forward kutuangalia. So that way, when you see a guy, like my friend here, Patriot, he was there saying, oh, he doesn't want to comment, he's on the other side, priest, nani, yes, we are following you very carefully. But at the same time, the people who are there speaking have been pointing fingers at others. Senior people in government, some of the people I don't even have access to. I mean, I've met most of them, like I said last time, but some of them, myself and most of the followers here don't have access to these guys. But yet, tumeambiwa ni hao. I wish ni kama mtu unaweza kukuta na rungu kesho hapo nyuma ya nini ya nyumba utandike kwa kushika Itumbi. Lakini sasa we can't do that. So these guys are the one who started it. You know, they are pointing fingers. Ni Bernard. Sijui ni nani. Jakindube is our senior elder here. I have seen him. I've been following for a long time, you know. I mean, we shouldn't be pointing fingers. Can we help the police to identify what exactly happened to this guy so that at the end of the day, we can be able to find out, and the Kenyans, maybe they may know, I don't know for what benefit, but we may know that at least these guys have been apprehended, and maybe they are going to face the full force of the law, instead of just, taking us in circles and looking for, those people who can rally behind this, the whole narrative. That way, at least we should not expect, other people being terrorized, ama watu wengine wameshikwa, sijui watu wengine wamefanywa nini. And at the same time, something else that I don't really like, when you look at these people, during I think this was the previous elections that were there, 2017 hapo. Ile maneno ilitokea hiyo Kenya bwana. I remember there was a time Baba was coming from the US and everybody was going to visit him. Man, that was like a war zone. And you could see those guys, they love Baba. The love for Baba, they could protect him with their own lives. The whole government was there with tanks, meaning it was like a war zone. Another one, I saw it, I don't know what part of Kisumu, I'm not very conversant with Kisumu, but you could see when they were taking the ballot papers. I don't know, Bernard, one day when you have time, look for those clips. Man, they were taking those clips, you would bring your information, ya huko formation ya kule Somalia, when they were hunting for Said Barre. This was Kisumu. People forget these things very easily. I don't know why. You know what I mean? So what I always say, bwana, watu walishikana mkono wakasema tusameheane. So when you see people like Malcolm and the other ones coming to, and this young man from Muranga somewhere, they run their mouth so much. They know nothing. They are the same people that said Uhuru should be a dictator. Ama mmesahau tena. He said Uhuru should be a dictator. Right now, the same guy is saying we are going back to the dark days. Haya, hizo dark days zilikuwa ni za kina nani? Za kina Ruto na watu wengine, they were all behind Moi. I mean, seriously. It's almost like this bag, we have taken it, we have shaken it all up, na tumewekelea tena kwa meza, tunachagua. So, when I look at this, I like the people coming together. I like something people have been talking about, the most political parties. What I found out is, and being a Kikuyu myself, we come from the Rift Valley, Moro constituency to be precise, and that, look it up, watu wenye wamechaguliwa hapo Molo, hakuna MP anakuja hapo mara mbili, inakuanga ni once. Hata huyu jamaa, huyu baba, huyu Kiheka Kimani, the young girl that has been speaking, I'm not too old, but I know she's one of the ladies there. Baba yake, mimi, I voted for Kiheka Kimani. That guy was nasty. Watu wenye wanamjua, mdomo yake ilikuwa ikiwa matusi, but we voted for him because of the party. Hata sikumbuki ilikuwa ni party gani. Sasa huyu msichana amesahau, we voted for the dad, we voted for a lot of people there. Now, a time has come whereby now these leaders, they are choosing the weak candidate, one our sponsor, and then we put them in one big party so that the weak candidate will always win. So kila saa when we have a motion, wanasimama nyuma ya baba, wanasema yes sir. Mkienda parliament wanakaa kule nyuma, wanaletewa maji na wale wasavas huko nyuma. Ile kazi kubwa sana iko ni ya kurusha mkono juu niletee maji ingine. So inatubidi akituamuke, I like people, like when you listen to these motions happening, even here, and I like even the way Patriot is speaking, he's very articulate, anaongea mambo mzuri, unamsikiliza. Tunaona, we listen to these things, we are behind here listening. And wakati unasikiliza people like Kajwang, huyu jamaa akiongea, you know what he's talking about. He has done his homework, he's very articulate, anaongea vizuri, and he might not be the best president, but the guy is a very good senator. He knows what he's doing. So ndio nasema vyama vingi kama sasa nikiingia UDA wanikataze and I'm the best, I can be in ingine inaitwa DAP ama whatever, So we have like 10 candidates, and then the whole people in the region, they have the freedom to choose the best guys from among us, all those ones. And then we are going to have the best guys in parliament. So that way, one party, that's what I hear they did in Central. They poured a lot of money during nomination. So they got all the bad candidates, and all the good candidates lost kwa Jubilee. So they have all the what were and I call them the choir members. You know, choir members. Unasema wanarudia nyuma yako. Choir members, Tumewajua sana watu. So anyway, maybe with more time next time, Bernard will continue discussing. I'm behind here listening keenly and following every move you guys are making. Otherwise, good job, and God bless you and Merry Christmas.
Thank you, the Kim. Merry Christmas to you too. We appreciate your contribution. I believe we are getting to where our really problem lies, because I heard Jopevu talking the other day, and he's blaming the opposition for the moving of the port from the coast to Naivasha. And he's supporting the DP, who was the brainchild of moving the port from the coast to Naivasha, to an extent whereby when Joho was against it, he called him an academic dwarf who doesn't understand the dynamics of port wherever transaction. And we seem to have politicians here who are by choice, okay? They don't want the truth. They don't want the reality. They would rather live a lie because the lie pays them and maybe helps their survival than the truth about the people they represent. And so and then there is a strong move for pushing that narrative of making a lie look like a truth. And they have turned that to be politics. From the past, politics was not built on shielding a lie and pushing a lie. Politics was built on facts, whereby the old politicians would go to an extent of paying the secretary of the opponent politician to get papers, get evidence, so that they can table valid things in the parliament to win against each other. It was not an issue of shouting and throwing hands and insisting on a lie that this thing is being made for one person, and then this one person is a Kenyan also. He needs to be safeguarded as he has rights as a Kenyan. So I think we are beginning to get the point, and let us be sober as we go to vote 2022. Let us come up with credible leaders, not jokers.
Bernard, kuna kitu nilisahau. Ukinikumbusha kabla sijaenda.
Yes.
There is one comment you said about the Mau Forest.
Yes.
You know, kwanza unaongea mambo ya kwenye umetoka. Recently I was following the DP in Mau Forest. For those people who forget very quickly, Mau Forest was a very hot topic before. And as you know, guys, Raila, when he was very much against deforestation in the Mau, that's how he lost his vote with the Kalenjin, because most of the Kalenjin people from wherever they were brought in the Mau Forest, and they occupied the whole area. Actually, most of them walikatiwa they were being given 20 acres, 5 acres each. Then, a few days ago, actually 3 years ago, niliangalia kwa YouTube, the DP went there and alitoa mambo ya ban on logging. Akasema kutoka leo hakuna logging ya misitu. So, but then, hiyo ikaleta shida mingi sana because watu wengi walikuwa wanapata hiyo mashamba nini. Alafu the other day when the amekuwa mkubwa wa forest, akasema sasa watu wenye wako kwa forest lazima watoke. Everybody came fighting, wakisema sijui wewe ni nani, unajifanya wewe ni nani, hakuna mwenye anaenda wapi. It turns out because I'm from there, I know Watu wenye wako hapo, most of the people that are in most of these areas in the forest, they are workers. They are just holding land kwa wakubwa ndio the owners of the farm, lakini wako na mjamaa wa kazi yako kashamba. So watu wenye wanafukuzwa ni watu wenye wafanyikazi ndio wanafukuzwa. But that's not the point. The DP went to Narok the other day. What did he say? Watu wenye they pay attention. Ati watu wenye walimfukuza kwa msituni tunawajua. But now he wants to fence the same forest he had promised his own people. You see? Yani uko na upande hii unakuja unakata upande hii, but then ukienda kwenye ni wa Masai unasema tutawafensia so that now you can start winning them, because you already know Masai ni watu wa kuconserve misitu. So it is very important tukua watu wenye wamesoma, like one of Kevin said, tusome, we take notes, na kama wewe ni mtu wa kusahau unaandika mahali, ndio ikifika mahali unasema hebu kwanza kabla ukuje wacha mimi nirudi kwanza niangalie ulikuwa umesema nini juu ya hapa. Sasa unatuambia mambo ya kanisa nini, watu ni wachawi, watu ni nini. I mean, come on, now we are no longer those kind of people. Sisi ni watu wenye ni progressive, watu wenye wanakumbuka, watu wenye wanafuata notes very carefully, na even now hata saizi watu wenye wanafuata kina Azimio na wale wengine, let us be careful people. We follow these people and at the same time you are taking notes. Kama ni sisi watu wa Mao kwa mahindi, bado mahindi when I was there I was doing a lot of farming for mahindi, it was around 2,000 something. Right now it's about 1,500. You know, wakati we bring these people, why can't they go there and advocate? So at least mahindi yetu ikuje kama ni 35, lakini you know, do whatever you, lakini these guys, they go to Uganda, they go to Brazil, they go to Mexico and bring mahindi yetu inaenda chini. Sasa there is really we don't have any pride of our country. So we want to begin to be proud of our leaders. Lakini naomba wasikilizaji watu tusisahau haraka sana. Let us take notes very carefully. Hata hapa kwa hii mkutano, nikisema hii leo, nikikuja kesho na kesho kutwa nikumbushe venye nilisema. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you Dikim. Naomba tuende moja kwa moja kwa Joe. Joe upo?
Yeah, unanisikia?
Kabisa, karibu. Tukimaliza Joe, naomba community utanishikilia mpaka nirudi. Joe, endelea tafadhali.
Okay, a lot has been said. Almost everything has been said about the topic today. Sioni kama anaweza ongeza kitu kingine mpya. Isipokuwa, you see, me, I'm a fan of mambo ya universe and UFOs, that is identified flying objects ambayo that had been seen here. That is one thing the Americans, that is a top country that has never been able to distinguish what are these things that come and visit us. And the Americans are actually doing a lot of investigations in the universe. And they have come to say that we have like over 40 billion. The ones they have reached, 40 billion jua kama hii yetu. So they think we are not alone in the universe. There could be some other people in the universe or more intelligent than us, like kama hizo UFOs nakuja. So the group, the UDA and Itumbi, they have not come from the other planets. These are people tuko nao hapa, we have known them. Some of them, we have known them even before they started the politics. So there's nothing new they're going to tell us. Itumbi must have had a tasking because of what happened in the parliament, because of numbers, and is the chief spinner propaganda. So he must have been given a task how to divert, and that's what he played. So sometimes let us not blame him because he's been paid for that. So he had to come with something. Investigations of a kidnap is just like murder. You go to the last scene, last place, and where the body is found, and if it's kidnapped is where he was found. These people, they have given a lot of speech today, almost the whole brigade Yauda, and they seem to know why Itumbi was kidnapped. I think the best thing they could have done to us, because they are proving to be good investigators, wangeenda mali Itumbi alikuwa abducted na mali alipatikana, and then they carry us forward, kuliko kuruka and kuanza kutaja watu wengine. Wangetuambia alipatikana hivi, alipelekwa kwa dispensary fulani. Whoever attended Itumbi wakati alipatikana should have even come out and said, mimi nililetewa huyu mgonjwa akikuwa hivi na hivi na hivi, and this is what I diagnosed, and this is what I found, and this is how I treated him. But you see, that one is not coming. Instead, they are trying to tell us that iko some informers in the police. That is a way of hiding, because these police, because they are secret informers, they will not come out to give evidence. So this is an all script ambayo imechezwa na imechezwa mara mingi. There's nothing new. If these people are concerned about Kenyans, I think there's a time Raila alitupiwa hata matia gas na life bullets. We never saw any of them coming to the press or even castigating that thing. These are the same people that have supported the strong arm of the government acting on peaceful Kenyans who are demonstrating. They have never talked. So I don't think there's anything new that they will tell us. Kabisa, there's nothing new. Maybe if I was one of the investigators, kwanza ningetoa hizo plasters kwanza ndio tuione kama kuna kidonda. And I think that is the way to go, because if they're pressuring the police to investigate, they'll have to go. Waangalie hizo. These people are so disparate that if at all Itumbi alikuwa na fractures, wangetuonyesha hizo mapicha za x-ray. It's not coming. And if I was the police, I'll go for those x-rays and nione kama kweli amevunjika ama hajavunjika. Kama hajavunjika na kama kuna x-ray, ni kufungua hizo plasters tu and show the whole Kenya. Ile numbers ambayo wanajaribu kuficha, it will still come out. 29th is just about less than a week away. It will still come out, and there's nothing they'll do about it. So that is that. I think most of you guys have said, they have covered it properly. You have said what you have said. Some of us, nimeona kama they don't want to talk. They don't want to say as it is. We have the freedom of speaking and our opinions. We can always say our opinions here, where Mtembei ametupatia platform. So since some of us will just talk. On the numbers ambayo on 29th, I think because you...
Mr. Joe, 2 minutes, huh?
Just a second, community. I just want to add something to what Mr. Joe has just said. Just to hold breath. It is true, Joe, that science is trying to catch up with what God has already put in his holy book. You read the Bible deeply, and those who've done a bit of theology, it is noted.
Mr. Patrick, 1 minute. Mr. Joe, mute a little bit as he finishes his submission.
Okay, so I was saying, Joe, there is a statement that you brought out, which was weighing into how scientists are giving us the new understanding on why we should think that the universe is bigger than we think. There could be other human beings in other parts of the universe. So I was saying, it is true that when you read the books of theology and the Bible in depth, you will actually come to know that when those who will be chosen to go to heaven, one of the biggest surprise that will be seen in the scene of that heaven is human beings who will come from a universe that was never put to test in sin, where Satan never managed to go. They will come out to ask you guys, how did you manage it? They will hear the story of humanity to be a big story. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, Joe, to be quick, is that it is true that we have other space and the universe is bigger than we think. We have human beings elsewhere where Satan never got the chance to go to. So what science is bringing out, I think it turns it to go to tandem with what theology has told some of us. That's what I wanted to say, Joe.
Okay, thank you. I'm a big fan of studying of universe. I'm one of the people who also monitor the universe in case we get some signals. That's why I'm saying we have gone beyond this. Wakina Itumbi wanatudanganya hapa. People have gone far. Wanatafuta watu wengine, not necessarily human beings. There could be some things that are far much better than us. Maybe they are not even looking like us. So that is us. On mambo ya the coming 29th, this is a foregone case. But I know it will not go quietly that they go and third reading is done. The other people will have to put some show. Either they'll protest, they'll not go, because you see, like last time they were saying Aukojua what they were going to debate. It has never happened. And I don't know where Itumbi was, should have told them, because Yana Semanga na jonga vitu mbele. So sijui kwa nini hakuambia wanaenda ku debate on a bill. So this time I think they'll just say, because they don't want to face a defeat. Wewe pia umejua ukienda kupiga vita ila mmoja utashindwa, afadhali hata utoroke tu usiende kwa hiyo ring, so that you don't get that humiliation and embarrassment. So I think, to my own thinking from where I sit, I think they will boycott so that the victory cannot be claimed that walishindwa with the numbers. So that is the strategy I think that will follow. It's just like Raila wakati walisema they go for a second election, that the field has not changed. He actually said he cannot go for that. So this is some tactics ambayo nafikiria the UDA will also follow that one. Hawataenda, because I think this time the humiliation might be even more than last time, because last time walipata 68, wala kupata 113, it was almost half. This time it could be even more, so they'll not go for that humiliation. I don't think so. They'll just boycott. And you see, it's not an offense to boycott kutoenda parliament for a bill. So that is what I want to contribute for now.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
thank you so much, Mr. Joe, for your contribution. In fact, you have insinuated that maybe Itumbi or UDA will give us the proof of the extent of injuries, so that we can be able, in fact, to get to know if at all this guy was broken, or his jaws were broken, or it is something which was state managed. So I go to Mr. PK as I bring on Mr. Baz. Mr. PK, please unmute and give your submission. Stone BK, it is your turn. Yeah, it seems that maybe his gadget is not doing well. So I go to Mr. Baz. Mr. Baz,
yes,
take
community.
the floor, my brother.
How are you, my brothers?
I'm good, my brother.
Now I think I need to contribute on this matter of today, and I think it is unfortunate that people can think somebody can just fake or stage manage a kidnap. You know, if you do something, there must be a benefit that you intend to accrue, or it's supposed to kind of change some perception or narrative. And I think the IG has said they are investigating the matter, and he did not even at any single time doubt that there was a kidnap or alleged it was stage managed. He just said, yes, there is a report that has been reported at a competent police station regarding a kidnap, and they are investigating on the matter. My brother Joe has stated that they have not seen the x-rays. I think sometimes yesterday there there were images that were released, the CT scan images were released showing some head injuries. And I don't think somebody on his right mind would just undergo a CT scan for the sake of it, for the sake of stage managed. CT scan is not something that somebody goes just like that. No doctor would recommend you to do it for fun. If it is stage managed, they would think of better ways. So I think there is no doubt whether it was a kidnap, but the guy went through a CT scan. Those images were released today. I am not an expert in medical, but what was released, the head resembles that of Itumbi physically, the outer side. So I have no reason to doubt those CT scan images. And whether those who commented on the images with little know-how said there were some injuries they were showing some injuries. And I think it is best sometimes we leave such matters. That's a very fundamental issue or happening to a fellow citizen, and we should not just comment on it jokingly. We should not add politics to it. We should let the competent authority deal with it, and if they don't, I think Mr. Itumbi has the capacity to investigate on himself. He has done so in the past. I think he once took Matiang'i to court. So I do believe when he is well, he can institute his own investigations and come up with his own conclusion if indeed the police service do not lead us to anything tangible. So I think it is an act that we should all condemn. That this country cannot go that route again. It cannot, whether we don't agree or disagree with somebody's opinion, whether we dislike or don't like a person. Kenya is too big for us. We can accommodate each other's nonsense and sense. We can accommodate each other's views. So let everybody be free. I think the writers of our constitution were not mad to include freedom of speech. And if anybody is offended by what somebody says, there is a mechanism that one follows that is respectable and just. I think that's how I end on the matter of Itumbi and the kidnap. I will not say it's allegation or whatever it is. I think let us call it Itumbi's matter for being fair, because it is a very critical matter on human life. About the 29th, I think it is a foregone conclusion, and it has got no bearing whatsoever on what I see on the UDA's overall strategy. Just like the BBI, it did not have anything substantial on their overall strategy. I think people like Kimani Ngonjiri voted yes. People like Mwashetani voted yes for the BBI. And although the chief hustler, I can call him the most tactical politician Kenya have seen for the near future, claimed that the reggae will stop. And indeed, reggae did not only stop, but it completely died. It died a natural death, a legal death. And I think even this bill has got no consequences as much, because entrenching coalition, whether people want to form coalitions, if A and B, if 1 + 2 is 3, it will change nothing. If we have a coalition of Gideon Moi, Raila Odinga, and those other fellas, it is a two-horse race. It is between Raila Odinga and William Ruto. The others will change nothing. Whatever kind of coalition they will form, I don't think Jubilee has the traction it had in 2007 and and when they were a coalition with the URP and TNA. Jubilee is a shell of itself. So whether they form a coalition between Jubilee and Azimio la Mtu Moja and ODM, whatever they are going to form, I don't think it has any consequences overall. So whether yes, they are going to play politics with the bill. They are going to use their space in the floor of the house to say whatever they will want to say, to smear campaign. But overall, whether it passes or it doesn't pass, I think it doesn't have any impact on their overall strategy. Votes, I think, remains the same as they have been. Those who would have voted for the Right Honorable Mzewetu Raila Odinga will still go ahead and vote for him. Those who will have voted for the chief hustler will still vote for him. The undecided will sway very little. But I am not seeing anything coming out of a coalition or whatever nature it is. Azimio is Raila and Raila is Azimio. Without him, there is no such thing. So it is just patching up. It's a bill to patch up, but not to build anything. So let the 29th come. If it passes, let it pass. If it fails, let it fail. And life will go on as scheduled. We are going to have an election next year, with or without the political parties bill. The coalition, I don't know whether it's political or coalition parties bill. We're going to still have life beyond that. So I think it has no consequences. For me, I believe let 29th be a free show. Let everybody vote as he wishes, because it has no consequences as much. Though it dilutes the constitution in a way, let us go ahead with it. It's good. Thank you, community.
Baz, I have a
Bernard,
question
can I,
for you.
Bernard?
Sorry,
Okay.
community. Ngoja, David. Baz, I have a question for you. One,
yes,
about the Itumbi kidnap allegations. You say there were CT scan, whatever pictures released.
Yes, images, yes.
Images were released by who?
Oh, well, I did not take note who released them. What I'm saying is the images that were released, if you just physically look at them in a layman's perspective, because I am a layman in medical field, but if I look at them, CT scan, the outer waves of the head will still resemble your head. Those outer waves of the images that were released today resemble the hand of Itumbi. So I have no reason to doubt. What I have doubt is what the interpretation could be of those images. But I have no reason to doubt that those images were CT scan images done on Mr. Itumbi. And I think we also saw images of him on the gantry, on the CT scan gantry, going through the CT scan. So I have got no reason to doubt that. Whatever they mean or whatever they Whether there is an injury or not, that is another matter for the medical practitioners to say, not us, because unless you're around.
Okay, the reason why we are having reservations about what is being released is because there is no official communication. If you are in this country in 2002,
Yes.
when Kibaki had an accident as he
Yes.
was running for president,
Yes.
we had official communication either by his personal doctor or family doctor. Okay.
Yes.
So whatever information that is given from a point of authority. It's
Yes.
not everybody saying that Itumbi has lost a teeth, Itumbi has lost an eye, and everybody's claiming everything, and nobody's coming out to give official communication, not from UDA and not from the family. That is why we are still calling it an allegation, because including the journalists, okay?
Yes.
It's like even the journalists have not been given access to the person. So nobody can report specific, whatever, completely on whether the person in question is Itumbi is still a question journalists are asking. Now the CT scan you're talking about is also given not from an authority or an official place. So when things are put in that kind of a scenario, we will have much questions than answers, and so we will question everything. Secondly, you say that the political party amendment bill will dilute the constitution. In what way?
Well, first of all, let me say on the first part of Itumbi, the one you're saying, I think, first of all, we cannot put that guy in the same league as His Excellency Mwai Kibaki. Those are two different people in two different positions. Mwai Kibaki was running for the President of the Republic of Kenya. He was a leading contender.
Please, Mr. Bose, you see, it is like this. You cannot have your way. Everybody must have his opinion. It is you will not just be going
David, hold on. Let him respond. You will have a chance to talk.
Yes. What I'm saying is Kibaki was a leading contender. Anything that happened to him was necessary to be put in the right context in the public domain. His health, his accident, and anything that goes about that. Itumbi owns his. Wait, I finish, Bernard. Wait, I finish first.
You can't say Kibaki was a presidential candidate. That's why it was communicated. What is happening with Itumbi right now? From what UDA is talking about, they are accusing the president, they're accusing the head of the police, they're accusing the head of DCI. These are grave matters that will require official communication. Let the personal doctor of Itumbi come and say Itumbi has lost his limb. That will be believable. But if somebody talking about Itumbi losing what is Sudi, and then the next is Murukomen, and then Ichungwa, all these people are politicians. They are playing politics with somebody's health. The communication by Kibaki was not because he's a candidate. It was necessary information coming from right sources. Sai kuna COVID. The people announcing COVID results of the people who have contracted COVID is either the Minister of Health or the person in charge of health. It's not anybody. There's no politician coming and say we had 4,000 people contacting wherever who have contracted COVID. That's how things are done.
But you have treated very well. But let me remind you that releasing information regarding a patient is a matter between a doctor and the patient. If the patient objects to making public his health conditions, that ends there. It is Kibaki who opted for his medical reports to be made public. If Itumbi has objected, that is it.
Let me tell this guy.
They are also quack doctors.
Hold on.
No, he referred to me. He referred to me. I will tell him what the law
No,
says.
Ngoja kwanza, Joe. We'll give you time to rebuttal. So, Baz, make your response quickly, please. There are people who are of interest in what you're saying.
Yes, I think I have made your response to it. It is between it. If Itumbi has said, "Do not make my medical reports public," that ends there. Doctor,
Even that
patient,
is not
confidential.
communicated. That's my problem.
That
Even
I'm
that
saying, it is
communicated.
which doctor goes and says this patient told me not to release his information. He just goes
No,
ahead.
when
What are
Baba
you going to tell me?
when Baba contacted HIV, whenever no, COVID,
I won't say HIV.
so hold
Let
on.
me let me.
So when it is
when he
Baba, it
contacted
pleases you, you laugh. When it is
COVID.
Itumbi, you want to cry.
This guy is confusing, eh? You
Yes.
see, if I was sick
This
and I
just
went
a
to see a doctor,
sycophant.
if I was sick and I went to see a doctor, and there's nothing like a public interest in it, and there's no case in a police station, then I can keep it private with me and my doctor. But this is something that is of public interest. It has gone to the police. Even a simple assault, you go and get a P3 because it's before the police, and the doctor that examining you is the person to give the evidence in a court of law, to give it, some sort of credibility. So Itumbi is not less than the President Kibaki when he got an accident, because that's a police case. And a police case, you must investigate. And when you're investigating, the doctor must come in. Up to now, whatever he's saying is a scam. As Bernard has rightly said so, it has not been given by somebody with authority to give that interpretation of the scan. It could be Scania 10 years ago, 5 years ago. We need somebody who conducted the scan maybe yesterday, and he says, this is what I did and this is what I found. Apana could display to my negative to kusema scans as Itumbi.
Joe, why do you think the scan did not come from the official authority?
But Bernard is asking,
you are the one who said you don't know who released it.
Yes.
That I'm saying.
And nobody has that information.
None of us can. None of us.
What I'm saying is,
as Itumbi TV, we don't have it.
Who released it?
We don't know who released it. But I'm saying, if Mr. Dennis does not want his health conditions to be discussed publicly from his doctor, that is his own personal opinion. I think we have respected very many people who have succumbed in this country, including senior public figures.
Why releasing?
You are seeking sympathy, just like us, because
this is simple.
Itumbi, we are discussing him right now on a public platform because of himself. If we didn't go public about his kidnap, nobody will talk about it. If they did not blow it, and then there are no press conference, we have played videos here of Murukomen talking, Sudi talking. If they didn't go public about it, nobody will be discussing it. So how do you allow it to serve political purposes? And when it comes to asking right questions on the medical issues, accusations that are being made, you say it's a personal matter.
Why did they release even those things? As he's saying, he's alleging that it was released. Why did they release it if it's a personal matter? They should have not even released it.
What I'm saying is, I think let us not argue for the sake of winning an argument. You all know, and you are all knowledgeable enough to know that doctor-patient confidentiality is between the two. When Baba contacted COVID, it is he who authorized I think it is Dr. Who, this doctor from Nairobi Hospital, to make public his predicament. If the doctor was not authorized by Baba,
but Baba was not acting.
Have made public.
Baba was not acting. Itumbi is acting.
Was it a police case?
It was
a police case is different.
A police case, it was personal. Now, wait. Police, Joe, this matter will become public when police moves to court and the documents are tabled in court. That's when they become public through authority of the court.
Thank you, Bas. It seems you have more information than we do, and we take you at your word. Let it rest there.
No, Bernard, not information. It is just clarity of how the procedures of how things work.
You are inviting us to speculate the way you are speculating, which.
But sometimes things don't work the way you think.
To me, it's not holding
especially
water.
In UDA.
Yeah, if you really want us to buy into your narrative, then you come with you say Dr. So-and-so said so-and-so should not be discussed in this way, or this matter is before the court, it should not be discussed. The patient has made special request that his health status should not be wherever made public. Now, when we get that officially
Bernard,
when we get that from the hospital, then we use that as credible information, or from the police. But if it's from hearsay, you are telling us what you heard or what you saw on social media, that means we can't even bank on it.
Bernard, yes. I think here everybody is speaking his mind on the way he views something. Eh? Nobody here was with Mr. Itumbi. Nobody knows him personally. Secondly, I think also I would hypothetically say Mr. Itumbi owns the Hustlers Intelligence Bureau. Maybe he would make a comprehensive statement with all the documents and the medical reports through that channel so that it can gain more clout. It is possible. It is a possibility. If indeed it was whether faked or
what is that Hustler Investigating Bureau? What is it?
Oh, hold on, Baz. That is where I have a problem, because if we have, you have heard of the danger of the single story, okay? If the person who is in the problem is the one telling us about the problem, and the one verifying the problem, and is the one, speaking for himself about what he wants us to believe about what happened to him, it even raises more questions. But if that is how you want us to look at it, you're free to do that. I want you to comment on the issue of coalition party amendment diluting the constitution. Which part of the constitution is being diluted and how? Patriot, you will come in later to verify these medical issues. Just hold on.
Bernard, you are giving this man an attention that he doesn't need.
Ngoja David, kwanza wewe unataka umuulize maswali. David, relax. Ndio nataka umuulize maswali. Nataka ajibu tu swali langu alafu nisonge kwake.
I may not be very factual on that, but I think the constitution speaks about political parties. It does not speak about coalition parties. So introducing something that supersedes the constitution is trying to amend the constitution through, like amending the constitution through shortcuts. Why didn't they?
Mr. Baz, yes. What is the main purpose of the legislature?
Legislature is to make laws.
And so the framers of the constitution framed the constitution as a primary source of law.
Yes.
Then the parliament is responsible of making other not amendments, make laws that now make the application of the constitution applicable. For example,
yes.
When the constitution talk about political parties, from what I heard, what transpired in the parliament, that even the constitution does not define what a political party is, but it talks about we are a multi-party whatever state. And so those are the loopholes that legislatures are supposed to look in and then provide us with the legislation that will help us apply the constitution without allowing areas where people can take advantage of. So if the constitution does not define what a political party is, it's the duty of parliamentarians to come together and now come up with what is a political party. And then issues of coalitions is nothing new. We had a grand coalition. We had a prime minister when it was not even provided for in the constitution. It was an act of parliament that was done one afternoon, and behold, look and behold, we had a prime minister. So what makes it wrong when it is done?
Bernard,
Yes.
I think you need to correct me on this. One, interpretation or defining. I don't know what word define means, but define, I think, should mean interpreting.
Yes,
Interpretation of the Constitution is matters of the Supreme Court. I think that is in the Constitution itself. Parliament does not interpret the Constitution. Parliament makes laws.
Makes laws based on the Constitution, so they must have knowledge of the Constitution.
Not to interpret the Constitution.
They are not
No.
interpreting.
Who is interpreting the Constitution
So
in
in
this
the
case?
Okay,
Where is the
let's
Constitution
not turn
being
this one
interpreted
into
in this
an
case?
English class.
Acha
Bas,
kutuletea makizungu mingi. As
David,
if
hold your horses. We are coming to you. Baz, what we are saying here is the Parliament is supposed to make act of Parliament to help the Constitution be applicable, especially in areas where the Constitution is not expressed on matters. For example, matters to do with the repeat elections. Okay. To matters to do with the referendum. One of the things that makes it hard even for the running the affairs of the referendum is because there is no clear-cut constitutional provision of a referendum. They just say these particular articles cannot be changed without going for a referendum. Okay, but the law that govern what a referendum is, how a referendum should be conducted, who is in charge of what, the parliamentarians are yet to make acts of parliament to govern that. So those are the areas that parliamentarians go to parliament to take care of. It's the same thing applying for this. We have had coalition government several times. We have had we've had different parties coming together, TNA and URP. We've had the NASA, the code and all that, but all that was being done out of mutual agreement of friends. It had no law governing it. That is why people can walk in and walk out. So why should somebody be against this thing being framed up in the law so that if you get into a coalition, you don't get out at will? The law has safeguarded all the people in the coalition so that if you get out, there will be consequences. And if you get in knowing this is what I'm binding myself to. I don't see how that becomes a problem to the country and becomes a problem to political parties.
It does not become a problem. But I think if you want to look in a law, I think you look at the spirit of the makers of the law, what they say, not even when debating, or what even they say about the bill itself. I think
the
one was
spirit
quoted
of the
in
makers of the law. The spirit of the makers of the law.
David, you'll ask your question at your time.
Okay, Baz, I want us to rest there. We are to move on.
Fair enough.
So you have examined the spirit of the makers of that law.
Ngoja kwanza David, ukiruka hivyo hata utauliza maswali ile unafaa kuuliza, na najua uko na maswali. Baz, if the constitution will say people in Kenya will get married, okay? People of the opposite sex will get married in Kenya, okay? And then the constitution has just said to get married. They have not defined what marriage is, okay? Who is eligible to get married? And who conducts the marriage ceremony? If the law has not spoken about that, people will get married alone is just the primary part of the law. But we need details. The devil is in the details.
Yes.
So it is said. So I don't see anything wrong with parliamentarians coming together and say, the law says this, and we need to improve on what it says by putting in the details, that the person who qualifies to be a member of parliament needs to be having this and qualified in this way. But if you just say any person who gets the vote has won the election, he goes to parliament, That is why we are complaining about the same parliamentarians.
I think as currently framed about political parties, I think we can only improve on it. We cannot bring any other confusion to it. This bill will bring certain confusion. First of all, remember, Bernard, the current structure of government.
Yes.
We have complete separation of powers. Parliament is for political parties. Now these guys are trying to introduce something called coalition political parties.
My friend, if you are confused, we can educate you, because there's nothing you are saying. You're just wasting our time.
Ngoja kwanza David. But
I'm so impatient with this man.
You're entitled to your opinion, huh? But
Yes.
I want us to let that matter, because okay, I just wanted to find out this from you. Have you read that particular bill?
No, not fully. I haven't read it fully.
Are you able to access it in the first place?
No. I can access it in the room.
Then you are opposed to something you don't know.
No, I have just listened to commentaries, a lot of commentaries, both sides.
Okay,
and they have made a lot of sense.
I think you need to get to the bottom of it, find the bill, read it, and then that's the only time you will be able to merit it or demerit it on fair grounds. But if it's hearsay, you're in a later confusion. I agree with you. It will bring confusion because Mwambangoma vuta kwake. Everybody will talk according to what they want you to know. Just like the press after the second reading. Alice Wahome and the other people say this thing is being made for Raila Odinga.
Actually, that was said in the floor. We are anchoring Azimio.
Anchoring Azimio.
Yes, in the constitution. That's what I'm saying. The spirit. You should look at what they say.
You guys should just go on with. My friend, leave politics for those who know politics. You can go and continue with the cattle rustling.
Okay, David, come small.
How can you say that they are?
Can I say something, Bernard?
No, Patriot, we are coming to you after David.
Okay.
Me, I don't.
David,
can you hear me very well?
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, David, go ahead.
Yes, I don't even have what to say, because this man, he has confused himself, and I've discovered that he knows nothing. So there's nothing I'm going to answer. I'm not going to answer him. First, I just want to say that he's just one of those UDA sycophants who are bitter, and they just oppose anything that the government brings. So there's nothing here. This law is going to help. In fact, Ruto is opposing this law because he doesn't want to form a coalition. And how will it hurt him if he's not in a coalition? You see? And they have numbers. Why are they not using those numbers? Now they're talking of going to the court because they know they can bribe the courts. But if this bill is going to pass, there's nothing they will do. Going to court will just show their weaknesses, because election will not be judged in the court. Election will be judged in the ballot. That is all I can say.
Thank you, David. Patriot, come in.
Yeah, thank you, David, for your brief. I went to what our brother Baz has actually spoken quite, widely on, and I just wanted to say, well, with a lot of humility, that Baz, debater, but of course, you stand to be corrected on a few things, which I think I thought it's good that I clear.
Patriot, you have something with your audio? Please ensure your volume is high enough, or you get closer to the mic.
Is that okay, Bernard? Bernard, is that okay?
Yeah, that's better. That's better. Get on.
Okay. So I was saying, Baz, definitely you are a good debater. For anybody listening to what you're saying, we can pick, you know, a person who understands how to bring out his points. But as Bernard mentioned, he knew there was something that, you know, I'll come in to actually correct in the way you were making a submission. And I had actually left, but the moment I had you speak, I thought it is a good opportunity that we clarify this. It is true that we have two levels of confidentiality when it comes to the information that is stored in the custody of the doctor and the patient. One, we call it doctor-patient confidentiality. That's number one. Number two, it is doctor-to-doctor confidentiality. This is information that is shared within the two doctors on a matter that must be left that way without being shared even to the patient. That is what is the truth. So, and I want you to place it correctly so that when you argue, it comes out very clearly. And number two, the most important thing that made me to come back is that there is information that is kept by the doctor when you are under the care of a doctor. Meaning, it is wrong for the doctor to release that information unless he is releasing that information to the next of kin or with the permission of the patient. Number three, or at the discretion of the patient without involving the doctor. The doctor cannot take you to court that you released information that you should have released, and yet it's your information. He will not be the complainant, right? So that's where you need to look at it. But where you want to involve the doctor on a public spot, again, one, he has a right to deny and accept to go to that level because his jurisdiction is to do the treatment and diagnosis. But anything beyond there, it will be on request. Okay. But again, the law, you know, the law demands and protects the doctor on the information he keeps. Because when there is other jurisdictions, like now the case in court and stuff, then the doctor comes in as one of the persons said here as a testimony. He comes in as a witness who has an authority over the medical report that is not understood. So the issue of Itumbi and the report that you said he released to the public, I want to say this. That public report, as far as the jurisdiction of what I've described is concerned, does not necessarily require that it should have come from the doctor himself. That get it very clear. It does not involve the doctor here, because scans, once they're given to the patient. What you will do with them, you can display them as a pictures, you can put them in your car, you can put them, you know, behind anything. What you do with that, the doctor has no jurisdiction. So if I was to guess what might have happened of the information you are saying that is in public, is that Itumbi decided to go public on his personal information where the doctor was not involved, and in any case, the doctor has no mandate beyond that, because that's a document that is kept by the patient. That is not kept by the doctor. The document you are talking about here is not the custody document for the doctor. He is not the custodian. Once that report is given, it is given to the patient. So that next time you're going to another doctor, he can use that to look at his medical history for him to know what to do in case you have other complications. So that document is not a document that emanates from the jurisdiction of the custody of the doctor. Lastly, something I wanted to clarify again. Lastly on that, the doctor, when we talk about confidentiality here again, there's something you said on that very scan, which is not right. You said when you look at the scan, the shape that came out, that was funny, Baz, and that was wrong. You should actually apologize. You say that the shape from the scan is the shape of Brother Itumbi. You need to apologize to the medical mind. That is wrong. The scan does not pick the shape of the head. It is the X-ray, is the inner tissues, you know, which cannot be seen physically, that are captured in in such a diagnostic, scanning. So what you see from inside has no shape of the morphology of the head. If your head is this big or that round, it cannot be captured with that. What is captured is that very organ that is inner in the head, which can be interpreted, in matters and human anatomy. When doctors look at that, like when you're looking at a child, when a woman is pregnant, there's a way the fetus is supposed to rest in the womb. So you can't say that when I looked at the fetus, it looked the shape of the head of, you can't. So that was wrong, Baz. And when you're not an authority in something, you actually withhold, because you will actually make those who know, they get annoyed. A scan is a diagnosis that goes inner, is the inner elements, the inner components of humanity that are captured, not the outside. The morphology is not captured the way you're putting it. So, and I'm happy you said you're not a medical person. So I'm using this to let you know that that is the way it should be. Lastly, Bernard, let me tell him this. You said that Jubilee does not have the traction of numbers. Baz, I heard you very well. It does not have the traction of numbers to have anything formidable in the unity between Raila or ODM and Jubilee. So you said that does not have any political consequences. And you compared that with URP and TNA, which you said in your understanding that was a serious story. That was a big union. I want to tell you that you are wrong on that, because when you have ODM and TNA, and you have URP and TNA, ODM and TNA, part of Jubilee, is a big story, because you're talking of a group that had, following close to 49%, and then a half of the other group. So basically, what I want to let you know is that you are actually trying to underrate the value of Azimio, which I think is politically correct for you and democratically so. But I think you're wrong, because if you are to be honest, the new arrangement in terms of union, Azimio, ODM, with these other parties, together with the current Jubilee faction that has remained with him, which comes from, in my view, from my understanding, the Mount Kenya, which is majorly call it TNA, is a bigger formation. It's a bigger formation that you cannot underrate it. So the most important thing here that must be put to context, Bernard, is this. The reason why the 29th, that day is going to, why that day is going to be very significant politically in this country is this. There is this story and narrative we have been hearing of numbers that the UDA have, okay? And they have been telling us, they have been bracing for the fight. They have been preparing. They've been spoiling for the fight. They've been telling us that mutaona, hamjui, mutajua, mutajulishwa, atupangwi, atupangwingwi. Now let me tell you, why will you prepare an army to go and fight in the big fight, while when you have small guys around your area, they are boxing them left, right? I think what is very significant, which Buzz is trying to downplay, is on 29th, the politics of this country will be clear that to the people who are really keen to know which formation is going to be the government of tomorrow, this is the day that is going to clear the air. That confusion, that slander, the lies that have been going around in terms of numbers. Because if you have the numbers, that is the day you need to demonstrate. You cannot talk about 160 something numbers, and then 100 of them disappear to the blues. They come about 45. You get some guys trying to fill the numbers, and apparently you now start telling us that you have the audacity. You still have the audacity to tell us the removal. So, Baz, what I'm trying to tell you is this: watch the space. 29th is the day we will demystify this narrative of numbers. And the moment you will do that, the people who have been following UDA blindly, thinking they have numbers, they will choose the right direction to go. And that is a serious political announcement that we will expect that day. Thank you, Ben.
Okay, thank you, Patriot. I believe that's clear enough, and it is time for us to begin to gather our goods and services and get out of here.
I
So,
have a question.
Yes, community.
Yeah, I have a question to Mr. Baz. Baz, is this political party bill bad or good?
Yes, community, in my opinion, I will vehemently oppose anything that tries to dilute or introduce another version of what the constitution currently states. We just need political parties. Coalitions can be done, but we don't need to dilute what the constitution says today.
Now, yeah, then my question is, if this political party bill is bad, why did MPs who are allied to UDA proposed an amendment to a bill which is bad? Because in fact they proposed almost 9 amendments to the same bill. Because I heard yesterday that all those members, they will be needed in Parliament on Tuesday, so that I don't know if it is JLAC, they deliberate on that proposal of amendment to that bill, so that by Wednesday, when the entire House will convene, then there will be no obstacle. It's just only maybe a matter of 1 hour, and then everything will be okay. So if you, as a UDA supporter, you are saying that that bill is bad, why then the likes of I don't know if it's Gerald Gay or the members who proposed amendment to that bill, why did they propose to something which is bad for you as UDA members?
Community very well, I've heard you very clearly. And you know, we all we benchmark to the best. And we sometimes look at countries that have developed very well, their democracies have developed very well. And I think that's what we should envy about. We have never had such things in a country that we have modeled our constitutions with, the US. They don't have such things of like coalitions. It's either you believe in that party. I don't know how we can anchor a coalition just to win an election, because KANU and ODM are incompatible. They believe in different ideologies completely. We are just anchoring something just to win an election. Whatever happens thereafter, whether it is going to go the NAC way, which fell apart just 3 months after formation of the coalition government in 2002, we will deal with it that time. You understand, community? We should build strong political parties.
Listening to you, I can't help but hear DP saying we don't need legislation to make help grant. We just need to write a letter to the Minister of Education, or the Minister of Education just need to write a letter, and it will turn the help into a grant. And they say we don't need to make any legislation to increase the amount of money going for devolution. We just need to increase it, because the Constitution says at least 15. And that means you can take it even 100. Why do I get the feeling that a UDA team are against contracting matters according to the law? They want free space to do what they feel to do without the law constraining them.
When DP says that we don't need to anchor grant help into the constitution so that helps become a grant. We just need a letter. That is very true. Actually, not only that, we don't need to anchor into a law to exempt youth from paying taxes. We just need the Minister of Finance to write to KRA. And he has done so with the Japanese companies and expatriates of Japan who work in the country. They don't pay any tax, not through any amendment of the constitution, but through a letter, a gazette notice by the Minister of Finance, exempting all the Japanese companies and nationalities from paying taxes.
So
why can't we do
Japanese Kenyans?
If they can do it to foreigners, what is so difficult to do it to Kenyans?
So how do we enforce that when it's violated?
Sorry?
How do we enforce that when it's violated?
Who would violate something that is working?
For example, I'm a church minister, and I want my church to be exempted to bring in equipment, sound equipment, yes, without paying duty.
Yes.
Okay. Then I go to the minister for whatever in charge of import and export. Then he gives me a letter. That letter is limited to the name of my church. Okay.
Exactly.
Me, the applicant.
Yes.
Okay. So that I can go and clear my goods at the port without being questioned.
Yes.
But I cannot transfer that letter to my neighboring church.
Yes. Because it is a letter given on need basis.
On need basis. That's why we are saying when it is given as a law, it is applicable equally to everyone. But when it's an official letter for a specific case, it can only address that specific case to those specific people who are involved. A country like Kenya is governed by law. It's not governed by letters.
Let me ask you, Bernard. Like today, as the DP says, which is very correct, and you also know it in your subconscious mind that is correct. What prohibits?
Bernard. No. Let him finish the sentence, then you come in.
There's something you said there. I think he would address it. Is help in the law or help is a letter?
Help is in an act.
Okay. So why would you want help to be in an act while you can do a letter to someone and the person be given help?
You know, Demba, giving of help is dealing with consolidated fund. It must be an act of parliament.
So listen, you see, the same thinking process comes in because it's about grants given to someone is supposed to be an act of parliament. The person to be given, you see, help is an act, but help doesn't say who is going to be given. There's a process now that the other organization that is help goes through to identify the people it is going to give. What are some of the issues that they do? They ask for, proof of whatever it is. So I don't understand why help, it's okay for it to be in an act and nobody has ever fought it. But now grants, you don't want to be an act. You want it to just be a letter. That now if Baz needs a grant, you have to look for someone who is going to write for you that now this you qualify for the grant. Don't you find that reasoning a little interesting?
When we say changing of help from a loan to a grant does not require constitution. An act of parliament is so different from constitution. We don't need to reopen our constitution for such fringe things that can be dealt with through a letter or an act of parliament. An act of parliament is something that can be done tomorrow and the other day can be redone.
So, but now Baz, are you suggesting that an act of parliament can be changed by a minister?
A minister cannot change an act of parliament. He cannot change an act of parliament.
Is an act of parliament
what are you saying? If the act of government...
Is an act of parliament a part of the constitution?
An act of parliament is a delegate is a delegate of the constitution, if I may use that
So it
term.
is part of the
It is
constitution.
read
So
it is read
Bernard,
together.
Bernard, there's something I'll forget. I just wanted to say something kidogo too.
Okay, Joe,
Somebody talked about the other guy is trying to make some amendments to the bill. This reminds me, wakati wa BBI, they also wanted to put some amendments. You see, UDA guys, they oppose something, but when they see the force is too much, they try to chip in a hand so that they can take credibility. I mean, credibility. Like you see the BBI, they opposed it, but when they saw the wave was too much, they tried to make some amendments. Then, when it was going through Parliament, the National Assembly, they started bragging that at least we did some amendments, so we are part of it. This is the same thing they're trying to do in Parliament right now. They're trying to make some amendments, so when it goes through, they can also claim that they had an input. So that's the same thing. That's what I wanted to say. It's the same thing. They are neither here or there.
Joe.
But when something is good, they want to claim.
Joe, about the BBI, I think everybody made comment about it, including the chief hustler himself. He made a very elaborate contribution to it, though he was booed by the usual guys at Kasarani.
Even
and
now, they want to make some amendments, elaborate amendments. It's the
and
same.
He asked some critical questions to the bombers, to the peoples in bombers, which no one was able to answer. Very critical question.
But between Azimio la Umoja and UDA brigades,
what I'm trying to say is
who needs?
Evans,
they want to take credit.
Evans,
Joe, they want to take
you have
both
made your
sides.
point. Joe, you have made your point. Thank you. Mr. Baz, I am sure you're not a visitor in Kenya, and you've been here long enough to know what happens.
Yes.
When the BBI was starting, it had a secretariat.
Yes.
The secretariat that went around the country collecting people's opinion.
Let me correct you on that. They did not go around the country. They just went into a very few. Tell me where they met in Washington, D.C.
We have not even gone to there. We stop jumping the gun. Okay?
Yes.
I want us to agree. We had a secretariat.
Yes.
That was collecting people's opinion around the country.
Yes.
When it started its work, what did the chief hustler say to his people?
I can't recall what he said.
I would remind you. He said, let the secretariat go around the country, collect whatever they want. Our people will not go to appear before that secretariat, but whatever they bring, we will pass.
Yes.
So he stopped his people from going to bring it. Okay? But when the secretariat put together the document, and it was becoming inevitable that the document is going to sail through.
Yes.
Okay. He now changed tag and says he wants us to slow down everything so that we bring everybody on board. Okay. And then we renegotiate and then be able to do what? To agree with everybody. That is when Baba said we are not opening that thing again. We have closed it. So it is UDA's tactic of trying to open a closed document so that they buy time. And when the thing is elapsed by time, they claim God has stopped it, or the court have stopped it, or they have stopped it.
Yes. Bernard, when something you say was closed and cannot be reopened, you know, when the secretariat made it his report, the secretariat was operating on terms of reference. And one of them was not to amend the constitution. The other one, who on earth or which person in this country or which region ever made a contribution? Let us interfere with the independence of the judiciary. Where did some of
Okay.
these recommendations come from?
Let's not turn this platform into discussing BBI and the UDA. Let's leave it there. We'll meet on
Definitely.
the 29th at the floor of the House
Yes.
and let the best team win.
Absolutely.
We'll discuss that another time. Today we are talking
Bernard,
about Itumbi and his kidnap allegations.
Bernard,
Themba.
you may also need to let Baz know that his argument is good, but I've found the same line of argument being progressed by Jakes a while ago. Constitution making is not an individual's position. Individuals are just participants. So when you come in and then you're arguing like you're arguing for Ruto, that oh, he said this, he said that. Ruto is one voice, Kenyans and other Kenyans, Raila is another voice, Uhuru is another voice, and so are all the other leaders and other Kenyans. But now ultimately, at the point at which decisions are made, there has to be a tie that has to be cast to show that, okay, fine, these people agree, these people. In the UK, there were those who are pro-Brexit and those who didn't like it. They took it to a vote. The Prime Minister then was pro-remaining with was against it.
The European
But
Union.
when people voted, the European Union, when people voted, they voted to exit. So the Prime Minister resigned, you see. So you see, at the end of the day, people have a voice. The same leaders, all those leaders, Ruto has a voice just like other leaders. The process went in and it reached where it reached. We understand that, and I think we need to let that one go. But now when you are coming to where we are here, what Baz is saying in terms of the process that is coming in, Baz is saying that help is an act of parliament. Now, what is the work of lawmakers? They make laws in parliament, and that is part of it becomes part of the constitution, you know. So when Baz is trying to suggest that help is an act of parliament, can only be done by a letter, he's also trying to misguide Kenyans. When they're saying that this is going to be a part of the constitution making, constitution can be amended in several ways. There are those ones that must go to the referendum and those ones that can be amended in parliament. So when Raila says that there is going to be a constitution making maybe grant, now the technical guys are going to work out, can this one be amended through a referendum or is just an act of parliament? So coming to say here that you don't need a constitutional making, you just need a letter, that is still operating from the Kanu regime, where you needed to know someone to do for you a letter to do something. You know, people are still stuck up in the previous kind of regime where you don't look at systems, you look at letters. Let's look at a law that will guide everybody. I think Baz needs to start thinking differently. Not being so much, when you are reasoning, you are probably being guided by what Ruto thinks. No. What is best for Kenya? What is the system we want? Raila will be gone. Ruto will be gone. Even us will go. What system do you want to live? We want 20 years from now, you have help as an act of parliament. Nobody's taking it because there's a letter that was not written. So when you come and say you can only do this with a letter, I think that's not being genuine. And even Jakes came here earlier and said that, you know, when you're doing the laws, the law was done and the person who is enjoying it the most is now Ruto. No, you see, the law was not made for Raila and was not made for Ruto. It was made for Kenyans. So any Kenyan going out there, the constitution will be for them. So even if Raila is going, even if we are looking at expanding the executive, it's not for Raila. How many years did even when we went for independence, the people fought for independence, some of them never enjoyed it, but people are enjoying the fruits of independence many years later. Don't think about yourself. Don't think about Ruto. Don't think about Raila. Think about the systems you are creating that will go beyond and above us 50 years from now.
Chair.
Yes.
Chair. First of all, I want to wish everyone in this platform Merry Christmas, regardless of your religion. I think there's something that we need to be clear with Buzz, that from the history that they do not like is that the people that have been needing the laws that have been passed by parliament, or rather the constitution, the amalgamation of the constitution, the biggest beneficiary from UDA. Why am I saying this? That everything that the leader of Azimio la Umoja has done has directly benefited UDA. Let us go back and see in the time of multipartism, why is Ruto so free in making another party if it is not from the multipartism struggle? Let us go back to the 2010 constitution. The 2010 constitution has benefited Ruto more than it has benefited Raila, because it has made him the strongest and the most powerful deputy president, if not in Africa, but in the world. If you go to the BBI, between Raila and Ruto, who needs a more expanded executive? Is it Baba or is it Ruto? Because as it is right now, Ruto doesn't have natural friends. He has what do we call them? Plastic friends that he needs to woo by using BBI to tell them that this is what you're going to get if you elect me president. But if you go to Baba, Baba does not need to convince Musalia Mudavadi to be the prime minister in BBI. Baba needs to tell him, to ask him where they've come from. So the issue of these laws that have been made by the parliament, I think it is more far-fetched that UDA is benefit. Even this thing that is going to be passed on Wednesday, UDA needs it more than Baba, because as it is right now, politics is a game of interests. And if you look at the way people have been moving out of UDA, it's because of the coalitions. There is no clear way of if you are going to have coalitions or not. So is it going to benefit more Baba? Is it going to benefit Baba more, or is it going to benefit Ruto more? And as you know, that Ruto has been, UDA is, Ashakumsi Matusi, but allow me to use this word, that like a small girl who feels like she doesn't want it, but in her heart, she wants it. Because they want to shy off that they do not want the BBI, yet they need it more. They want to shy that they don't need this particular law that is going to be passed on Wednesday, yet they need it more than any other person. So Baz, I will want to tell you this. Tell your boss to tell you exactly what he wants for this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Evans. Let us begin to give our closing remarks. Temba, ama ni kuache uendelee? Kuna watu ambao wanataka kuingia wengine.
Hapana, tuache tuseme closing remarks. I can only be here up to 34 minutes. Is that okay?
Okay. Yeah, if you close by 3, it's okay. That's our 3. I don't know what time is.
I can be here for 1 hour.
Okay, then mtabaki na community developer, community ancestor, mukijadiliana. I just want to say this before I go. Yes,
Bernard, before you go.
Yes.
There's something there that Baz and his friends keep banding around. Now, I want to read for you something from public policy. This information available. Yeah?
Yes.
In December 2021, there were 209 state-level ballot qualified political party affiliates in the United States. So parties in the states, yeah, some parties are recognized in multiple states. For example, both the Democratic Party and Republican Party are recognized in all the 50 states and Washington, D.C. Now, these two parties account for 1 or 2 of the 209 total state-level parties. 2 minor parties were recognized in more than 10 states as of December 2021. That is Libertarian Party, 33 states, the Green Party, that is 17 states, and the Constitution Party, that is 12 states. So what happens in the states is that there are many parties, but they are qualified to field at different times. So this business, they may be allowed to field in certain posts, and they have to keep qualifying for them to be allowed to field candidates. But now on the bigger part, when it comes to the presidential, when they are not fielding, they align themselves with either Democratic or Republican. So this bar is telling us that, you know, we are comparing ourselves with the US. There's no coalition. That is lack of information, which we may need to let the people know. Now it takes years for countries to mature to the extent that now you have only certain major parties. But parties are not forced. You are not forced. Nobody forces you. You have Libertarian Party, you have Green Party, you have Constitution Party. They field candidates in different states and they win elections. And that's why I've told you, out of the 209 total state level, whatever, 1 or 2 are controlled by the major parties. The others are for what? For the smaller parties. So this issue of multipartyism all over, it's a free constitutional freedom that is given to people. So coming to start telling us, you know, like they keep telling us, you know, like you are United States, you have only 2 parties. That is a lie that they should stop banding around. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Themba. And I think Penny Nyagaka has gotten that. You need to get more information on the same. That is settled. And how do you build your party from a smaller party to a bigger party? You invest in your party. You build your party in such a way that it will attract people to join it. ODM was not made out of collapsing parties. So if there is any evidence of collapsing parties to make one big party will lead to failure, Jubilee is a good example. Okay, it didn't last like it was envisioned to last because it was crafted just before the elections, and they forced the smaller parties to collapse, get into Jubilee, but there was no space for those particular parties to express themselves within Jubilee. They all retracted back to their cocoons, and we are now back to where we were. So I don't see why the DP should be insisting on what failed in 2017 and pray that because he will become the party leader, he will make it work in 2022. Kenyans have always been people who are free to think freely. One of the things that make us distinct. For example, the multipartyism. We started multipartyism with one opposition party, which was Ford. And Ford was so strong that Moi had to deploy forces to handle it. It was so powerful that Moi had to arrange for Shikuku to go and take lunch in State House. And it was through Martin Shikuku's lunch at State House that there was a split of Ford into Ford Kenya and Ford Asili. But the union of the opposition was so strong that it shook KANU to the core. So with that kind of background, it is not valid for us to think that we can be a bigger party by killing small parties. No, we become bigger parties by growing our party from small to big. So if DP is opposed to other parties, he's the wrong person to govern this country. He doesn't understand how to be part or how to be a leader of a multi-party democracy. You can't be a person that wants to eat the small fishes so that you remain as a big fish. It is small fishes that grow into big fish. So as a leader that he is, he needs to appreciate that and understand that the growth of this country is built on the growth of all sectors, including political parties growing. And so he should facilitate political party growing. He should be sponsoring small parties to grow into big, strong parties. But if he's rubbishing them and calling them village parties, tribal parties, he is the main problem for multi-party democracy in this country, if that is his mentality. And if that's what he's fighting on the floor of the House, he's bound to fail, because in fact, we'll have a better, vibrant parliament if the parliament is made of different political parties with different members of parliament, so that they owe nobody any allegiance, whereby if they are against any decision by the executive, they are free to retrieve back to their political parties and oppose whatever it is that they want to oppose. But now you are the majority. You are 200 members of parliament, and you belong to the president. And then the president anawaita State House anawasomea hii bill inataka ipite by saa 8. Okay, so all of you have divergent opinion, but the party has taken a decision on the matter. So you are bound to follow the whole thing, not because you want to, but because the party has taken a decision. I think that is one of the things that has made even the legislation not to be progressive. The legislation of 2013, 2017, it is not measuring against like the 10th parliament, what they did. The previous parliaments, they have done too much of legislation that was much more progressive than what we have had this particular time. Why? Two people were to think and the rest were to say yes and bow and continue. So we can't allow that to continue. Let the freedom of multipartism be cultivated and enhanced. And anybody seeking national office right now should be geared towards that. And that also goes for the governors, even at the county level. Don't bang all your wherever all the MCAs, because they are counties that are all dominated by one language. So you turn them into your village wherever stonges who come and sing your chorus. We need people with divergence or opinions and who will contribute to the advancement of the county by legislating laws that enhance the development of the county. History ya to maintain what you found, eat it, and then leave nothing behind should end, should stop completely. So I believe let's push for the betterment of this country. Coalitions are here to stay, and that's what is ruling the world right now. Anybody opposed to it, he seems to be reading from a different script altogether. And such people are the ones playing the ostrich game of burying their head in the sand, and they think everything will be all right by itself. If we are going to change, we should change with the changing of time. If coalitions is what will constitute, like the law demands that you get 50+1, okay? If every party ran for the presidents and one got 30, the other one got 20, the other one got 40, nobody won. So we must go back again and find the person who can get 50+1. That is a requirement which will necessitate that you form what? Coalitions. So if there is no law for coalition, then you are forced by the circumstance of the constitution to form a coalition. How are you going to form it? So I don't see why somebody should be opposed to a law being put in place to govern the formation of coalition when the constitution can necessitate such a situation to take place. These are people who are backward thinking. They are not forward thinking, so that they can prevent a problem before it arises. They want to reach that place so that they say, since nobody has gotten 50+1 and we have gone and nobody has gotten 50+1, let's change that part that says 50+1. Let everybody become president by simple majority. I think that's what they are footing for, because they know in the future they will not be able to get the numbers they claim to have. I rest my case there. This is the Kenya. This is Kenya, and Kenya must move forward. Anybody wanting to take us back, we refuse and reject, and we are opposed to it completely. The drama by Itumbi, we are used to it. We wish him well wherever he is. but let the truth be unearthed. We will sort it as time goes. Thank you.
Before you go, Bernard.
Yes, sir.
I think you also need to tell the UDA people that right now we shouldn't be told that UDA is popular after they failed miserably to bring even the numbers according to the MPs that are Jubilee MPs. UDA is not a party. You cannot wake up today as a child, be born today, and you start running. It will have to go through at least 2 election cycles for it to prove itself that now it can speak where parties are speaking. If it goes beyond, I mean, right now we can't tell the strength of UDA because it has only 1 MP, just like Moses Kuria's party. It has a few MCS, I think 4. You cannot measure a party that has not even fielded a president in an election, and then you're saying that now UDA is strong.
And that's one thing that everybody who is supporting UDA must awake to the same. Okay? Truth be told, UDA is not a national party. UDA is an organization that is being revamped to appear as if it's a national party. UDA has no leadership structure that I know, except the people who are paraded in one yellow house and who are said they are the national leaders, who are not voted for by anybody. They were pinpointed by the owner of the party. And now, if that is what they are calling national party, then they have a long way to go. Secondly, William Ruto has never run for presidency. Okay, this is his first time he's participating into presidential election as a candidate. The highest William Ruto has gotten in a national, or rather a national general election, is when he got a 3rd during the referendum that he led in 2010. So the strength of William Ruto can only be measured against the result of the referendum of 2010. That's what is practical as far as the result of the elections and the performance of William Ruto is concerned. This other one is hot air. And truth is, it is all hot air. And this, the agenda they are pushing that, oh, if Baba does not work with Oka, cannot stop William Ruto, forget it. Baba is running for the 5th time. The 5th time. He has proven all this time that he can run a successful presidential race against system and still beat the system. Now, if he has proven that all along, you cannot dismiss him and begin to compare him to a person who has come to run for the first time. Can. So as you push for William Ruto and support him, allow yourself to open up to the reality. I have told you there's a difference between political perception and political reality. The political reality is that William Ruto has no chance against Raila Odinga. That is why he would rather Raila Odinga does not run. That is it. But if William Ruto is running against Raila Odinga, whether Raila Odinga goes as ODM only, William Ruto cannot beat him. He has created a perception that he can beat. But when it comes to cast the vote, he doesn't have the numbers. On this platform, we are always 10 people in here. How many UDA people do we get here? Okay, that is a simple marketplace sample. If we are 10, they are 2 or they are 3. That is the percentage. So 3 out of 10, that is all they can get. Look at the comment section. Let's take the number of how many UDA people are there and how many Azimio people are there. Get the percentage. The best William Ruto can get is a 3rd, 30%. That's what the capacity he has right now. He will need another 10 years to grow to another, maybe can add another 10%. But forget about all those other opinion polls and all that. There is nothing called UDA, and the capacity of William Ruto to win a presidential election in this country, not 2022. He can try 2027 or try 2032. But 2022 is gone. I rest my case.
Bernard,
Yes.
I also want to pose a question there. Starting from the US, why do you think Obama did not hand over power immediately he got out of office to his deputy president? Another second question. Among all the 47 governors, which governor have you had trying to give power to his deputy governor? I rest my case there too.
Nothing against the law giving power to your deputy, and as long as they win elections. But like Jacinto Bey has noted here, it is becoming clearer that being deputy president is not a direct ticket of becoming president. And I tend to think that the framers of the Constitution seem to have had that in place, whereby somebody should serve as deputy and then go away, live with the president. Then the following election he can vie. Because if you come immediately, you see the complication now that Ruto runs in. He has to defy his boss so that he can run the campaign. In the process, instead of him getting credibility, he's now getting disgrace and is claiming is being fought. So as much as serving as deputy is credible and constitutional and right, it appears to me that the best way to go about, if you have ambitions of becoming president, when you accept to be deputy, be the deputy, complete your deputy properly, okay? Then if that your political party now chooses you after umemaliza term, it becomes easier. But this one you have to fight for is proving otherwise. Yes, Themba.
I think also to respond to, together with what you have said, the conundrum that is facing us now because of the person of the deputy president and the party and multi-partyism process in Kenya is something that scholars are studying, especially in understanding the development of parties. Now, we need to understand that our complication, we find ourselves where we are because of intra-party politics that faced Jubilee. If we were to take ourselves back and we find Jubilee's house was still intact and was in order, so that right now we would be having a very strong party called Jubilee, cleaning its house and preparing itself for an election because it has already ruled for 5 years, the debate will be different. So Kenya is going through what it is going through right now because also intra-party processes and dynamics. So as we move forward, as Kenya develops and matures, we start understanding how political parties management work, then we can have 2-3 elections where we are having strong parties that don't have to keep changing every time, fielding candidates in like 3 or 4 elections. That way, you'll find it's easier for us now to discuss and we say it will be Jubilee. Jubilee will have its own internal democracy, nominate whichever person they nominate, then that person comes and faces any other opposition or any other person, like it happens in Tanzania, where you have Chama cha Mapinduzi that has had numerous development processes. In spite of us having gotten independence before them, they have matured in their political party system as opposed to us. There's internal democracy in Chama cha Mapinduzi, so that by now they have already known, you know, the way it happens when the president is a Christian, the deputy is a Muslim. When the president is a Muslim, the deputy is a Christian. That's how Chama cha Mapinduzi has been doing it. So they have developed to that level. So the other parties, you only hear Chama cha Mapinduzi and Chadema. There are other political parties, but it's because of that intra-party democracy. So we are hoping that as a country, this is also a learning situation for us to understand political party management. We are hoping I like what the deputy president is doing. He's building a vehicle, and hoping that next year he will be able to garner certain number of MPs. Then he participates in several elections to extend its reach. Then maybe after 2-3 political elections, we can be able now to see which parties have emerged. ODM has already, beat that threshold. It has fielded in several elections, 2007, 2013, 2017, 4 elections. So it is going to its fourth election right now. So you see, that is the kind of political party system that we want in Kenya, and hopefully we will be able to get there. The same thing comes to he asked a story about the US. The US, the political party, the Democratic Party, decides who is going to run. It's not the president who hands over. In fact, at that point, the president relaxes, doesn't prefer any candidate. They do their primaries. Now, when the candidate has been chosen by the party, when the party delegates have arrived at a particular person, that is the person the president supports. So the other time, of course, Biden didn't offer himself for obvious strategic reasons. Nothing about the president saying, I won't pass it to you. So we need to understand the dynamics, the differences. So hopefully political parties in our country will develop and have internal democracy and create structures that are internal. Right now we have, like Bernard was saying, UDA is owned by one person. So the same person has put himself as a presidential candidate, and he's saying that all the other parties are not national, his is national, yet he has followed the similar way in which the other parties have created. And this is a party, at least those others are tribal. This one, we don't know whether it's tribal or not, because even we don't know when it was formed and who formed it and where. So it's not even tribal, it's not even national, it does not fit anyway. So until an election has been carried out, and then members have started owning the party, and the owners of those parties have moved on. They have either due to natural attrition are not there, then those parties have picked their philosophies and members have owned it. Then now we can say, that is like in the US, it took years for that to happen. In Kenya, we need until Kalonzo, Mudavadi, those kind of people go out, members own the parties, the visions, and they carry it to the end. We'll still have this challenge.
Thank you. I would just say this, like I've said this before. The reason why there is we call it what? A poor multi-party development in Kenya is because the people who allowed multipartyism did not believe in multipartyism. So they invested in frustrating the political parties from developing because they wanted to retain the status quo. They wanted to prove the point that Kenya cannot survive with multipartyism. And so we need to get leadership in place that enhances and facilitates the development of different political parties. And that's what I believe this political party act is supposed to cure, whereby all political parties will be subject to funding by the state. And when all the political parties are subject to funding by the state, they will no longer hold their patronage to their sole sponsor, who must be hailed so that the party continues to exist. And so I think it's a move in the right direction that everybody should find necessary, that political parties can be built, developed, and when they grow into huge political parties, they will be able to help enhance the political space in the country that is more credible than the lies that we are being fed on by people who want to frame a narrative that suits their personal interest at the expense of the development of the country. Development in the sense that even the values, the state of the people, the lifestyle of the people, the future of our children, it appears that people would rather have ignorant nation so that they continue being their leader. We can't have those kind of people in leadership. We should have people who are demanding higher standards of education, higher standards of healthcare, higher standards of the future. We cannot have, we cannot be queuing to go to the bus, okay, and train our children to queue to go to the bus. It should come a time whereby we are thinking by the next generation, we need to have a different system of people going to the bus or going to traveling across the country. So we can't have people who want to retain what has been and they say nothing can change. No, we need to allow proper brains in the parliament who are going to legislate laws that are going to enhance the development and the progress of our people. As I go, Swale has not said anything, Fred has not said anything. Themba see to that they make their contribution. The rest of you, Merry Christmas. See you in the next show later on today. God bless you.
Hey, omwami unaenda unang'atuka aje baada ya kutuacha na maswali mingi hapa?
Christmas service early in the morning.
Mkaambi ni sawa tu. Okay. Habari ya wakubwa, ya wakurugenzi, habari ya Krismasi.
Habari ni mzuri lakini sio zamu yako. Tusikie Swale kwanza tukuje kwako. Tunafuata rings.
Okay.
Tunafuata rings.
Okay baba. Okay.
Swale, karibu.
Asanteni sana. Ni wakati wa kusherekea lakini yote ni sawa. Leo hii sina neno ila tu ni kusikiliza tu na kufuata vile mnazungumza tu. Acha tukutane tarehe 29 ndo nitaongea. Kwa sasa acha nifuatilie mazungumzo.
Sawa Swale, thank you very much. Fred, endelea.
Mimi niko tu nataka kutupa tu maswali mawili kwa hizi vichwa ziko hapa, sababu naona vichwa mzuri tu. Swali la kwanza ni la hili la hii adoption, hii kidnapping ya Ole Itumbi. Swali lenye nauliza ni nani atapata benefit iwapo Itumbi atakuwa kidnapped na afanyiwe chochote kile kinaweza kuwa fanyika, either akuwe eliminated ama apakishwe. Ndio hivyo, ni nani atapata benefit? Because ukiangalia mzee hawezi akapata benefit yoyote. Ukiangalia kama ni Uhuru hawezi akapata benefit yoyote. Ukiangalia kama ni the same kina Matiang'i wale wanasema hawezi akapata benefit yoyote. Swali ni je, who will benefit when this man is being eliminated? Hiyo ndio the swali tunafaa kujiuliza. Tukipata ule mwenye atafaidika, the person really who want to milk something from this, tutapata jawabu ya hiyo adoption, kama ilikuwa ni ya decoy, ilikuwa ya kujiekelea ama ilikuwa ni real. Cha pili, nataka niseme hivi. Sasa hata tusemi mambo mingi. Tuliona vile mzee amekuwa rais amekuwa na hasira sana. Wewe unaweza vuta ulikuwa unavuta draw kwa nyumba, alafu ikatoka joint yako ikatoka. Sasa ikasababisha huku pia kwa chambers. Umesummon watu waingie kwa chambers kudiscuss a very important bill, and then you are missing in action because ulifuruta, ulikuwa una draw draw tu. So hii mambo ya vile ilivyokuwa imekuwa stage managed ati vile ilikuwa imesemwa ati iende paka Januari. Aliulizwa hivi, wewe wewe kwa nini yani drawer, wewe kufuta drawer kwako kwa nyumba na hii ni drawer yako, ni ile kitu unafanyaga kila siku, unakuja kutuambia hapa ati mkono ikatoka joint, ilitoka joint namna gani? Haraka iwezekanavyo tunataka hiyo kitu ipitishwe. Na najua ya kwamba at the end of the day itapitishwa, itapikiwa kura 29 coming tarehe moja itakuwa ishafanywa sheria, na hakuna kitu kingine hakiko hapo, cause vile walivyokuwa wamepanga, walikuwa na strategy, walikuwa na celebrate in the name of hakuna speaker. Sasa hii wacha tu walikuwa yani ile mchezo ya ku let us delay this thing, so by the time inaenda through kukua hakuna mta but sasa walikuwa wana shoot in another words, they were just shooting their feet because they don't have numbers, they cannot defend it, they cannot even do anything about it. So what they have to do is vile wamezoea, waambie mzee, wewe kwanza enda missing. Ukishaenda missing, hii itasongeshwa, delaying tactics ikishazongeshwa next year, kitambo ikuje ipitishwe, kutafanywa nini? Kutakuwa hakuna muda ya kufanya hii vitu, ya kuimplement hii vitu. Na tunawaambia hivi mara kwa mara, mimi nawaambia Baba doesn't need Oka, it is Oka who needs Baba. Kalas. So mtu asifanye hapa ati asema ati wanatengeneza hii bill. Hii bill ni ya kila mtu, kila mwanasiasa, wale wanasiasa wenye wanachipuka kutoka huko chini, wale wachanga kabisa. Kama unajua ya kwamba you are aspiring to have to contest on any political platform, this law is meant purposely for you. You will be recognized regardless where we are coming from. You will be recognized, you will have a voice. But as things stands today, these people if you are not coming from the big party, you are nowhere to be seen. Utakuwa tu yani unaangaliwa kama mtu, yani usipokuja na ile party ya jina kubwa. So the point is, we have to understand one thing. Hii itaenda kulingana na matakwa na sheria iliyopangwa na kanuni za bunge vile itakavyokuwa. Coming on 29 kufika, hatutaruka mwaka ujao. 29 tunapitisha. Kifika kitambo, ifike jioni tarehe 30, hiyo itakuwa ishafanywa sheria na mambo hapo, hiyo mchezo inakuwa hivyo. Lakini ya Itumbi, muniambie nani anaweza benefit kwa hiyo story yote. Tukipata mwenye anaweza benefit hapo, basi tutajua hiyo imetoka wapi.
Jibu kwa dakika moja.
Nimekuhesabia.
Hold on 1 minute. This is what brought me back, just in case you people forget. 31st is an important day with the Western politics.
Mkutano umuhongo kwezo kwekoleka tarehe 31 Bukhungu Stadium. Obulala bwa Abaluya neshindu sha maana sana. Abaluya kurula Bungoma, Vihiga, Busia, Trans Nzoia, Kakamega nende shivala shose pe khubukane mu Bukhungu Stadium. Okuchakira khumuze wa kijiji, MCA, MP, Senator, Mama County, Governors. Okurula mutsi county tsiosi tsebuluya misafara Chomere Bukhungu Stadium tarehe 31 2021 itsa Bukhungu Stadium. Omwami Daktari Francis Atwoli yetso kutanga syalihuwa lihongo muno itsulira obwami nemyandu inzu ya mulembe kuchendere halala. Omukutano kuno kulaba khuluya TV live.
Okay, since Fred is here, I can break it down for you to understand. Hilary Odhiambo, thank you very much for following the show from Russia. Mungu akubariki sana, tuendelee kuwa pamoja. Fred, unaweza fafanua kwa Kiswahili kwa wale ambao wakushika lakini huo mkutano upo tarehe 31. Otherwise, see you when you see me.
Okay, baba. Sasa kwa wale
Bernard, before you go. Bernard, kabla uende, tafadhali Fred kidogo. Nataka kuzungumzia issue ya Itubi kiasi tu. Nikilinganisha na ile ya Musando. Wakati Musando alikuwa kidnapped, ni hizi panganga tu zilikuwa zinaendeshwa. Baadaye Musando akapatikana ameuliwa. Lakini huyu Itubi akapatikana akiwa hai. Then kwao they feel its pain as if others did not feel the same pain they are undergoing now. Lakini they are lucky Itubi hakuuliwa. Na sasa vile huyu aligongwa, kivipi issue linatoka damu na halina alama yoyote? That is why we are saying kuna kuchezwa hapa. Kuna kuchezwa hapa. Lakini Buhungu tunaenda. Tuwe tayari kufika Buhungu Stadium. Asanteni.
Asante Swale. Hilo swala la Itumbi bado linafanywa uchunguzi, lakini just the political situation is volatile right now. The kidnappers can be people from people want to implicate others, because from the narrative of the UDA people and their reporting, it is their push to implicate the government. So let the investigation be done, but from where I sit, kitu is stage managed, and it has not involved people with brains, and I don't think even the police are involved, because the police, in the sense that the police mind in arranging a situation to look like it needs to deliver, it has a lot of blunders that it is clear it has been done by quacks, not people who are professional, because we have had cases where people have been assassinated, but it was done professionally in such a way that it looked like an accident, clearly. So I would that this is just an agreement of these people among themselves to divert people's attention from where are the numbers. And if that is what they are doing, wameanza mapema sana. Na vile that their group is full of people with different vested interests, it becomes very easy for somebody from within to eliminate somebody in the pretext that they are implicating the other side when they are sorting out their scores among themselves. So it is very advisable as they interact in that their fraternity. Be careful, because when you become too vocal and then you become too useful, like right now everybody's pushing on how who is closest to the DP, who will the DP lift his hand, who will the DP give direct nomination. All those are coming into play. Now, when that begins to happen in a political party, heads are going to begin to roll. So it is something that needs to be thoroughly investigated. Asante sana.
Jibu kwa Fred.
Sorry?
Yeah, naomba kujibu Fred, kuna swali ameuliza.
Okay, endelea. Themba, you are the chair and it's already past 3. So wewe time yako ikifika, station ifungwe, tutakutana jioni, wengine wote tunarudi na topic ingine baadaye.
We have 30 minutes to go.
Even on Christmas Day, we'll still be talking. So we are not closing. We'll go like that through the weekend. The passing of the bill, the signing, we'll witness all of that.
We don't stop talking. We'll keep talking. No.
We keep talking. Na wale ambao watajoin WhatsApp group, wacha namba yako hapa kwa private chat. Tutakuongeza kwa WhatsApp group where we talk throughout. Even now it's active. So we have some are here, Others are still exchanging on the WhatsApp group. So let's make this a big family. And then that sticker that we are buying from Google to enhance our comments on the comment section, please let's do that. It supports Tembei TV, and it also gives you recognition with Google. So send your contribution, and then utapewa hiyo sticker na Google, ambapo ukimake comment yako inakuwa highlighted different from others. Barikiwe sana.
Nani alikuwa anaongea?
Ni mimi. Ya Freddy, kuna swali umeuliza kuhusu huyo ndogo Itumbi akikuwa eliminated, ni nani ambaye ata benefit? So jibu langu tu ni rahisi sana. Itumbi kama angekuwa yani Raila ange benefit, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ange benefit, lakini hii kwa sababu ni kitu ambayo ilikuwa stage managed, ndiposa ionekane kuwa huyu jamaa alipigwa akaumia na mapolisi, cause unasikia wanasema kuwa in fact it is ni vitengo vya polisi ambavyo vilihusika. So wao walitaka kupata maybe hizi sympathy ushaona. Sasa walikuwa wanataka wafaulu kuzipata, kwa sababu kama hakika walikuwa wanataka wapate wa benefit through hiyo elimination, haikutendeka. Ushaona sasa, hiyo elimination ya Itumbi haikutendeka. Itumbi ako hai, ushaona sasa. So pande ya gava hakuna mwenye kuhusu hiyo elimination, hakuna mwenye ame benefit. So wao walikuwa wanataka wapate hizo sympathy votes, kuwa angalia huyu Itumbi, he was about to be eliminated. So hii gava inataka kuturudisha katika zile enzi za zamani, which means Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta na Raila sasa angekuwa implicated, kwa sababu wanasema kuwa yeye ni project ya government. So hii walikuwa wanataka wapenyeze hiyo, waseme kuwa sasa mnaona sasa kama ni the likes of Matiang'i, the likes of Kipicho ambao ndio wamehusika na utekaji nyara huu, na Raila Amolo Odinga ndio ndiye amesongeshwa mbele kusucceed Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So hiyo inamaanisha kuwa huyu Raila Amolo Odinga na yeye ataiga mfano wa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So, yani hii ni mchezo, wakati unapoiangalia unaona kuwa ni mchezo ambayo ilikuwa imechezwa, but haikufanya nini, haijafua dafu. Mimi ningeiweka tu namna hiyo.
Remember, you know, there's nini vile Fred angeweka, there is a term in law that is called qui bono. Qui bono means who stands to benefit after all this. And I want to pose this way. Do you think when the government wants you, wakati serikali inakutaka, unafikiria itashindwa vile itakupata? Let me give an example with Sonko. When the government wanted Sonko out, they even pinned him for ATPU rules. That ukishashikwa, we understand that everybody is privy to getting a bail when you've been arrested. But you see, when you've been pinned of ATPU, they will tell you that we need 6 days. They will go and look for orders in courts or wherever, at the discretion of the OCS or the commanding officer ATPU, that we need 6 days, 10 days, 14 days, 28 days, 60 days to conduct our investigation. But this one will still continue to remain in remand. So if the government wanted Itumbi, you know, when I was looking at the Itumbi himself, even the car that he's driving is not somebody that the state can be like once. Because if you're still driving that old Mercedes, the government, what is the interest with you with the way you don't even have money? The state doesn't look for people who don't have money. The state doesn't look for people who do not have interest. If it is the time Itumbi was working in the state house, when he had status, is when now the government would have said, let us move. But if Itumbi, for example, if Itumbi had the only vote that we could have made the Ruto the president, then he goes missing, then we could have said the government could have stand a chance or could have benefited from that particular kidnapping. But you see, this is karma coming back. Karma is that person, that woman that I don't want to mention, that dog. That when the state machineries were very, very much badly hurting the NASA, Itumbi said that even the courts are okay to use the police to use extra force on its own citizen. In fact, the other person called Ndindi Nyoro said that the government, the president should declare a state of emergency and deal with these goods. See, let me tell you something. When you're drunk with power, I'd like to quote the wise words of Raila Odinga during the Azimio la Umoja, and I quote. He said that what I went through the Nyayo chamber when I was in the Nyayo chambers, the torture chambers, I wouldn't want to wish it even to my worst enemy. That is Raila Odinga. So basically, when you are a leader, in Kikuyu, we say there are Motongorias and Motetis. Motongorias are the leaders. Motetis are the politicians. You see, politicians are people who yap. They talk much. They don't know what they are saying. But when it comes to leadership, they are Motongorias. That is why you find in 2002, Raila was named as Motongoria Jamba. Reason being, he was named that way. He was a leader before the eyes of the Kikuyus because of what he did. Only a leader could have done that. He stripped himself from the politician point of view and decided to become a leader. As from Kisii, we even blame Raila up to date that he did not support Nyachai because Nyachai was from Nyanza region. But he had a decision to make for this country. And to echo the words of Orengo, that this country and this regime and the revolution will eat its own people. Now coming back to UDA, you see, you cannot fatten the pig on the market day. That is what UDA is trying to do. It is trying to popularize something that cannot be popularized at this moment. Yeah, a strong party is only evaluated when you need the party more than the party needs you. But as it is right now, UDA needs politicians more than politicians need UDA. So let us not be discussing these things like UDA is a strong party from which point of view, from this point. Never ever. Remember this. ODM has built its own empire in this way. You see, in politics, there's something called a crowd. Then from the crowd, you get voters who come to listen to you. Then from voters, there are people called followers. Then from followers, you've got disciples. ODM has disciples as it is right now. Disciples who will never waver at all. They believe that this is our party. But UDA has crowds. These are crowds. These are people who just follow, because if today, for example, you took a goat to the market and a hyena to the market, where will the crowd go? It will definitely go to the hyena to see the hyena. But at the end of the day, what will be bought in the evening? It is the goat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. Now, yes, Kasudi, ngoja kidogo.
Hiyo umesikia hiyo proverb? Hiyo ndio Ndeti alikuwa anabishana akisema ati hakuna. Nani huyu amethibitisha hiyo? Ukipeleka fisi sokoni na mbuzi watu watakimbilia kuona fisi, sababu ni kitu ambacho hajawahi fanyika. But at the end of the day, watanunua kondoo waende wachinje wakule. Hakuna mtu atakuwa nje hiyo fisi yako hapo. So people with yellow fever, hiyo ni fisi na iko sokoni, na ndio kila mtu anakimbilia kuona hii fisi inakaaje. But at the end of the day, everybody will back home na mnofu ya mbuzi ama ya kondoo. So thank you my brother for confirming that. Ndeto angekuwa karibu asikie hii.
Yeah, Mr. Calvin, give your final remarks as we wait Mr. Temba to come back.
Nanisikia?
Yeah.
Sawa, asanteni sana. Sasa mimi maneno yangu ya mwisho ni haya. Kwanza kabisa naamini kuwa tukiwa mahali hapa tunaelimishana na kufundishana. Naamini hivyo. Kila mtu hapa kuna mmoja ama mawili at least unaelimishwa. La pili, ningependa kuongea kuhusu ile mambo ya vyama ambayo iko bungeni 29th. Kuna huu msemo umekuwa ukiendelea kila siku, we have the numbers, we have the numbers. Juzi tumeona juzi, yeah, they have the numbers. Ilikuwa juzi. Lakini nataka kuambia kitu moja kuwa 29th will be down in our history line. Hiyo mkaandike popote. Hiyo itakuwa ni historia. Those who have the numbers, tutajua hiyo siku. Kwa sababu tumekuwa tukiambiwa kila siku we've got the numbers. Juzi pia niliona WSR akiwa mahali kwingine, sijui ilikuwa ni wapi, akisema ana wabunge 155. Tulikuwa na juzi kwa Mombasa akatuambia kuna wabunge 165. Kila siku inapanda, akienda kwingine inashuka. Huko alituambia kuna wabunge 165. Jana ama ni juzi alikuwa sijui ni wapi huko Masaini huko, anasema kuna wabunge 155. Lakini cha kushangaza ni kwamba bungeni hatuwaoni. Hao bunge wake hatuwaoni bungeni. Kwa hivyo mambo ya vyama, mimi ninaamini kitu moja, kitu moja. Hivi sasa kuna watu wa Kiambaa wanalia. Ule mbunge aliyekuwa Kiambaa hata hajaongea bungeni. Juzi aliongea bungeni akashindwa kuongea. While ukienda bungeni unaenda kule kurepresent watu wako. Lakini jamaa hajaongea. So this is the deal William Ruto is trying to sell for us. Aliletea chama moja, akuletee watu weak ambao bungeni hawezi ongea. Ni kama tu ng'ombe, wakaambia nyinyi muende hivi, ni hao waende. So you must be keen. But the fact is, watu mwingine tunambunga, wakati mwingine kuna akili na kuna pia biashara. Usifanye kura yako ikuwe biashara. Kura yako acha pigwe na akili. Akili ni muhimu ndugu zangu. Tunaambiwa huku Mombasa ilikuwa kuna watu bedheo tayari walikuwa tayari muuzwa na hiyo hoja kuwa WSR ndio mtu, lakini pole imeanza kushuka. Sababu watu wameanza kuerevuka. Tuletee pesa tukule, lakini hapa tutafikiria. Maana hivi sasa tunavyojua ndugu zangu, hatuangalii maisha ya sasa, tunaangalia maisha ya mtoto wangu na mtoto wangu. Kwa hivyo ukaniambia siku leo uniweke chama moja kama ya KANU uanze kutugandamiza. Bottom up nini bottom up? What is bottom up? Hizi vyama vidogo ni mzichukue, mzichanganye na vyama kubwa kubwa, angalau pia vienuke. Hiyo ndio bottom up. Sasa hivyo kama unapinga hii, what is bottom up? Hapo unatuambia kila siku ni bottom up, while unatuambia hizi chama ni za vijiji. Kwani yako ilianzia wapi? Yako ilianza kama nini? Kila kitu mahali huanza mahali. Kwa hivyo ni hii ni time ya birthday ya coalition. Na kama utaki coalition, then you must be dreaming. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much Zit Chuma or
Kevin.
Thank you so much Kevin. Nashukuru sana for that. Sijui kwa nini mtandao wangu unanipa shida na inanipa nje. Lakini sasa tunaweza anza kutoa I think 2 minutes kila mtu, then tufunge. Tuanze na Kasuti. Dakika 2.
Ya zangu tu ni pongezi huko mliko, sherekeeni vizuri. Sisi tunafungiwa kama kama ng'ombe ya zero crazy. Ukitaja hilo jina huku la Christmas utaambiwa wewe mind your own business. Ila hata huku alitajwi bwana. Likitajwa unafaa kuwa umejiandaa vizuri. Unatajia wapi? Saa ngapi? So tunaungana na wenzetu wale wako upande ule mwingine, tunasherekea na wao na familia zetu, tunawaambia Merry Christmas, lakini New Year lazima and Happy New Year in advance, because we are living to see that, because I believe strongly in my heart that as my Bible tells me every day, I will not die, but I will live to testify the greatness and the goodness of the Lord in the land of living. You cannot glorify or you cannot testify what you have been praying for in the land of dead. No. So we are here, we live, tuishi, tuone, tarehe 29, tarehe 31, alafu tuone hapo mbeleni kunaenda namna gani. Tunakaribisha huu mwaka ukuja haraka na kwa sababu tunajua uko na mazuri. Ni mwaka ambao uko very well packaged for the future of our country. So thank you so much and I appreciate you, and I sent my shout outs to everyone who is down there in the country. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Tuko pamoja.
Asante sana Kasudi. Dakika zako 2, community ancestor.
Hata mimi ningependa kusema namna hii. In fact ikigundulika kuwa enyewe maybe Itumbi kwa njia moja aligongwa kwa sababu ya hii mambo ya kurusharusha maneno ambayo ni sensitive. Ningependa kunukuu Gavana Mutua. Kuna wakati alisema kuwa in fact wakati umefanya kazi kwa inner circle ya government, kuna siri nzito ambazo inastahili hata uwezi ukaambia mtoto wako, uwezi ukaambia mamako, uwezi ukaambia bibi yako kwa sababu wataropoka. Hizo unakufa nazo. So mtu kama Itumbi amefanya kazi kwa State House. Anajua nini kilitendeka 2013, 2017. So hii kuongea yake inastahili aiangalie sana, cause you never know ameponyoka hii. Hiyo ingine yenye inakuja huenda asija karuka. So vitu kama hizo in fact inafaa aangalie. Alafu na jambo la mwisho kuhusu huyu Oscar Sudi nilisikia akiongea kuhusu mambo ya kijana ya Mtiambai. IG. In fact, wakati huyo kijana alifanya ajali, then kutoka hapo Oscar Sudi maybe ameangalia akaona kuwa huyo kijana wa IG hajachukuliwa hatua yoyote, instead ya kuja kuroboka kwa vyombo vya habari. Ile kitu angefanya pale kwa parliament, wangemsensa, wangemuita wangemuita IG akuja azungumze kuwa mbona hajamchukulia mtoto wake sheria, kwa sababu kuna ile Legal and Justice Committee ile yenye ilialikanga Matiang'i wakati mwingine. So hata yeye hicho ndio kitengo angetumia, alafu kila kitu iwe sawa. So I gonna wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year in advance. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Temba.
Asante komiti yazo, lakini si unakaa hapa mpaka tumalize? Tunamaliza tu, ni dakika za mwisho. Kuna wale ambao wameingia saizi, I think Evans Onyancha, Geoffrey na EMS Lifestyle umeingia saizi, tunamaliza, so ni kufunga fungasha. So Geoffrey, tafadhali tusalimie, you wish us a Merry Christmas na maoni yako maybe kwa dakika 2.
Okay, thank you Brother Temba kwa nafasi. Kwanza na wasalimu, naona Brother Kevin, Freddy, Community Assessor, NMR and Evans. Kwanza naambia Merry Christmas you and your families wherever they are. Na nawatakia mwaka mpya wenye mafanikio kwa maisha yenu. Let's go back to the topic of the day. About the Itumbi allegation of being kidnapped. For me, those are just some drama they're trying to create some attention and also divert some other issues to get some sympathy. That's what the Yuda people are doing. Because if it was a government was there to harm or to eliminate Itumbi, they can take it in a very, very easy way whereby nobody can know. Because they have all the machine that needs, if they want to do that, they can do it. So whatever is happening there, they're trying to get some sympathy. But it will not work, because soon you're gonna know exactly what's going on. Let me say this. You know, those are the kicks of dying horses. Because they know that they have nothing to do now. They have tried many things, but they're failing completely. And DB William Ruto knows that the end game has been casted already. It's just there to make followers, which will be hanging on him when he's going to be on the other side of opposition. But we are requesting our brothers from the other side that, you know, let us look at this politics which people are doing to get sympathy by doing some other funny things like claiming that the government want to eliminate Itumbi and other things which are not there. Because these people, they have been in the government and they know what the government can be able to do or capable of doing. So whatever they're saying, they know they're lying, and they're only lying to those people who are following them who doesn't see what's going on. But at the end of the day, they won't succeed to whatever they want to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you Geoffrey for that. Tumepokea salamu za Christmas nawe pia kwa familia yako and other people that are celebrating around this time. We have EMS. We are almost coming to the end. Kindly give your views and also wish us a Merry Christmas in 2 minutes. You're muted, sir.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for this great opportunity. My names are ENM, Lifestyle Melodies, not ENM, EMS. I don't know you are fond of ENMS in Nairobi. Lakini, thank you so much for recognizing my presence. I just want to make this clear. I am an UDA supporter, and I really feel uncomfortable with the way. I just want to be honest to you guys. The way this platform has really turned to be an ODM zone, whereby whenever you speak your mind as a Kenyan, your views, you get a lot of disruption. I used to come here almost every day until when I realized that even the moderator, who is supposed to be neutral and moderate the platform, has really changed, and they became like in ODM party. But anyway, in my own considered opinion, let us not play around with people's lives. This issue that happened with Itumbi is not something to be taken lightly. The way we are taking it to say it was stage managed. You cannot stage manage like someone's life and play with it because of whatever. You are making things even harder for Raila. Raila could have been a president long, long ago, but the supporters of Raila, they make things so difficult for him until up to the point whereby some of us or some people who could have maybe changed and support him with a vote, not noise. They become they feel like they don't belong into that party. You know what? Why am I saying this? Let us treat this as it is. Wacha tusiseme kwamba ilikuwa stage managed, because nowadays I see almost everything that is done on the ODM on the UDA party or on those supporters of William Ruto. We claim that it was stage managed. I don't know whether who is now looking for sympathy votes here. This creation of saying ODM is an old party, looking at the parties that are around. But if we look at the strategy that UDA is coming up with, I can assure you, my good panelists and friends, we are heading to 2022 August general elections. I am telling you, and I will be around here, there will be a great shame if ODM will not change the strategy on how to look for the votes on the ground. There will be a great shame because, number one, look at the by-elections, all the by-elections that have been held in Kenya right now. There is a great impact which UDA, as a small party, new party, has made. And let us not forget that those people from those grassroots, they are the ones who are willing to vote. Kindly give me 2 minutes because I am just sending please, on a very special request. So what I'm saying here is ODM has failed its mandate because of this reason. They were the official opposition. How do you call it? There is a majority and the minority party in parliament. Instead of taking or watching or making the government to do the right thing, even this what we are talking of the 29th, it's not an issue. They might pass it in parliament because why? The government is going to buy all these MPs and give them money because they have already been they have been wamenunuliwa, corrupted. Their minds, they never stand for what they believe in. In that parliament is what, if they are ODM party MPs, they stand for what ODM says. If they are on this Jubilee party MPs, they stand for what Uhuru stands for. Those who are remaining behind. So what we are going to see on the 29th will be only a reflection of what they will receive. Just like the MCAs were given 2 million shillings and they passed it, whether it was okay or not. But we have only one way forward. The judiciary will always be neutral. They will look at the facts and they will come to a point whereby it can be seen whether it was true or false. So what I'm telling you, my brothers and sisters, as we campaign for our preferred candidates, let us be human also. Let us be loyal to our country, because this country, even if Raila wins, which I don't think, we will still remain Kenyans, and life must go on. If Ruto wins, we will still remain Kenyans. All I'm asking is that whoever wins, let the loser accept the defeat, because this has been a problem in Kenya. We cannot claim to have a handshake that brought peace when you reject outcomes of results. Let us be fair. When the votes count, like this time, they are going to count. Forget about this propaganda out there, or deep state or what. No, votes are going to count, and we believe in that. And when the vote counts, Ruto has declared clearly that he will accept defeat. Let your candidate also come out clear and say, I will accept defeat. Then we get the playground balanced, we go to the elections, and God gives us the president. My final word is this. I could embrace or request whoever wins to give us to try. Let us pretend that we don't know the bottoms up means what. Let us try it. If Raila wins, okay, doesn't matter. Let him try the bottoms up approach, so that our people down there on the grassroots can at least benefit. We have seen what revolution has brought about. And someone said here, I don't know about the Ruto reviewing the 2010 constitution. Someone can have a different ideology or opinion. But if the 2010 constitution passed, or they garnered more votes than him, you have to accept. There is no way you can say, oh nice, I was against it, I must stay on the other side. No. If Raila wins today, I will still be a Kenyan, and I will be there as a Kenyan, and he will be my president. So if Ruto wins, he will be your president. So let us stop this small cheap politics and focus, because we are grown-ups and focused people. But more so, let us have this what we call respect to each other. But let us not play with people's lives by saying, oh, it was stage managed. You cannot stage manage someone's life to torment him just to benefit, I don't know, Ruto or whoever it is. And I'm praying that God may help this channel or this platform to remain as it was before, because it has really lost a lot of people who used to come online because of the way the platform is run. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year well in advance.
Okay, thank you so much, E&M, for your able submission. We have allowed you to speak your mind, which is what and we will protect your right to speak your mind when you come here. But speaking your mind does not mean that people agree with what you say. Also, the way you do have your right to speak your mind and say the side that you profess is the same way every other person have a right to speak their mind and say which side they lie. When you came, you said you stand with the UDA. We don't agree with you, but we gave you a time. You support Ruto, that is your right. Your right ends where mine starts. So we were expressing our views according to what we think. So when someone says that this is what they think, that is their right to say it. You have a right to disagree and say, for me, I don't think it is stage managed. You don't tell someone, don't say it. That is their right. Because how do you want to deny someone's right? And yet you are saying you are trying to get your right back. We'll give you a right to express yourself and your opinion and what you stand for, because that is what you stand for. But the other person also has a right to say that for us, this is what we think. You have a right to support Ruto. If you think he's the best candidate, that's what we call political participation. Now, when this channel comes, when people join, you just click the link and I let you in. I didn't know which side you support.
You know, now people come like that. If someone chooses that they are going to join the link or not join the link, it's up to them. We can't force anyone to stay on. So I think this view of trying to portray other people in a certain way while portraying others in a certain way, the fact that you support UDA doesn't make people who support Azimio bad people. And the fact that other people support UDA does not make them bad people. He has decided to go because we are telling him the truth. So when he comes here,
unawajua kwa hilo Mr. Demba. So people they come here,
they speak, they don't want to be told the truth, and then they disappear. They go to the comment section. They just want to come and yap here that, oh, Ruto will take. When you start telling them, okay, fine, give your view, allow others to give their views, he disappears. Evans Onyancha, kindly make your 2-minute submission, then we close the show.
In the great words of Machiavelli, I love reading and I love quoting so much. You see, even when the Christian say that Jesus was born today, and Jesus never used his own words, rather used the words of the book. He had the power to invoke his own words, but he decided to use the words that were in the Bible. So I'm going to use everything that I'm going to say is as according to the public knowledge that can be found. So in the great words of Machiavelli, Machiavelli teaches us that if you want to test the intelligence of a leader, check on the friends that surround that particular leader. And it has been a trend that all the UDA supporters, they've got this DNA in them. They've been injected with this particular venereal disease of anger. All right, something that cannot be cured. Even if you drum up with a lot of words to them, they cannot be cured. So basically, I wouldn't want us to give our views per se. Like me, I will not want to give my views. I would rather let them give us their views, and then we poke holes to their nonsensical views, because they do not like being challenged. They only want that when they say Ruto will win, it has to be that way. And that is the problem with them. Now, when he was talking about the issue of Dennis Itumbi. You see, first of all, Dennis Itumbi has history of being a busybody. Paul Sana, if I'm offending some people because of the kind of language that I use, but because of lack of a better word, just allow me to call him a busybody, because in the way he conducts himself, somebody cannot be able, you see, we were used to be told in the past that there is a child who used to cry that I have seen a hyena, I have seen a hyena, yet there was no hyena. Then the villagers will gather and find that there is no hyena. Then he kept on doing and redoing. But when the time the hyena came, when he cried out that there is a hyena here, come and kill it, the people were used to that language. And that is what is happening to Dennis Itumbi. Nothing can be further from the truth. I'm not saying that something might have happened to him or not. But you see, the way he has been conducting himself, people can be like, this is just the normal noise. And that begs even the view of how the deputy president has been conducting his own campaigns. You see, it is said that when you want something to become the truth, when it's a lie, you repeat it more and more. But when you overdo it, the lie becomes a weapon against you. And that is where the bottom up is becoming a weapon against the deputy president. Because when you keep on telling people that it is the bottom, I remember there's a day he said that UDA has a track record. It has built roads, it has built hospitals, and it has connected electricity. As if UDA has ever taken any any power in the government. First of all, when we are talking about presidential candidates, I think as at now, we know the presidential candidates. UDA does not have registered members. If we talk about the likes of Akina Murkomen, Kihika, and Didi Nyoro, they are not members of UDA. Constitutionally, they are not members of the UDA. Even the deputy president himself is not a member of UDA. So basically, if somebody is purporting to drive a vehicle from outside using a remote, and it's not even his own vehicle. If today Mudama decides to shut that particular party and say, now I don't want anybody in here, it will be long gone. So let us argue with knowledge and intellectualism. When you say this is a cap, can you allow us to interrogate if really it's a cap or not? But you cannot come here and tell us that this is a cap and you want to bombard that particular information to our heads when we know that this is not a cap. Let us interrogate it. That is why we have the right of reply. Somebody was asking me if the law is very clear. Why do lawyers argue in court? They argue because the law is not clear. The law might have lacunas, and that is what makes them to be paid. They have to look for lacunas. So for the members of the UDA, they should come up and give us their views. They should tell us, even if you ask one of my greatest friends, or Alice Wahome, who is our kid, in fact, when he was asked about bottom up. I remember Gado drew her herself. The top of the wheelbarrow was the one that was riding the wheel, because she could not explain what bottom up means. If I give you a challenge right now, the issue of bottom up, if remember right now you've got 10 billion that you want to invest in Western, more especially Mumias East, will you go giving out money to Mama Mboga and buying a boda boda to the boda boda, or will you revive Mumia's sugar so that it can have value addition, that money will trickle down from Mumia's sugar to benefit Mama Mboga, who is going Mama Mboga zake zitanunuliwa na mtu wa pikipiki atapata mtu mwenye amekula mshahara, mwenye anaenda ameshapatiwa mshahara. Let us not try to politicize things that cannot be politicized. I am in the construction industry, and I will tell you for a fact, I worked in Mumias Sugar. I used to do a substation there. Let me tell you, the workers that I used to have were like 30. But there's a single day, a Mama Mboga called me on the roadside and asked me, kwani hamjalipa watu? Tuko njaa. Was that Mama Mboga asking me to give her money, or she was begging me to pay my workers so that they can go and buy mboga from her? Is that bottom up or trickle down? Thank you. I rest my case.
Thank you so much, Evans Onyancha, for that. And now we have Kevin, your 2 minutes.
Asanteni sana. Kwanza kabisa nataka nishukuru kwa muda wenu. Kumalizia ni kuambia tu kwa siku njema yenye fanaka. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Lakini 29th, let's make history together. Lazima watambue tu. Watajua wajui. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. Unaona iye Nema nakuja hapa anasema, oh, sisi watu wa UDA tuko na strategy. You cannot talk about a strategy that has not delivered. They have not presented any presidential candidate anyway. How do you tell us we have a strategy na umeweka kwa mfuko? You can only determine the strength of a strategy after 8th of August next year. Ndio tujue walikuwa na strategy. Saizi 68, 160, they could not have a strategy to bring 160 MPs in parliament. So if they have strategies, your strategy wangeleta now 160 MPs in parliament, pass a bill.
They were counting Mama Miradi as 40 MPs all together. Mama Miradi was 40 MPs.
So this thing, they come here every time and they tell us, we have a strategy. Huwezi kuwa na strategy no umeficha. Potential energy is just a potential. It has not yet functioned. So we cannot comment on potential. Potentiality, everybody has got a potential. We judge potentiality by delivery. Ukianza deliver, and that is if after next year.
Demba kindly
Yes.
add ENMS. He's saying that he left by mistake. To be fair, you kindly add him up, even if we are closing. Thank you.
ENM, you disappeared, and we are here trying to say that now that you actually acted in a way that has been exhibited by some of the UDA members. They come here, they talk. When you start interrogating their views, they disappear. But anyway, you're back now. What we are trying to say is this platform, at no point do we discriminate against anybody. We try to make sure that everybody has, even the moderator has a position. The only thing we are saying is, if you come in as a UDA candidate person, come, give your views, let your views be interrogated, Now, the problem with UDA, and they have exhibited in more times, many numbers than one, is they have an affinity to anger. When you start questioning and, poking holes in their views, they get angry, they leave the group, they want to state a position, and that position should not be questioned. They want to come here and tell us we have a strategy. That strategy, everybody has one, So you cannot judge a strategy by it being in the pocket. You can judge a strategy by delivery. UDA, as at right now, has only one MP in parliament, like PEP party, that was led by Moses Kuria. So there's nothing like strength that we are talking about. All that is word in the political podium. Until next year, after elections, that's when we can say that, okay, fine, now UDA has fielded a presidential candidate. It has this number of MPs who came to parliament through UDA party. It has this number of MCAs who came in through UDA party. But as at now, it is just rhetoric. They could not even 160 that you guys were saying are on your side. They could not come the other day to pass whatever.
Ask him. Who is the presidential candidate for UDA as it is right now? Do they have a presidential candidate?
The owner of the party woke up and decided he is the presidential candidate, and so they are walking around everybody saying William Ruto. The chairman of the party is one Senator Mudama who failed to be a senator. The other one, I don't know, the Deputy Secretary General, is one Mr. Owalo who could not find a strategy to make himself MP for Kibera. Their coordinator for Western is one Dr. Kalwale who could not have a strategy to get to be a governor. The other one for Mombasa is one Mr. Omar Hassan who could not find a strategy for him to be a governor. So you see, the other one is a conglomeration of people who have been collected. Then you come in and tell us we have a strategy and we are going to win. Everybody going to arrest. You see, when you see people before the gun goes up, everybody in that starting line has a strategy. All of them. You can only judge who had the best strategy at the crossing line. So right now you can't say, we have a strategy, we have a strategy, we have a strategy. It is at the crossing line. After next year, when UDA has fielded a presidential candidate, it has MPs, then now we can come, like you are saying. Now next year we'll come and talk. But as that now, we will criticize, we will interrogate, we will tell you this can work, this cannot work. Don't get angry. Let's engage. That is what this platform is about.
Yeah, please, I want you to understand that I'm not angry. and I never left by at my own will. I just pressed somewhere here by mistake. So that's not my behavior, that I speak my mind and then run away. That's not me. I am a fighter. I live to fight because I've fought so many battles. In fact, my real name is ENM Fighter. This is just because I am a musician as of now and I'm doing music. That's why you see that name. And I'm urging you, for those who would want to support me on my YouTube channel as my songs, they are gospel songs, you can get that name. That's my channel, and then you subscribe. So what I'm saying, just to revert on what you have said, I do not expect to speak and then that's all. But what I'm saying, in my considered opinion, is that I have watched over time, and I've been here. This platform, I'm not new here. I've been here for quite a long time. I mostly come here, but nowadays it's like I'm on the comment section. It's because the topics that comes over here. I always watch the topics of this platform, and I see where they're going to. But nevertheless, we are heading to the point where you are saying we have to see whether they will get MPs or what. It's okay. The days will count, and we will come to that point whereby we'll know. What I know is that there is a lot of heat in the kitchen. ODM cannot sustain the heat. Let us wait. Let us count for the days which are remaining, and then we will see. I appreciate each and everyone's opinion, and I respect him. Thank you.
That's a fair way to finish. Kasudi, 1 minute.
My brother, let me ask you a question. You have been
Kasudi,
asked a very
wacha maswali. Tunamaliza, tunafunga studio.
Ni
Nasema
sawa,
tu jambo.
Lazima tumpongeze mahali ambapo amefanya vizuri. Na lazima
amefanya vizuri kwa sasa. Yeah. Amefanya vizuri.
Mahali ambapo hajafanya vizuri, lazima tumkosoe. Hiyo ndio maana tuko hapa. Sasa mimi namuuliza tu swali. Jubilee haina presidential candidate, ambapo your man your leading man, where he's
Jubilee,
a member?
not Jubilee.
Yes.
You are saying
Jubilee.
UDA. Okay.
No. UDA doesn't have even a presidential candidate.
Oh, all right.
Listen to yourself first, and then find out. All those people are not even members of UDA. They belong to Jubilee constitutionally. Now, let us argue on a constitutional perspective. Let us not come here and start to argue on an angle of naamuka asubuhi nasema mimi ndio niko hapa nimetoka, without wangekuwa wanaume kamili, wa viongozi kamili wanaojiamini, wangelienda siku moja wao wote. Kwa nini wanangoja mwezi wa pili, wakati hiyo wave hiyo muda itakuwa imeondoka? Kwa nini ya kusema ya kwamba wanaweza andaa by elections? Wangekuwa wanaume kamili vile unavyosema, resign, tender their resignation at the very day wali unveil that their support to UDA, and then twende kwa by election tuone how many of them, those 168 mnasemea, how many of them they will go back in parliament. The point is, none of them could even dare to tender the resignation as a member of Jubilee and as members of parliament who came in with the ticket of Jubilee. My friend, you sing gospel, or I know you know very well what the Bible says, because you cannot sing gospel if you don't know what the Bible says. You know very well, obedience is the key. And if you sing gospel, how many times, how many years Joshua spent it under Moses? 40 good years. He never raised a voice. He never done anything. But when the day comes, God told him, now your time has come. Arise and move forward. Now, please, my friend, come with the facts. Ambazo zinakuwa tangible. UDA as per now, iko na members wangapi? Mudhama, Hassan Omar, Khalwale, Owalo. those people are not being elected on any party. How ndio tunaweza sema they are members of the UDA, but all from deputy president downwards, those MPs, MCAs, what they belong to a different party constitutionally, because this constitution is what we are fighting for. Constitutionally, you cannot say that these people they belong to UDA. How? And they have refused to resign. If they are men enough, let them. They could resign long time ago, but they are waiting February, whereby there will be no more window of conducting by-election. My friend, amuka. Ruka upande ule mwingine. Ruka kwa Azimio.
Asante Kasudi. Today our discussion was about Itumbi. I know whatever ENM is bringing, we have discussed it here, and I wish you well, ENM, in your journey as a gospel musician. In 2022, we wish you success. We wish you progress. We wish you keep ministering. I mean, that's a good thing you're doing. And kindly members, go to ENM YouTube channel so that you subscribe. We don't care which party you support. When someone is doing a good cause, we support them. Kindly push your music and reach more people. That is what the channel is about. And also my channel is also there, Temba Ondiege. You can go there, hit like and subscribe also. And in the meantime, also subscribe to Mutembe TV. Kindly subscribe. And now listen, when you donate, your comment comes with a green banner. So if you need it, kindly donate to Mutembe channel. You know how to do it. And this has been our discussion today. We want to wish you a Merry Christmas. Let me give some shout out to some people on the wall. Street historian, thank you, AGMA TV. We could not bring you on, but next time we will. Penya Gaka, we really appreciate your continuous engagement on the comment section. That is what this channel is about. We just say that we respect your opinion and your view. Kindly just remain respectful. We don't force you to pick any view. We don't want you to get to a point where we are forcing you to pick either Azimio or UDA. You have a right to align yourself to whichever position, but be respectful even as you express your view. John Cash Doe, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Martins Wilson. Asilitu TV, Asante Evan Gitonga, Asante Princess Ziana Mpole, Asante Sana. I know your name was in the platform there, very breathing fire, saying that it has to be Ruto. Of course, we expect. If you are in UDA, we don't expect you to be speaking any other language. We expect you to be speaking the UDA language. If you are in Azimio, we expect you to be speaking Azimio language. But our hope, what we normally say in this channel is this: there's someone who has decided for me is UDA. Another one has decided for me it is Azimio. Now, the reason you join this channel is not for those people. You join the channel to be able to convince the person who is in the middle. There's that person who has not yet decided which side they are at. So you need to portray your side in a manner to say, the other day we had a convert, David. He moved from UDA and he joined Azimio. Now that is what you're saying as people keep talking, as you persuade the votes. And I've always said that when we look at you, we need to stop looking at you as Kasudi. You need to start looking at that person as a vote. ENM, when you're seeing me, don't stop saying that you people. No, these are votes. You need to convince these votes to come to your side. Because when you come here, you are an ambassador of UDA. So when you're coming here, don't say you people, you are so many. See how many votes you can get for your UDA person. So come and convince these people. That's, for me, is what persuade the vote. I don't see ENM as a person, as UDA. I see you as a vote that can come to this side. And that is why I'm persuaded. And I'm even saying, whichever side you like on, your YouTube channel, if people can come and subscribe to it, it's okay. It will push you. It will get the message out there. It will grow you. That is what this channel is about.
So let's be respectful. Let's appreciate each other. We all Kenyan. Bernard Mutari, thank you so much. Daudiem and Milio Diambo and many others. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Again, kindly remember to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit like, share. Let's have as many people coming to celebrate, to participate in this discussion. And again, there's the debate continues later during the day. So you find time. If you once you're done, come back. The debate will be going on. There will be a different topic altogether. And as well as say that when we stop talking, we start fighting. So let's keep talking. Remember, Kenya is our business, and our business is Kenya. Thank you so much. I know there's community ancestor here, so kindly take us home with a word of prayer. But before you pray, wish you a Merry Christmas. I know in down there in Kenya, you guys are in the morning starting to celebrate. Enjoy your day and enjoy your Christmas. Mbuzi, enjoy kabisa. So start time for giving. Share whatever you have. Community ancestor, kindly pray.
Before he does, Nini, we've already submitted our numbers for consideration of the addition of the WhatsApp group. Kindly be on the watch also. Thank you.
Thank you, Evans. Okay. Community?
Yeah, tuamini na tuombe. Tunakushukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa vile umekuwa nasi tangia tulipoanza kipindi hichi mpaka tumefika hatima yake. Mungu wetu, ni wakati mzuri tunapoenda kuachana sisi kama watoto wako. Hebu tuachane kimwili, lakini kiroho tuendelee kuwa na wewe Mungu wetu. Mungu wetu, angalia watoto wako ambao wako mahospitalini, wengine wako majumbani mwao. Mungu wetu, wanaumwa kwa sababu ya magonjwa mbalimbali. Hebu nyosha mkono wako wa uponyaji, na watakapochizi vizuri, jina lako litainuliwa na kuhimidhiwa milele. Mungu wetu, wale wenzetu ambao wanaosafiri kutumia vyombo vya angani, ardhini na majini, Mungu wetu, hebu uwape traveling nurses wanapo toka mahali pamoja kuelekea mahali pengine, wakienda kujumuika na ndugu zao katika huu msimu wa Krismasi. Hebu Mungu wetu upate kuongoza, na sherehe itakapoisha Mungu wetu, na tuashe mwaka mpya wa 2022 wenye mafanikio, sisi zote tutaliinua jina lako na kusema ni asante, kwa sababu wewe ni Mungu wetu mwaminifu. Ndugu zetu ambao wamekuwa kwa hii panel ya siku ya leo, hebu endelea kuwapa hekima, na wale wenzetu ambao wamekuwa kwa comment area, Mungu wetu uendelee kuhekimisha, ndiposa Mungu wetu tunapoendelea kujadili kuhusu kuchagua viongozi wetu kama 2022, hebu Mungu wetu utupe hekima, tuchague viongozi wazuri ambao watahakikisha kuwa Mungu wetu Kenya yetu imepata kusonga mbele, na watoto wako Mungu wetu hawalali njaa. Watoto wako Mungu wanaenda shule, watoto wako Mungu wetu wanapata huduma ya matibabu na vile vitu vyote ambavyo tunahitaji sisi kama watoto wako. Hebu Mungu wetu uzidi kuwa nasi kutoka sasa hadi milele, kwani tumeomba kupitia kwa jina la Yesu aliye Baba na mwongozi wetu. Amen.
Amen. Merry Christmas, gentlemen. Enjoy yourself. Kevin, community ancestor, Geoffrey, Evans, and ENM. Merry Christmas,
Yes,
everyone. Yeah.
Merry Christmas to my brothers and my brothers.
Okay.
Ayo ndokuwa namo na injo naro namba yao ga ulingo kwanere.
Sawa.